This is Audible.
Spite House. The Spite House Chronicles, Book 1. By Tamara Thorne and Alistair Cross. Narrated by Jameson Walker. Prologue. August. This is a wise move, Agnes. It's the best way to keep your family's legacy alive. Alfred French sipped his tea, blessed his luck, and gave Agnes Manchester his most ingratiating smile. Our arrangement will effectively prevent the government from taking your house and island for back taxes. I know that, Alfred, her voice grated. Ruthia says I must, so I shall. But I am not happy about it. She sat up even straighter. Dressed in black, Agnes looked like she had a steel rod for a spine. Her smooth face belied her 70-odd years, even if her severe white bun did not. I wish there were another way to raise the money. Smiling gently, French rested his big warm hand on her thin, chill one. I promise you, as your friend, and as the CEO of Parasol Resorts, you won't regret this. He gestured grandly. We'll renovate the house and completely restore the gardens. Guests will once more fill the hotel. We'll build a new restaurant and add a gym in the hotel area. And you'll live here in luxury for the rest of your days, Agnes. It will be the finest resort ever conceived. She tisked. I dare say that when Ruthia and Solomon first opened the Manchester Grand Hotel in 1872, it was the penultimate resort. Indeed. French steepled his fingers, waiting for the next demand. If I agree to this project, I must insist that I stay here in my house throughout the entire renovation. She cocked a dark, spidery brow. Ruthia and I both insist. But I want it written into the agreement, Alfred. I will stay here through every phase of work. Her eyes sparked. It's my sworn duty to keep Manchester House and all its spirits safe. When I inherited this house, I closed what remained of the hotel because it had become a stain upon the good Manchester name. I loathe the very thought of it reopening, and am only agreeing because Ruthia says it must be done. French spread his hands. Agnes, we will see to it that this place is once again a jewel that will make you and your ancestors proud. Ruthia will bless you for it. The grim set of her mouth softened ever so slightly. Acknowledging Ruthia always smoothed the waters. But he continued to resist her demand to stay because he didn't want to risk her interfering with his plans. Agnes, we must move you into town for just a little while. The mansion needs too many repairs. The house is in pain. It's suffering. French tilted his head in the way that almost always softened her. When the interior renovations on the house are complete, you can live here in total comfort. It won't take long, I promise. Her eyes flashed as dark as thunderclouds. I know why you want me out. I know what you're planning to do. You're going to make it tourist-friendly. But I won't have it. I will not have strangers traipsing through this house. It's a shrine to my family. I will never allow it. Agnes glared at him, looking as judgmental as the portrait of Ruthia hanging in the entry hall. French gave her a Mona Lisa smile. Why doesn't Ruthia approve of you leaving for just a little while? Her eyes flashed. Don't humor me, Alfred. I know you think I'm crazy because I talked to my ancestors. I don't think that at all, my dear Agnes. He did, however, think she was crazy for believing they answered her. French made his voice lullaby smooth. Whenever he'd broached the resort plans, Agnes had pulled Ruthia out of her arsenal of arguments to tell him why it couldn't be done. Now, in the last moments before foreclosure, she had backed down and claimed it was Ruthia's idea. That was fine. He glanced meaningfully around the conservatory and said, "Thank you, Ruthia." The house seemed to sigh, and it gave him the willies. He covered with another smile. "You and Ruthia will be so happy when we turn this white elephant into a palace again." "Manchester House is no white elephant," she intoned. "I'm sorry, Agnes. I chose my words poorly." He set his teacup down on the glass-topped table. In old photos, the conservatory had been a charming plant-filled room that looked out through the trees to the meadows, rose garden, and across to the family cemetery and forests beyond. Now, it held only a few dusty cobwebs. The glass was cracked here and there, and the table and chairs had rusted from leaks in the roof. Still, it was one of Agnes's favorite rooms. He never understood why. He found it depressing. "Agnes, I only want the very best for Manchester House. For you. My company is part of a corporation that owns publishing houses and movie studios, as well as some of the finest resorts around the globe. With Bumbershoot's help, we'll be able to lovingly turn your property into a world-class resort, just as it was in the Gilded Age, when Ruthia and Solomon were in charge. I don't want strangers traipsing around in my house." She was a canny old bird, so he decided to go with it. Plastering on an understanding look, he said, "There would, of course, still be the gallery pass-through from the house to the hotel, as it was in Ruthia's day. And it's true that a small part of this house will serve as a tasteful historical museum, where people will learn all about the wonderful things your family has accomplished over the years." She opened her mouth to protest, but he steamrolled on. "Guests will only be allowed to enter a few areas and only with a guide. They won't come near your suite, and you'll still have the entire house all to yourself at night." He didn't mention the plans for the gift shops, eateries, or the haunted house area that would be full of holograms and fake cobwebs. She stared stonily at him. He smiled gently. "My dear, sweet Agnes, if you don't allow me to help you, the government will remove you from the island forever." He tried to take her hand, but she pulled back. "Agnes, you know I adore you and will do anything to keep you happy. I want you to be happy. The house will be glorious once again. There will be no roof leaks, no mildew or mold, and no soft floorboards or broken windows. The paint will be fresh, and the antiques, all of them, from the furniture to the portraits of your family, will be restored to be as they were in your forebears' time. All I ask is that you leave for a little while, a few weeks." She stared at him with that oddly smooth face of hers. Too much Botox, he thought, not for the first time. "The ghosts," Agnes said, her bulgy eyes widening. And there it was, the reason she kept waffling, the real reason she wouldn't leave. The goddamn ghosts. "The ghosts are part of Manchester Island's charm," he said, as usual. "You plan to humiliate them, and me." Her voice reminded him of a rusty gate swinging in the wind, loud and annoying, demanding attention. He sighed. "No, we're going to clean up the property as well as the property's reputation. Neither you nor the ghosts have anything to fear." "Indeed, that is why I intend to stay and see that you don't do anything we disapprove of." "I give you and Ruthia my word," he lied. "But I urge you to take your grandson's generous offer to stay in his house for a while. It's a lovely little mansion in the nicest part of Snapdragon. Elijah built it after he left the island to establish the Snapdragon Bee. His legacy is still beloved by the residents of the town, and so is the house." "You don't need to tell me about my own family, Alfred. Do you think I'm senile?" "Of course not." "I lived in that house when I was a bride," she snapped. Then more softly, And later, poor Emily did the same. Since her death, I can't face it again. She quickly wiped away a tear that probably never existed. Even my grandson would rather pay rent than live in that house. I understand. He and Cecily lived in the same historic district, and French remembered the death well. As a boy, Cody Manchester had been left motherless when Emily drowned in a storm on her way back from visiting Agnes on the island. He'd continued to live there until he left for college. His father died while he was away, and now that he was back, he lived in a modest cottage on the other side of Snapdragon. The house was maintained, but empty. Alfred supposed the boy didn't want to face so many sad memories. "As I said," Agnes creaked at him, "I must stay in this house. Ruthia and the others need me." French sighed resignation. Agnes was fully capable of cutting off her nose to spite her face, and he realized it was time to turn to Plan B. Without breaking his budget, he could block off the portions of the house that he didn't want Agnes to see during renovation. He gave her a look of surrender. "Perhaps we can work something out." The instant he said it, Agnes's demeanor changed. She was still her reserved, stick-backed self, but the atmosphere lightened. Such was the power of the old lady's personality. "Alfred, if we can put that in writing, I will agree to your terms." She cracked a small smile. "And I have an idea that might help." "An idea? Tell me." "A house party." She folded her hands together on the table. He stared at the blue veins surging beneath her pale skin. "A house party?" "I didn't want to mention my notion until we came to an agreement, but I think it might be very good publicity for you if we invite a few authors to stay here for a week or two. They could write about the house, the history, Ruthia's legacy, and so forth. I've already checked, and Bumbershoot owns their publishers." She eyed him with bright reptilian eyes. "We could create a lot of public interest with a book like that. We'll call it the Manchester Legacy Project. What do you think?" Obviously, she'd planned this, and French hoped his jaw wasn't hanging open. Agnes Manchester never did anything without a reason, and inviting strangers into her home was decidedly out of character. Almost instantly, he thought he knew her reason. As self-contained as she was, there was one thing that lit her up: books. She was an avid reader, and her upstairs apartment was littered with novels. "An interesting notion," he said, keeping his smile to himself. He should have realized that beneath her cool facade beat the heart of a fangirl. "Properly written by respectable writers, such a book might bring lots of interest in the resort," she said. "Indeed," he replied, as if lost in thought. He watched her, pleased that his lack of enthusiasm was getting under her skin. "Alfred," she said, with a disconcerting coy smile. "To be brutally honest, this idea is a little bit selfish." "Selfish, Agnes? How can that be?" He loved watching her squirm. She paused before unleashing her reply in a rush of rehearsed words. "I would very much like an excuse to meet some of my favorite authors. I rely on them for entertainment. After all, I don't go to the movies or watch television. I rarely even attend live theater. My favorite authors are important to me." Another coy look. "They're like friends, and I should like to meet some of them." French silently counted to 10, then released a 1,000-watt smile. "It's a wonderful notion," he said. "Who do you have in mind?" Her eyes sparkled as she sat forward, laying her hand over his. "Holly Tremaine. I adore her books, and she's been here before. Did you know she consulted me before writing Mystery House?" "I didn't know that. It's a wonderful book. Cecily insisted I read it." That was the truth, but he saw nothing of the Manchesters in the story. "Who else?" "Nathan Dalrymple. They call him the new Agatha Christie. His Liam Willoughby series is excellent. The Liam Willoughby mysteries on Netflix are very popular. French smiled indulgently. Two heavy hitters. They're friends, you know, Tremaine and Dalrymple, Agnes told him. They live in the same town. He wondered how she knew that, since there was no internet on the island. Cecily, he realized. She and his wife had chatted by phone nearly every week, and Cecily loved celebrity gossip. I'd also like to invite Miranda Beaumont. He smiled. I never would have guessed you for a romance fan. Oh, Velda is the romance reader. But I did read one of Miss Beaumont's books, and it was quite good. Not pornographic, like so many of its kind. Very good. If Velda Bedvedere read romances, he was a monkey's uncle. The thin smile broadened. There are several others. Did you know that Clay Cassidy is originally from Snapdragon? I'd love to meet him. And that young artist, Jeff Hastings, he's also a local. Did you know that? Jeff Hastings? He didn't recognize the name. They made a movie about his comic book superhero, Chimera Man. He contained a chuckle. He hadn't known Agnes was up on pop culture. My grandson loves that movie. Agnes smiled. I'd also love to meet that new mystery writer, P.J. Allen. Have you read Santa Barbara Blues? Not yet, French said. The way he described that old house in his novel was simply delightful. I bet he'd just love to see Manchester House, don't you? I do. Anyone else? Agnes gave him a frightfully coy look. Louisa Engels. The name is vaguely familiar, but she writes those Cupcakes for the Spirit books. Never tell a soul, Alfred, but I find them rather charming. She has a spiritual nature, you know. French smiled. My lips are sealed. Is that all? Bernard Bridges, she said flatly. He didn't hide his surprise. Agnes had unsuccessfully sued to stop his book, Bernard W. Earp, and the Mystery of Spite Island, from being published. Are you serious? I'm deadly serious, Alfred. What's the saying? Keep your friends close and your enemies closer. She smiled. It was all teeth. I want to show him what a lovely place this really is. I want to enlighten him. It's the Christian thing to do. You amaze me, Agnes. Do I? Another toothy smile. You do. How soon might we invite them out? She asked with enthusiasm. October. It's beautiful here in October. That doesn't give us much time to arrange this, French said. Oh, you can do it, can't you? He considered. I can't guarantee they'll all come, but I'll do my best to arrange it. October. We'd have just enough time to do a little roof patching, painting, and cleaning up before they get here. He looked her in the eye. Yes, I like this idea, Agnes. I like it very much. Very good. Add the guarantee that I'll stay while you work on the house, and let's get moving on this deal. Excellent. You won't regret it, French said. I left my briefcase on the boat. The contract is inside. I'll write in your request and initial it, and we can get it done today. He smiled warmly. Then we'll get to work on getting your house party arranged. Excellent. She picked up a little silver bell and rang it. A moment later, her housekeeper and companion, Velda, poked her head in. Yes? Go to Mr. French's boat and ask his pilot for the briefcase and bring it to us immediately. As soon as Velda shut the door, Agnes's smile disappeared. I'll be watching you, Alfred, as will Ruthia. Don't do anything to disappoint us. I wouldn't dream of it. Chapter 1. A Drama of Authors. October. Cool autumn wind whipped Paige Allen's dark hair as she stepped from the runabout onto Manchester Island's old wooden dock. "Watch your step," Captain Harris said, steadying her. "Thanks." He smiled, handed over her computer bag, then left to help the other passengers debark. Paige took a deep breath of fresh mountain air. A small, sleek blue speedboat and an older motorboat were moored on the other side of the dock, but it was Snapdragon Lake that drew her eye. It was a long, gleaming ribbon, glinting with afternoon sunlight, reflecting blue sky and puffy white clouds. When they'd left the dock at Snapdragon Village, there hadn't been a single cloud, but they'd gathered quickly during the 17-mile journey to Manchester Island. "I can't believe I'm here." She really couldn't. 2 years ago, when Fitzgerald and Joyce bought her very first novel, she'd been amazed that it had sold at all. She'd never expected it to hit the bestseller list, and now here she was, rubbing elbows with her idols. "Beautiful, isn't it?" said one of those idols. Startled, Paige turned to Holly Tremaine. The Holly Tremaine. She'd grown up reading her novels, the historicals, the contemporary tales, the ghost stories. "Holly Tremaine is talking to me." She smiled. "Miss Tremaine, it is beautiful. I can't believe I'm here." "I can't believe you're speaking to me," she thought. "Call me Holly," the older woman said. "We're all friends here, right, Nathan?" The only writer more intimidating to Paige than Holly Tremaine joined them, swinging his computer bag over his shoulder. He smiled and spoke with a faint Scottish brogue Paige remembered from watching interviews with him. "That's right." He took a deep breath, then his eyes landed on Paige. "It's beautiful out here. I really enjoyed Santa Barbara Blues." With his windblown hair and rumpled trench coat, she thought Nathan Dalrymple looked like his famous detective, Liam Willoughby. "Are you okay, Paige?" Holly asked. Her short silvery hair danced in the wind, and her blue eyes sparkled like sunshine. "I'm fine, just a little overwhelmed. You guys are my heroes. Thank you for that wonderful blurb for my book, Mr. Dalrymple." "Nathan, and it was a pleasure. I love Moseley. You captured the noir genre perfectly. Have you read it yet, Holly?" "I haven't, but I brought a copy with me." She smiled, pixie-like. "I'm looking forward to digging in." Paige's cheeks went red-hot. "I can't believe I'm standing here with both of you." Holly laughed lightly, and Nathan dispensed another rumpled smile. "Do you know much about Spite House, young lady?" Holly poked him. "Don't call it Spite House around Agnes, Nathan. She'll send you packing." "Indeed she will. Manchester House. Do you know much about it, Paige?" "A little, not much." He smiled. "I thought you might have researched it for the house in Santa Barbara Blues. All those secret passages." "I was just riffing on Winchester House, to be honest." Her cheeks grew even hotter. "And Holly, Mystery House inspired me too. I love that book. May I ask if you were inspired by the Manchester House? I read that you came here." "I did, but I didn't see any secret passages," Holly said. "The feel of this house is probably the only thing I used in Mystery House." "The feel?" Holly nodded. "It has a pervasive atmosphere. The shadows are peculiar. I kept thinking I saw them moving out of the corner of my eye. You'll see what I mean." "When I tried to visit," Nathan said, "I wasn't sure that I was going to escape with my life." Paige gasped. "What happened?" "I'd been interested in the place since I read about it back in my misspent youth, and I wrote to Agnes Manchester several times, asking for an interview. She never replied, so I decided to trespass." "What happened?" "Well, I thought I was very clever. I rented a canoe and paddled over from the back side of the island." He chuckled. "I was stealthy in those days." Promise you won't repeat a word of this while we're here." "I promise." Paige forgot to be intimidated. "So, what did you see? Wild animals? The woman in white?" Holly smiled. "I've even heard rumors of Bigfoot." "Seriously? Bigfoot?" Paige asked. Holly nodded, eyes merry. "Aliens, too." Nathan grinned. "The first time I told Holly the story of my trespass, I was a little drunk. She's pulling your leg, as I pulled hers. Honestly, I was prowling around the house trying to get a peek inside when I heard footsteps behind me, or thought I did. I was sure I'd been caught, but no one was there. It happened several times, and it honestly terrified me." Nathan pushed his sunglasses down his nose to look at Paige with piercing blue-gray eyes. "Maybe it was Bigfoot. Maybe it was Agnes," Holly said. "So, what did you do?" asked Paige. "I shot off like the proverbial bullet." He laughed heartily. "You ran?" Holly's eyes twinkled. "The man who shares his home with a dead sea captain?" "I was a lot younger back then," Nathan said. "I trespassed before I even moved to the States. It was around the time you and I first met at Flugelcon, Holly. To be honest, I thought a guard was about to shoot me." "He means he didn't think it was a ghost," Holly explained. "Neither the woman in white nor the shade of old Solomon Manchester coming to drag you away and put you in his zoo?" "I'd never even heard of the woman in white back then, but you never know." He chuckled. "I haven't been here since. Agnes Manchester continued to ignore my requests." He waggled his eyebrows. "She must have uncommonly good sense." "Excuse me, folks." Sam Harris approached, accompanied by a handsome young man whose muscles looked great under his snug t-shirt. "Yes, Sam?" Holly said. "This is Troy Bauer, my assistant. He's taking care of the boats and gardens while we're here. If you need any heavy lifting done, he's your man." "Nice to meet you," Troy said. "We've loaded the golf cart with your luggage," Sam told them. "Do you want to hitch a ride to the house? Sorry to hurry you along, but I have to head back to the village to pick up the rest of the guests." "We'll walk," Holly said, "just like you and I did when I came out to interview Agnes 6 years ago." Sam grinned. "I remember, and I thought you might prefer to walk. Nothing's changed, but watch your step on those stone stairs. They're mossy." He tipped his captain's hat. "I'll see you all later. Let's go, Troy." Paige watched the two men head for a white golf cart parked near the end of the dock. Beyond that, all she could see were trees. Lots and lots of trees. In the distance, wind chimes tinkled on the steady breeze. "Like what you see?" Holly asked. "I do. It's lonely but beautiful. All those wind chimes are really something, kind of spooky." "Indeed," said Holly. Taking their time, enjoying the view of the woods and the ribbon of lake unspooling in either direction, they left the dock. Sam's cart was long gone by the time they crossed the narrow asphalt road. Holly led them straight ahead toward the trees. "So, what's she like?" Paige asked. "Agnes?" Holly stopped walking. "Yes. The Manchesters have a reputation for being a bit strange," Nathan said. "A bit strange?" Holly smiled. "Nathan's a diplomat, Paige." "Some of Agnes's ancestors qualify as very strange," Nathan added. "Indeed, they do," Holly agreed. "Tell us about Agnes, Holly," Nathan said. "You don't think she'll add us to her zoo, do you?" "There's really a zoo?" Paige asked. "Supposedly, the zoo ruins are still here," Holly said. "I'd like to get a look at them." "Me too," Paige said. "Agnes?" prompted Nathan. Holly nodded and began walking again. "Agnes is very proper, imposing, genteel, at least on the surface. Physically, she takes strongly after her ancestor, Ruthia Vance Manchester. and she plays that to the hilt." "Ah," said Nathan, "I've seen the portraits of Ruthia. I can't say I'd particularly care to look like her." "Agnes is very protective of her family history," Holly continued. "I was only with her an hour or two, but she struck me as touchy about her house and family." She looked from Nathan to Paige. "Agnes is intimidating, but if we mind our manners, we'll be just fine." Paige didn't see the stone staircase hidden among the wall of trees until she nearly tripped on it. Holly pointed. "Look up. They sometimes call it the Red Castle." Paige and Nathan followed her finger. Manchester House rose above the screen of trees like a fortress, giving them a view of an ornately stepped arch framing a Palladian window that caught the afternoon sun above the tree line. Opposite that, a crenellated tower rose even higher, like a massive rook taken from a giant's chessboard. Paige stared, imagining armored knights with bows and arrows at the battlements. Goosebumps rose on her arm. A strong breeze caressed her face, and she became aware of the wind chimes again. Paige jumped as a startling cry shrilled somewhere beyond the house. "Peacocks," Holly said. "According to my research, those peacocks have been here since the days of the resort," Nathan said. "They used to roast them." "Ah," Holly smiled. "So are you prepared for your first head-on look at Manchester House, Paige?" "I am." "So am I," Nathan admitted. "On my clandestine trip, I ran off before I could see it." Holly stepped between the two of them and took their arms. "Come along, then. I want you both to get the full impact." The stairs were slippery, as Sam had warned, and Paige held tight to both Holly and the handrail. After a dozen steps, they emerged onto a cobblestone path, and Paige truly saw the mansion for the first time. She gasped. "You can see why they call it Spite House," Nathan said, as they stared up at the edifice. It was made of red stone and brick, and large reddish-gold carven blocks. Stone pillars held up the wide front veranda. Window casings painted bright forest green were the sole contrasting color. "It's beautiful, but spiteful, like an angry woman." Holly chuckled. "Well put." "An odd mix," Nathan said. "It's as if someone bought a mission-style mansion and added Byzantine ornamentation. The arched windows are just the right touch." "Indeed," Holly said. "The arch over the balcony in between is decidedly Richardsonian Romanesque," Paige said. "It's as if it can't make up its mind, isn't it?" "Truly. And it's just as tall and proud and intimidating as I remember." Holly looked from Nathan to Paige. "The Manchesters built it out of sandstone Solomon imported from New Mexico and Southern California, as well as natural stone from the island." "Built it?" Paige asked. "Yes," Holly said. "He designed and built it. I believe his younger brother, Gideon, was put in charge of the engineers and those responsible for the actual construction. Both he and Solomon were schooled in architectural engineering, and this was far from their first building project." A few more steps brought the whole of the first floor into view. It was shaded by an ornate pillared veranda that ran most of the way across the front of the huge house. A wide, graceful sandstone and brick staircase swept visitors up to the front doors. A symphony of wind chimes, ranging from small tinkling crystals to long coppery tubes, moved in a sudden gust, greeting them in harmoniously spooky tones. New lawn had been planted on one side of the cobblestone walkway. A few small pines ornamented it along with patches of begonias and geraniums that looked freshly planted. Below the tower side of the house, to their right, a circular fountain at least 15 yards in diameter was bordered by a veined marble bench. In the center, an aging cherub rode a fish bubbling water from its mouth into the dark pool. There was an eeriness to it that appealed to Paige. "How big is the house?" she asked. 45 rooms, Holly said. "Something just short of 25,000 square feet, as I recall." "That's not very big for a resort. The house was built first and remained a private residence except for a pass-through that jogs from the entry doors and up a gallery to the registration lobby at the rear. That's where the hotel begins. It extends out from there," Holly explained. "By design, it's impossible to see it from where we stand." "This is truly a house of mystery." Nathan stared at the tower windows. "I bet the spirits of the old Manchesters are pacing those spiral steps, propelled by greed, still searching for ethereal wealth and power." "I wouldn't be surprised." Holly looked at Paige. "What do you think of it?" "I feel like it's staring at me." She meant it. This was different. She'd wandered through the Winchester Mystery House several times, looking for inspiration for her Victorian mansion in Santa Barbara Blues. But it had never given her the willies. It was just a big house. This one was different. "Well, are you two ready to go inside?" Holly asked. "I've been ready for decades." Nathan had trouble hiding his excitement. "Ready," Paige lied. They ascended the steps, Paige's heart beating too fast. The double doors were heavy dark wood, planked and crossed with ornate brass hinges. The stained glass sidelights and transom were at odds, but beautifully so, with the fortress-like doors. Holly lifted a big brass knocker in the shape of a woman's face and rapped smartly, twice. As she let go of the knock, Paige could have sworn she heard a scream. Chapter 2. The Roofer. Hearing the motorboat pull in at the Spite Island dock, Tom Teddo cursed around the roofing nails between his lips. They'd better not take off without me. He wanted to get back to Snapdragon, but he'd grudgingly let Alfred French talk him into staying on to fix one more leak in the godforsaken roof of this godforsaken house, instead of leaving with the rest of the crew an hour ago. He'd promised him $100 cash, and like a fool, he'd agreed. He'd better pay up today. That oily fucker, Alfred French, was good at getting people to do things for him. Teddo didn't like standing on this pitched roof, especially alone. The old slate shingles were crumbly slick with moss in some places, and a guy could fall and break his neck without even trying. "You'll slide right off the side if you're not careful," had been Rufus Tilton's parting words. "No shit, boss," Tom muttered as he again tested the rope he'd secured around his waist and tied to the nearest chimney. If the chimney crumbled, and it looked like it might, he'd be on the ground in record time, rope or no rope. Tom didn't trust a thing about this old house. Everything was falling apart. Nick Shaver's whole leg had gone through a piece of rotted wood on the hotel roof and been broken in 3 places. Ouch. Nick was home recuperating now. Old French had been furious, as if Nick had done it just to slow down the job. Fucker. French cut corners. If he hadn't been rushing them so hard, Nick's leg wouldn't be full of metal pins, and he'd be working or playing ball with his kids instead of stuck in a wheelchair. Nick had encouraged Rufus, the crew supervisor, to report French, but Tilton was a puss who didn't want to jinx future jobs. Tom Teddo thought maybe he'd do a little reporting of his own once he was safely off this god-forsaken island. He spit a nail into his hand, then hammered it into a piece of synthetic slate, but the backing was too soft. The entire roof needed new underlayment, not just the spots French had pointed out. The sheeting here was spongy and wouldn't hold the shingles for long, but French didn't care, so Teddo supposed he didn't care either. "As long as I get paid." He heard voices far below, people debarking, heading for the house. They were having some sort of big shindig here, but he sure couldn't fathom anyone wanting to spend even one single night in that place. It gave him the creeps. Tom had grown up in Snapdragon and heard all the stories about Spite Island and the damned house. Once, he and his buddies had paddled out here when they were kids, intending to camp out overnight. Big men. Oh yeah, we were such big men. They set up camp, and for a while, all they heard was the rustle of wind in the trees and the endless singing of the wind chimes that hung all around the house and hotel ruins. Then, an hour after sunset, they'd heard something growl, low and menacing. Petey Robbins said it sounded like a lion. Whatever it was, it scared the living shit out of them. Descendants of the old zoo animals were supposed to run loose out here. In town, they said if the lions didn't get you, the bears would, or the wolves. And if none of them got you, the ghostly woman in white would kill you while you were sleeping. Or maybe the strangest ghost of all, Mr. Fingers, the Manchester Mime, would cut off your head. This island had it all. Big men, he chuckled as he pounded another nail through the slate shingle and into the rotting underlayment. It didn't feel right, and it wouldn't last, but fuck it. Fuck French. Fuck this house. Tom was braver than when he was a kid. Otherwise, he wouldn't be up here now. He knew there was no stupid mime or woman in white to worry about, but back then, all it took to spook them was that growl, followed a couple minutes later by a weird, whispery laugh that went on and on as something prowled the bushes beyond the light of their campfire. They ran for their rowboat and never came back, leaving their sleeping bags to rot, just like the underlayment. He hammered in 2 more nails, reached into his tool belt for a few more. Empty. Figures. He carefully made his way to his tool bag, which leaned against the stone chimney. It was barely mid-afternoon now, but clouds were starting to blot out the sun. Rain wasn't far off. He thought he felt a drop or two hit his face. It was damned creepy up here. The boat had better wait for me. He wanted to be off this godforsaken island before it even thought about getting dark. Marcia was in Utah taking care of her mother for a few weeks, so it would be boys' night in again. As usual, he was going to order a pizza and kill a couple of beers, maybe more, while he watched the game. He very nearly smiled. Life is good. He refilled his nail pouch, figuring 4 to 6 fresh shingles would do the trick. The voices were closer now, echoing up through the trees, mixing with the wind chimes. The leak was over some fancy-pants bedroom, and Alfred French wanted it fixed before the guests arrived. Tom figured he could grant the man's wish, but just barely. He was only working topside, though. A plasterer would have to deal with the interior. French couldn't pay me enough to work inside that damned house. Balancing carefully, but hurrying, Tom moved back toward the patch. No, he'd never go in that house. Not after all the stories he'd heard. Probably all bullshit, but you never could tell. It was bad enough being out here, all alone, listening to those damned wind chimes, and being buffeted by the growling wind. Inside would be worse. Something creaked under his foot. Then he heard and felt a damp crunch, and his goddamn boot plunged right through the underlayment. In an instant, Tom was glad of that rope around his waist. But then, in slow motion, his other foot broke through, and he began to fall into the house. He reached up to grab the rotten underlayment as he crashed through the roof, then the scuttle attic. As his feet touched the ceiling, it gave, and he broke through it in a stench of mildew and dirt. He clutched at the moldy wood and fibers, at chunks of muddy slate, thinking he was safe. The rope will hold. But then, somehow, it slipped again, even as he tried to grab it. He screamed, falling faster. Then his body was yanked back up. The rope seemed to move on its own accord as it slid over his shoulders, somehow releasing his arms. He saw the room. He was going to land on a bed. Time slowed. A soft bed. He wouldn't even break a leg. Then the rope tightened, biting into his neck, squeezing, cutting off his air. Tom saw a figure at the foot of the bed, watching him. The Manchester Mime. It put one white hand to its neck, tilted its head, and let its tongue loll out. With its other hand, it pointed at him. The rope jerked hard, and Tom Teddow saw and heard nothing more. His body fell to the bed as his severed head rolled across the floor and landed at the figure's feet. Chapter 3. In the Kitchen. There's a vegetarian among the guests, correct? Chef Bobby Gordon stood by the sink in Spite House's huge, abominably outdated kitchen and controlled his urge to slap somebody. He surely couldn't show his irritation to Agnes Manchester. Alfred French had ordered him to treat her like a fucking goddess, and he was paying him far too well to disobey. He needed to impress the hell out of the man if he wanted to be named head chef for the resort that was being planned. Too bad French wasn't available right now. He was easier to deal with than the old witch. Actually, it's a vegan, not a vegetarian. Dressed in flowing black palazzo pants and a matching high-necked blouse with white cuffs and a pearl-buttoned collar that made her look for all the world like she was wearing a Victorian gown, Agnes Manchester completed the look with a cameo brooch and ramrod posture. Her brilliantly white hair was rolled into a severe bun. She regarded him impatiently. I trust you are able to handle a vegan. Bobby's eyes landed on the woman's black sneakers and thought Agnes looked like she should be giving tours of Disney's Haunted Mansion. He smiled. Certainly, madam. He was pretty sure French had written vegetarian on the list he'd supplied. A vegan was far, far worse. While he understood food allergies and so forth, Bobby couldn't comprehend anyone simply choosing not to consume animal protein in any form. To deny oneself cheese was to deny life itself. Bobby was a meat lover, and as head chef at Snapdragon's Daffodil Grill, he was renowned for his award-winning veal piccata, barbecued baby back ribs, cheese soufflé, and quiche Lorraine, among other delicacies. In his book Transformative Gastronomy, he'd even outlined ways to make reluctant meat-eaters crave animal protein. Agnes Manchester regarded him. Do you need anything else for tonight's meal? She consulted the delicate gold watch on her wrist. Mr. Harris, or rather, Mr. Bauer, is returning to town momentarily. Bobby turned. Leland? Instantly, Leland Chen, his sous chef, was at his side, his young, not yet bitter face shining with enthusiasm. Yes, Chef Bobby? Do we need anything else from town? Not a thing, Chef. Bobby turned to the old witch. Leland says we're good, so we're good. Agnes nodded, her pale features smooth under flawless makeup that did nothing to fill out her narrow lips and knife-blade nose. I'll leave you to it, then. She turned to leave. Wait, Miss Manchester? Yes? Do you know how many will be dining tonight? The guests should all be here, so, including myself, that's 8. If my grandson Cody makes it on time, it'll be 9, but no one should ever count on him. Bobby nodded. Very good. What about Mr. French? He'll be dining with you, correct? Agnes's Botoxed face stayed placid, because that's all it could do. But her prominent black eyes flashed. He is supposed to co-host dinner tonight, but other business may interfere. He might be late or not attend at all. I don't know. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have much to do and guests to greet. With a curt nod, Agnes whisked silently from the room. Good riddance. Bobby whistled under his breath and said to Leland, batshit. And speaking of batshit, what about vegans? What the fuck is wrong with those people? There's only one, Leland said. Bobby ignored him. You know what's the matter with vegans? They have no taste buds, that's what. We wouldn't have incisors if we weren't supposed to eat meat. It does make the menu more challenging. I'm promoting you, Leland. You are now liaison to the vegan, and the wheat-impaired, and those poisoned by cucumbers and shellfish, too. You want me to do the cooking for them? No, I just want you to talk to them for me so I don't have to. Okay, chef, you got it. Get to work. Leland, always cheerful, nodded and headed for the refrigerator. Bobby was eternally grateful for the young man. He was the only assistant he hadn't had to fire for being an asshole. The only thing was, Leland was turning into quite a chef himself, but Bobby had no intention of letting him know that. He had trained him and taught him, and Leland owed Bobby his allegiance. Chapter 4. Getting Ahead. Until the roofer plummeted through the ceiling of the Marie Antoinette room, Alfred French had thought he'd seen it all. He'd previously checked the rest of the bedrooms, making sure vases were filled with roses from the garden and drapes were drawn. The Marie Antoinette room had been his final destination. He supposed that was for the best, considering. He had cranked open one of the windows. The room seemed stuffy, then paused to study the ceiling above the bed. The pale paint was stained a slightly darker shade where the water damage was, and if you looked hard, you could make out the tiniest crack in the center, but that was all. If he hadn't bribed the roofer to stay and patch the spot, real damage would have occurred when the big storm hit. Storm of the century, according to the predictions. Talk about real damage. Alfred had been heading for the door when he heard the crash from above. Boards groaned, cracked, broke, and a man screamed. Then the ceiling bulged down, and the roofer, suspended by a rope around his neck, thunked into the room, to hang 6 or 8 feet above the bed. The man, his face beet red and swollen, stared at him with eyes that were bulging out of their sockets. Then he dropped a couple of more feet, and the rope tightened so much that it squeezed his damn head right off. The decapitated body flopped onto the bed, and the head crunched to the floor and rolled toward the fireplace. The bloody rope, still clutching a few dripping vertebrae, swung once, twice, then came to a rest. Fuck! Alfred French's first thought was that it was damned rude of the roofer to commit suicide this way. His second was that he was now short a guest room. Damn it! His gorge rising, he stared at the mess for only an instant before he escaped to the hall. Pulling the door closed behind him, he called, "Greta! Lila!" Neither maid answered, but when Velda Bedvedere came up behind him and demanded to know what was wrong, he nearly pissed himself. Whirling, he told her he needed Agnes to meet him here immediately. There was an emergency. Velda gave him a sudden nod and trundled off without asking any questions. Reluctantly, he'd gone back into the room to survey the damage. It was bad, really bad. An abattoir smelling of blood and shit and other foul things. He didn't want to be in here, and after a moment, he realized that anyone with a skeleton key might open the door, so he headed back out into the hall to wait for Agnes. When she showed up 5 minutes later, she looked irritated as hell. "Velda says you have an emergency you can't handle," she announced. "This had better be good. I have guests waiting." "We have a problem," he said, perversely enjoying opening the door for the old bitch. She stepped inside. Her squared shoulders became squarer as she stared at the bloody mess on the bed. "Get in here, Alfred, and shut the door." He started to do so, then paused when Sam Harris called from the stairs. "Hold up a minute, Mr. French. I've got Miss Allen's luggage." Alfred looked at Agnes. "Tell him to put it in a maid's room, whatever. Just get rid of him and get in here." Shutting the door, French met Sam in the hall. The man gave him a quizzical look when he said Agnes wanted the luggage put in a maid's room. So French told him part of the truth. The ceiling had collapsed, and the Antoinette room was unusable. Once Harris was on his way, French took a deep breath and re-entered the room. Agnes was towing the severed head with her black tennis shoes. She rolled it over. One eye dangled from the socket, but the other had sunk back in. "I don't recognize him." She sounded unperturbed. "One of the roofers, Teddo." French patted his wallet, glad he hadn't prepaid the man. "He stayed behind to patch a bad leak." Agnes considered this a long moment, her eyes crawling over the severed head. "You'll ferry him back to town tonight while the others are at dinner." She regarded him with owlish intensity. "He'll be very drunk." "Do you mean you want me to throw his body overboard? Agnes, you're asking me to commit a crime. I won't." "Of course not, Alfred." She gestured impatiently at the severed head. "You're not taking that anywhere. Do you really want to risk our whole venture over this? Think of what would happen if the police came out here. The talk in town, the gossip." Her black eyes bored into his. "The bad publicity. We can't let this get out." "Of course not, but I can't." "Listen. This is what happened. The man fixed the roof, then waited hours and hours for a ride back to town. He passed the time drinking. Then you took him back after dark, dropped him off, and headed straight back to the island." She paused. "He was drunk. Maybe he falls in, or maybe he wanders off into the woods. Who knows? The important thing is, they won't find him, and they won't question the word of a respected citizen of Snapdragon. I don't know. A man missing from the village won't affect the future of the resort. But this would. Can you even imagine what would happen if Bernie Bridges caught wind of any of this?" Agnes's points were all too valid. "Okay. The village dock is always deserted at night. This will work." Agnes smirked. "You know, Alfred, I had no idea what was wrong when Velda told me you had an emergency, but I covered perfectly. Perhaps Ruthia whispered in my ear. Yes, I think she must have." "If you say so, crazy lady," he thought. "What do you mean?" The smirk broadened as much as it could within its Botoxed confines. "I told the chef that you had to go to town tonight and might miss dinner. That was fortunate, but what, when you leave, Alfred, just wait until everyone is in the dining room. That way you won't be seen." "Naturally, but what about the body?" "We'll dispose of the body here, of course." Carefully avoiding blood spatters, Agnes neared the bed and surveyed the corpse as if it were a roast in a butcher shop. She gave Alfred a side eye and smirked again. "Off with his head." A dry cackle. "Off with his head." He marveled. She thought it was funny. "I doubt that was his intention," Alfred said. "In fact, I'm surprised he committed suicide. He seemed very interested in the $100 bill I offered him to do the extra work." Agnes might have been trying to raise her eyebrows, but the Botox stifled the effect, and she merely looked mildly surprised. "Oh, really, Alfred? You think this is a suicide?" "What else could it be?" "What else, indeed?" She clucked her tongue and circled the bed like a vulture. "You need to bury him in the rose garden. That's the best place. There's an area that can't be seen from the house that's been prepared for new bushes. It'll be easy to dig." She nodded at the corpse. "And that will make good fertilizer," she added softly. "The white roses must be fed." "Agnes, how would I get him to the garden by myself?" Anger began to flare, and he tamped it down. "I'm not a young man, and I have bad knees as well as a disc that slips easily. Nor can I dig a grave." She paid no attention. "I'll have Velda bring a laundry cart up. There's a dumbwaiter in the back corridor, and you can dump him in there and retrieve him after everyone's in bed. Bury him tonight. He nearly saw red. Even with Velda's help, I can't. Velda hates blood. I don't want her in here until the blood is gone. That would be cruel. French counted to 3. Agnes, I can't do it alone. If I were 30 years younger, I doubt I could do it. You must. He heard the anger in his voice and didn't care. I won't even try. Cocking her head, she looked at him as if he were a curiosity in a zoo. The corpse must be removed. It'll start stinking soon. We can't leave it in here. Why not? There must be tarps we can wrap him in. Then we'll put a real lock on this door. We have to anyway. I'll do that myself. Yes, you must do that immediately. But the smell of decomposition will travel between the bedrooms. The corpse must be removed. He could tell by the way she spoke that she knew this for a fact. Then he had an idea. Agnes, this house is riddled with secret passages, isn't it? She studied him. You really can't move this by yourself? I really can't. Very well. She walked to the far side of a rococo armoire and glared at him until he joined her. Back here, there's a button on the wall. She reached behind the wardrobe, and a door hidden in the white wainscoting creaked and slid open. Stale air, redolent of dust, cobwebs, and old wood wafted out. It smelled centuries old. Wrap the body up and put it in there. The area isn't vented. We can leave it in there until the guests are gone. He glanced at the body, anger growing, and had to count to 10 before speaking this time. The body will stay in there. I won't move it twice. That means I need lots of tarps and plastic to wrap it in. And tape, lots of it. Duct tape seals best. We need cleaning supplies, and I expect Velda to do her share of the work. I also need tools and nails to block the passage off after we're done. Agnes nodded. Anything else? Yes, buckets. Lots of buckets, or the floor of this room and the ceiling below will be ruined when the rain starts. He paused. We also need the roof tarped, or none of that will do any good. Think Troy and Sam can get up there and handle it? I can't. Agnes considered. Of course they can. They're both very handy. As for the items you need, they should all be in the basement. I'll tell Velda to bring them, and I'll speak to Sam and Troy. She paused. I'm going to tell Velda what's happened in here, but get that mess wrapped up before you let her in. Use the bedspread, the area rug, whatever you need, and throw everything in the passage with the body. She went to the door. Do it now. Immediately. Wait, friend.
Every book is its own world. We've reached the halfway point, and to make the next part even more enjoyable, take a few moments to relax with this calming music.
Said, What? Sam is going to want to know why there's such a big hole in the roof. Agnes nodded. I'll say the roofer slipped, but is uninjured. He's only shaken and is resting and having a few drinks. You're giving him a nice bonus for his trouble and taking him back to town yourself. Her eyes glinted. You give Sam and Troy hefty bonuses too, and they won't ask any questions." French nodded as the old lady turned on her heel and strode from the room like an empress. As the door closed, he moved to the bed and lifted an edge of the sodden quilt. Yes, it could be done. Fortunately, the body had landed in the center of the bed, making it easier to wrap up. He forced himself to gingerly grab the severed head by the hair, and as he picked it up, the room seemed to chill. He shivered, cringing at the feel of the blood-clotted hair between his fingers as he placed it between the legs of the corpse. He began wrapping the body in the bloody quilts. As he worked, the air chilled further, and he was sure someone was watching him. He whirled, and out of the corner of his eye, he imagined he saw a man wearing a black and white striped shirt. Alfred blinked, and then all he saw was a sort of outline of something, a glow, as if someone had vanished, leaving only shadows. What the? He realized that he was spooking himself, and the sooner he got the body covered, the better. He went back to work, and in 3 minutes, every bit of the corpse was wrapped in stained quilts and blankets. At that moment, there was a rap on the door, and Velda called out, "French, are you in there?" He unlocked the door and dragged her and her cart of supplies inside. He was so happy to see the old bitch that he would have kissed her if she hadn't backed away, horror in her eyes as she stared at him. The blood. He'd forgotten about the blood. Chapter 5. First Impressions. After Lila, a charming young maid, let them in, Holly, Nathan, and Paige had been left alone. Lila apologized, saying that Miss Agnes was running late, but would be along shortly. That was 40 minutes ago. As the trio waited in the wide entry hall, Holly took in Manchester House in all its faded magnificence. It was a palace of wood. On her last visit, Agnes had told her that different varieties were used in each room. The entire foyer was done in cherry mahogany. Shortly after passing the first room to the left, the library, the entry split into 2 corridors. The narrower one led past a baleful portrait of Ruthia Manchester, then straight into the bowels of the house, a long darkish pathway lit by amber wall sconces. As Holly recalled, it passed lots of inner and north-facing rooms and eventually led to the kitchen and the rear of the house. The remainder of the open foyer held the sweeping grand staircase, and beyond that, a wide gallery hall lined with beautiful stained glass windows. It eventually brought guests to the hotel registration desk at the back of the house. The last time Holly had been here, the house had been in reasonable order, at least at first glance, but it hadn't been terribly clean. Today, it was. The arched doors, moldings, and wainscoting gleamed, smelling of wood polish and wax. She hadn't even realized how dull the stained glass windows had been on that other visit, but now sunshine painted colorful pools of light across the walls. Despite the polish, the house had lost none of its eeriness. Golden lamplight highlighted the parquet floor, and sunlight danced in the clear windows below the stained glass arches, playing hide-and-seek among the swaying trees. It was beautiful, but as before, Holly sensed darkness lurking just below the light. She saw fleeting shadows that shouldn't be there, just as before. Very peculiar. Paige ran her hand lightly over one of the Chippendale chairs lining the hall. "Antique?" she asked. Holly nodded. "I believe most of the furniture is quite old. A good deal of it is original." She paused. "When I was here before, the upholstered furniture looked a little worse for the wear. I think the last time it was redone was probably mid-century." "Pretty old," said Paige. "Yes, but in fair shape. You'd think someone with so much money would update more often." Paige admired a side table. "You never know," Holly said. "Circumstances change." On her previous visit, It had been obvious that Agnes Manchester was on a tight budget, and that probably hadn't changed. Paige nodded, then turned her attention to a gloomy forest landscape hanging above a side table on the north wall near the library. "This is beautiful, but very disturbing. I'm not sure why." "Indeed it is," Holly said. "The Manchesters have quite a few artists in their family. Take a look at this." She guided Paige a dozen feet farther up the hall to the evil-eyed portrait of Ruthia Manchester that hung near the grand staircase. "This portrait stopped me in my tracks on my first visit. Oh, Lord, she's creepy." Holly put her finger to her lips. "She is, but don't say that to Agnes. This is her beloved ancestor, Ruthia. Ruthia and Agnes are practically twins." She gazed up at the stern, slash-faced woman in the portrait. "Agnes idolizes her and claims they're in constant contact." "Yikes," Paige spoke quietly. "So, this woman haunts the house? She looks like the Wicked Witch of the West." "I agree." Taking Paige's arm, Holly steered her past the grand staircase toward Nathan. "If I understood correctly, Agnes is a spiritualist, as was Ruthia." "Like Madame Blavatsky?" Paige asked. "I don't know, but I would assume so." They joined Nathan at one of the high arched windows on the south wall. He was gazing at a stained glass arch. "Roses and wisteria," he said. "Lovely, isn't it?" "Truly," Holly agreed. "If the entry hall is any indication, Agnes has fixed things up since my first visit." "What kind of shape was the house in then?" Paige asked. "To be honest, I didn't actually see much of it. I only saw this hall, the library, and the tower. I also peeked in the clock room and had tea in a bland little parlor. But what I can tell you is that what I did see was not so well polished as today. I glimpsed furniture covered in sheets, plenty of cobwebs. You'd have to have an army to keep up a place like this." "Perhaps she can't afford an army anymore," Nathan said. "Likely. The upkeep on this place would make any wallet hemorrhage." Paige looked around. "Just dusting must cost a fortune." "The house looks much nicer now," Holly said, as a cacophony of chimes burst out in a distant room. 3:00. Agnes is running very late. That surprises me." Nathan smiled. "Time wouldn't dare get away from her, eh?" Holly chuckled. "Not if it values its life." She thought Paige looked a little pale. "How are you feeling?" "Fine," said the young woman. "But I understand now what you meant about this house having a pervasive atmosphere. I feel like I'm being watched. The shadows seem to move when they shouldn't." "I agree," Nathan said. "Must be an optical illusion of some sort." Holly doubted that. Chapter 6. Abandon All Hope. Paige Allen felt like a pretender. Her first novel had been published earlier this year. Nathan and Holly were old hands, yet they'd accepted her and made her feel welcome. In truth, Paige thought she'd just gotten lucky, that she'd been in the right place at the right time. She was only 26 and hadn't paid any dues yet in an industry where people usually worked hard for a decade or two before seeing any real success. Not only that, she'd always heard that people who found success early usually burned out early too. She hoped that wouldn't happen to her. She loved writing and adored her hard-drinking noir detective, Jack Moseley, and getting paid good money to write more mysteries starring Moseley was a dream come true. She glanced at Nathan and Holly, saw they were caught up in conversation, and decided to explore a little. She walked a few feet past the portrait of Ruthia Manchester and peered into the room closest to the entry doors. A library! She stepped inside. The long room smelled pleasantly of old books, furniture wax, and leather. Built-in shelves were lined with books of all kinds, and she didn't see a speck of dust. Two comfortable-looking leather love seats and matching fan-back chairs drew the eye to the center of the room, while an overstuffed leather mission-style chair and ottoman sat near the fireplace, next to a side table where a beautiful blue-shell Tiffany lamp glowed, its pale light glinting softly off the polished wood. Across the room, several library tables and chairs were lined up beneath the northern windows. She began browsing. The place was as packed and cozy as any bookstore, and she wondered if Agnes would mind if she borrowed a few books. Paige reached for a red leather-bound copy of Dante's Divine Comedy. Despite feeling guilty about disturbing the perfect symmetry of the books, she drew it out, and was surprised to find a thick coating of dust on top of the pages. She blew it off, then hefted the book, loving the weight of it in her hands. Books were one of her passions, and this room felt sacred to her, the way all bookstores and libraries did. She opened the book to Inferno, and her eyes landed on the famous line, "Abandon all hope, ye who enter here." Hearing a distant tinkle of wind chimes, she glanced up, and from the corner of her eye, something flashed. A darting figure. A woman? It slashed like lightning between the trees beyond the window. Paige jumped, nearly dropping the book. She replaced it on the shelf and moved to a window, but saw nothing but shadowy tall firs and pines and a few oaks, and beyond them, a small stand of ancient redwoods. Then, unbelievably, a hand, long-fingered and ice-white. It slowly spidered down a tree that hid the rest of the figure. Paige held her breath, rooted to the spot as she waited for a face to peer around the trunk. When it did, its features were too shadowed to make out, but she felt eyes upon her. Then it vanished. Vanished so quickly that Paige questioned whether she'd seen it at all. Icy chills danced down her spine as she bolted from the room. Holly's brows lifted. "Paige, you look like you've seen a ghost." Paige looked sheepish. "Well, if it was a ghost, at least it wasn't inside the house." She spoke casually but sounded uneasy. "What did you see?" Nathan asked. Paige hesitated. "I saw something outside the window, but now I think I just spooked myself. I'm good at that." "Shall we check it out?" Holly asked. "I don't think it was anything." But Nathan was already heading into the library, shoulders squared, eager to meet whatever might be lurking. Holly and Paige followed. The room had 5 northerly windows that they could see, one at each end, and smaller triplet windows in an oriel lined with cushions and books. "Which one?" Holly asked. Paige nodded at the far window. "Down there. I thought I saw something like... It was just a flash of white, really." "A person? An animal?" Holly asked. Paige shrugged. "Person, I think, but it was probably nothing. I thought I saw a hand on a tree trunk, but it was probably a blowing leaf. Same with the face." "Face?" asked Nathan. "Well, something sort of shaped like a face. If it really was a face, it was covered. I didn't see any features. Maybe it was a pine cone or something." Paige looked embarrassed. Nathan craned his neck every which way. "Well, whatever it was, it's gone now." He checked the other windows. Nothing but trees. "You know, the road Sam used to ferry our luggage runs up this side of the house. Maybe you caught a glimpse of his golf cart." Paige looked relieved. "That must have been it. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to startle you guys." "Nonsense," said Holly, as shadows flickered near the unlit fireplace. "Manchester House puts everyone on edge." After a few minutes spent admiring the shelves of books, the 3 of them returned to the entry hall. Holly watched Paige, thinking she'd agreed with Nathan awfully quickly, and wondered if it was just because she was simply embarrassed. Just then, a door creaked open at the far end of the long gallery, and a tall, thin figure dressed in black appeared, gliding as silently as a Victorian ghost. Agnes Manchester moved toward them, her narrow face pale, her upswept hair as still as her shoulders. Agnes made her entrance the same way she had on Holly's previous visit. The woman was doing her level best to look like her ancestor, Ruthia, and she was succeeding. "Wow," Paige murmured. "Good afternoon," Agnes said as she joined them. Her smile didn't carry to her eyes. "Good afternoon, Agnes," Holly said, extending her hand. "It's so good to see you again." Agnes's grip was strong and chilly. "And you haven't aged a day, Holly." "You're very kind to say that, Agnes. I'd like to introduce you to Nathan Dalrymple and Paige Allen." Agnes stared at Paige. "You're P.J. Allen?" "I am." Paige started to put her hand out, but Agnes ignored the gesture. "I was sure you were a man." Agnes sounded huffy, as if she'd been intentionally deceived. "My publisher talked me into using my initials," Paige told her. Agnes eyed her. "You write like a man." "And I've been told I write like a woman," Nathan said, turning on the charm. "I consider it a compliment." "Mr. Dalrymple, it's nice to finally meet you." Agnes shook his hand. "Being compared to Agatha Christie is the ultimate compliment." She turned her gaze back to Paige. "I apologize if you found me rude, Miss Allen." She looked her up and down. "I was quite shocked. Please forgive me." "Of course. And call me Paige." "Paige," Agnes repeated. "You're quite talented. Your way with words reminds me of Chandler's." Paige looked surprised. "Thank you, Miss Manchester." "You may call me Agnes." A thin smile. "You too, Mr. Dalrymple." "Nathan," he said. "Nathan, it's good to finally meet you in person." She glanced from Holly to Paige. "In case he hasn't told you, years ago, before he was a household name, Mr. Dalrymple trespassed here, then had the spine to write me to ask if he might visit." Nathan chuckled uncomfortably. "I assumed you never received my letters." "I received them. I simply didn't answer them. There's a difference." Her voice creaked with odd amusement. "If you'd written again after you established yourself as a genuine author, I might have suggested Holly bring you along." "I wish I had," Nathan said. "We're neighbors, you know, Holly and I." "Oh, I know. I keep up on all my favorite writers. You two live across the state, on the coast in Fort Charles." Holly chuckled, mostly to hide a trickle of uneasiness. "We take walks together at least once a week." Now Agnes came as close to beaming as her stiff features allowed. "That's wonderful. Have you thought of collaborating?" "No, we haven't," Holly said. It was a question local journalists often asked, and it got very, very old. "Well, you should." "We'll take that under advisement," Nathan smiled warmly. "I do hope the servants' screened-in bathroom hasn't been remodeled." Glaciers were warmer than the look Agnes gave him. "I'm sorry, Mr. Dalrymple. A screened-in bathroom has never existed here. It was the invention of a dime novelist who was out to get even with Ruthia Manchester for not granting him an interview." "I see," Nathan said. "I had no idea." "As much as I admire novelists like you, yellow journalists have my unending disapproval. They have tried to harm my family from the very beginning." Agnes created a crooked smile for the three of them. "The maids are very busy, so allow me to show you to your rooms. I'm sure you'd like to freshen up and rest before dinner. I believe Sam has already delivered your luggage. If you'd like to explore, might I suggest the tower? You might enjoy the view." "Might we explore the hotel wing?" Nathan asked, bestowing his most charming smile. Something unreadable crossed Agnes's features. "You may not. It is in the middle of restoration, and it is unsafe. Follow me, please." Agnes led them into the gallery itself, where they continued on toward the rear of the house. One side of the passageway was lined with windows, all with stained glass at their arch tops, and below, freshly cleaned clear glass panes revealed the forest, glimpses of the lake, a gazebo, and beyond, a sky rapidly filling with dark thunderheads. The other side of the long corridor was paneled in tall rectangles of polished mahogany, crowned by rows of small squares. "We're still in the main house, of course." Agnes sounded like a tour guide. "The paneled wall was constructed to keep hotel guests from intruding upon the family's living quarters." 20 yards before they arrived at a nook containing the old lobby registration desk and the double doors at the rear of the gallery, she paused at one of the panels. "You'll note the acorn at the top corner of this panel. This identifies it as a sliding panel." She reached out and pushed the acorn. "You simply press and, voila, the panel slides open. Follow me." Agnes turned the knob on an inner door and flipped a switch to reveal a parlor furnished in antiques scented with furniture polish. This was the parlor where they'd had tea before, but it had been cleaned and polished, and the upholstery on the sofas looked new to Holly. "Come along." Agnes led them through the crowded room, past a massive brick fireplace with lion-head Andrians. "We've readied this parlor for you all. It's quite comfortable, and you only have to ask the servants if you'd like a fire lit." At one end of the room, she pointed out an alcove and a dark corridor beyond. "If you enter there, it will take you up and across to the tower's spiral staircase. It's a beautiful place to watch the sunset. But be careful. The stairs are narrow and steep. There are doors to enter the tower stairwell from the upper floors as well. But..." She turned and led them into a nearby interior hall and gestured toward a staircase leading upstairs. "These stairs lead straight to the southern bedrooms, where you'll be staying. You will prefer these." Agnes turned away from the stairs. "Come along," she commanded, and led them back through the crowded parlor, then into the hall beyond. Holly recognized it as the shadowy amber-sconced corridor that began at the entry hall. After a dozen steps toward the front of the house, Agnes gestured at a broad doorway on a northern wall. "That's the dining room. We'll meet there for dinner this evening." So saying, she pointed at another dark doorway, quite a bit further toward the front of the house. "That hall leads across to the music room. After dinner, we will meet you there and give you and your fellow authors a historical perspective on the house and your bedrooms." Nathan smiled. "Are there any ghosts in those bedrooms?" Agnes's laugh sounded like broken glass. "This house is full of ghosts, Mr. Dalrymple. You'd be surprised." She looked him up and down. "Tempus fugit. I will have you shown to your rooms now." She led them back to the parlor, and when they stepped inside, Holly was pleased to see Sam Harris, who had ferried them out to the island. He tipped an imaginary hat. "Hello, folks." "Hello, Sam," Holly said. "I thought you were heading back to pick up the other guests." Before he could reply, Agnes answered for him. "Someone else went. I needed Mr. Harris here." She eyed the man. I trust their luggage is upstairs." "It is, Miss Agnes." "Aye, very well," she snapped. "Please see our guests to their rooms." Now she turned her beetle-black gaze on her 3 guests. "I'll see you in the dining room promptly at 8. With that, she returned to the shadowed corridor and disappeared, as silent as a ghost. "This is quite an adventure," Paige said. She was smiling, but Holly thought the house was already getting under her skin, which wasn't surprising. Shadows seemed to sift around them. Holly found the place unnerving herself, and she didn't think it had anything to do with ghosts. Those she could handle. What she felt in this house was something else, and the fact that she didn't know what it was bothered her very much as she and the others followed Sam upstairs. Chapter 7. More Drama. Clay Cassidy thought the trip to Spite Island would never end. The boat was too crowded, mainly thanks to Miranda Beaumont missing her scheduled ride and carrying enough luggage for a trip around the world. She was obviously tipsy and very out of place in her Louis Vuitton boots and designer dress. She was sitting toward the rear, flirting and bending the ear of Jeff Hastings, a graphic artist possibly young enough to be her son. As for the other travelers, if he'd had his druthers, Clay never would have chosen them. Louisa Engels, the cupcakes for the spirit writer, reeked of social justice warrior and essential oils as she yammered on in an alto vibrato about spirits and veganism. Even so, she was almost preferable to Bernie Bridges. Make that Professor Bernie Eugene Bridges. Thank you very much. He was a barrel-chested little man who'd gifted the world with his series of blasphemously bad historical narrative non-fictions in which he, thinly disguised as Bernard W. Earp, tamed the Wild West. Tainted the Wild West is more like it. Bernie wore his short man syndrome like a badge, and his reputation as an effete co-ed-chasing snob rode in his wake like a dead skunk wafting off broiling asphalt on the hottest day of the year. Thank heaven for handsome young Troy Bauer, who, after seeing both Miranda and Louisa sizing him up like a piece of prime filet mignon, quickly invited Clay to take the co-pilot's chair before the women battled for it. Even so, he'd been able to hear Bernie holding forth, Louisa tremoloing, and Miranda giggling throughout the trip. Now, as Troy slowed to approach the dock, their voices were painfully loud. He felt sorry for Jeff Hastings. A playful breeze tried to lift his battered brown Stetson from his head, but quick as a wink, he adjusted the brim. "I don't know about you," Troy said softly, "but I'm sure glad we're here." "I hear that," Clay said. They put in with the help of an older gent who introduced himself as Sam Harris and grabbed the line Troy threw with practiced ease. Clay debarked and stood on the dock, stretching while Troy and Sam began carrying luggage toward a golf cart. Clay Cassidy, king of the cowboys, still wrangling horses and writing those pulpy bestsellers. Clay groaned. What did I do to deserve this? If I didn't know better, Bernie said in his rough nasal voice, I'd think you were avoiding me. Sitting with the help instead of your fellow writers is pretty déclassé, Cassidy. He eyed him. But I guess your folksiness knows no bounds. I was a little surprised to hear you were coming on this trip, Clay replied. I wouldn't miss it for the world. As Marshal Bernard W. Earp would say, fast is fine, but accuracy is everything. The quote was as out of place as Bernie himself. Clay turned his eyes back to Snapdragon Lake. The clouds were thickening, their undersides turning dark gray. Cassidy! Earth to Cassidy! Bernie had those funny, undefined, liver-colored lips, and he pursed them now, reminding Clay of the hind end of a well-fed heifer. I had a last-minute meeting with Jake Smalls, you know, the head honcho over at Erudite Fair. In addition to my other duties, I'll be doing a piece every day for the online edition. Bernie's bloodshot eyes gleamed like those of a rat who'd spotted a chunk of stinky cheese. Pays really great. He paused. I'm going to turn our adventure into a modern-day Algonquin round table with my stories. Bernard W. Earp is going to make you famous, Clay. Well, that's mighty nice of you, and your alternate personality. Clay tried to look him in his darting eyes. It was a no-go. But if you read the contract, you'd know there's no internet access on the island. What? Bernie quacked. Well, that's a bitch and a half. And speaking of bitches, I can't believe they invited that right trash Miranda Beaumont. He cackled. Right trash? That's what I call writers of her caliber. I mean, what the fuck is she going to contribute besides a bunch of sleazy sex scenes? Nice tits, though. Clay shrugged. If Bridges had ever read Beaumont, he'd know that her books were PG-13. I think it's a great idea to get different kinds of writers for the project, different styles and specialties. Bernie harumphed. I guess so. But you'd think they'd pay a little mind to who they involve. I mean, you and me. I can see that. We're multi-award winners. I'm sure Miranda has won plenty of her own. Bernie snorted. Not the kind that counts for anything in literary circles. Clay refrained from rolling his eyes as the little weasel pontificated on his many achievements. Bridges' newest non-ERP release was called On Writers and Writing, What's Wrong with Today's Fiction. Before that, he'd done one of his many ERP travesties, Bernard W. Earp and the Mystery of Spite Island, which was undoubtedly the reason he was here today. The ridiculous series had him regularly hitting the bestseller list, making him a hot commodity among readers who enjoyed having their history polluted. As an admirer of the real Earp clan, Clay found Bridges' arrogant intrusions particularly noxious. Aside from the insipid series, Bernie had done little in the last decade except write scathing reviews of other writers' work. But his nasty reputation and taste for cheerleaders was catching up with him. He'd recently been banned from FlugelCon despite his best-selling status. Got any new books on the proverbial horizon? Bernie's nose whistled. Mountain Man Murphy hit the New York Times list last month. I must have missed that. Bernie sounded peevish. Clay gazed at the lake for a long moment. He nearly told Bernie that the book had been holding steady at number 1 for over a month now, but decided against it. Instead, he smiled to himself. My next book is hitting in December, just in time for the holidays, Bernie said proudly. It's getting rave reviews. I've brought along some advanced copies. It's called Bernard W. Earp Wins the Alamo. Clay choked back a guffaw. My, your Earp must be some kind of fella to win the Alamo when he wouldn't be born for a dozen more years. Bernie's face took on the color of a bad Merlot. Anything is possible for Bernard Wyatt Earp. Anything. He regarded Clay with ratty little eyes. I haven't seen any new movies of yours lately. What was it, a decade ago, that you got that Best Screenplay Oscar? Hope you haven't lost your touch. Clay counted to 3, then in his most casual tone said, You haven't been looking too hard. Bones Among Friends is still in theaters, and it's up for Best Screenplay. Best Movie, too. Clay didn't care much for pissing contests, but sometimes you had to defend your honor. The tips of Bernie's ears reddened, and his eyes darted. Yeah, well, I guess some of us are just luckier than others. Clay remained silently polite. Why, Odalina, let's say hello to Mr. Clay Cassidy, "Excuse me," Clay told them both. "I need to speak with the captain." Before Louisa could launch another word, he hurried to the cart, where Troy and Sam were stacking luggage. "Need a hand?" Troy looked surprised. "We've about got it, but thanks." Sam stepped up and offered his hand. "I enjoy your books, Mr. Cassidy. It's a real pleasure." "Thanks. Call me Clay." "Blessed I will." Sam nodded toward the loaded golf cart. "If you want to lift to the house, it'll be a tight squeeze, or we can come back for you." He nodded toward Miranda. "We already promised that lady a ride." No. I want to stretch my legs." Sam, who Clay bet was Troy's boss, smiled. "I don't blame you one bit." Troy spoke up. "You might want to know that Mr. Bridges and Miss Engels are going to head for the front door of the house." Clay nodded. "Much obliged. I believe I'd like to go a different route. And I'm guessing that young fella, Jeff Hastings, would appreciate a little mosey too." Sam chuckled. "Troy, grab Mr. Hastings, will you?" He turned back to Clay. "Follow that asphalt road at the north side of the house," he pointed. "It's a nice 5-minute walk. It'll bring you out at a pair of French doors toward the rear of the mansion, not far past the kitchen. I'll leave them unlocked." "Thank you kindly. Would you hand me my computer bag? It's the leather satchel on top." "Surely." Sam gave it to him, then nodded at the road as Jeff and Troy approached. "Just around that bend, you'll find a nice little bench if you'd like to take a few minutes of peace and quiet. No one will bother you. I'll pass by shortly so you can follow as you please." "We'll do that." Shouldering the bag, Clay nodded at Jeff, and they headed for the old blacktop. Sitting a spell and listening to the island sounds seemed like a great idea. Louisa Engel's spirit guide, Odalina, had told her not to try to talk to the obviously shy Clay Cassidy, and she should have listened. Mr. Cassidy had taken off with Mr. Hastings, and now she was stuck, standing next to Mr. Bernard Bridges, and she'd had more than enough of his know-it-all mouth on the way out here. He was bad for her mental health, with an aura the muddied color of an old bruise. He positively radiated negativity. "Well, Odalina," she muttered to her spirit guide, "this isn't any fun at all." "What?" asked the stocky little man walking beside her. "I wasn't speaking to you, Mr. Bridges." "Professor Bridges," he corrected. If anyone had told her Professor Bridges would be here, Louisa might have passed on this opportunity. Well, that wasn't exactly true. For years, she'd been dying to commune with the spirits of Manchester House, and probably nothing but an angry band of angels could keep her away. Still, it would have been nice to know that she was going to be forced to share her space with the likes of that little troll. Levon should have warned her, but her editor had claimed to only know about a couple of women. She couldn't recall their names. Plus, Mr. Cassidy and Mr. Dalrymple. She sniffed. Nathan Dalrymple, the new Agatha Christie. Louisa couldn't stomach him. She'd read a magazine article about Mr. Dalrymple, and featured therein, just as proud as you please, was a photo of him with his little black Scotty confined to a leash. A leash! Nature meant for all of her creatures to run free, and Louisa decided then and there that she wouldn't speak to Mr. Dalrymple any more often than she would speak to Mr. Professor Bridges. "Hang on to your wimple," she murmured. "We'll get through this." Odalina, who'd been a cloistered nun in her past life, often needed such soothing. Chapter 8. The Guest Rooms. Nathan's room reminded him of the Gothic bedrooms in The Haunting of Hill House. The tall southerly windows revealed treetops, a glimpse of the lake, and bits of deep blue sky rapidly disappearing behind masses of gray-bottomed thunderheads. He smiled at the thought of the coming storm, imagining telling ghost stories as the wind howled, while tree branches scratched at the windows, and rain curtained the old mansion. It was pure, Gothic delight. When a breeze made the wind chimes dance, he unlatched a window and cranked it open. Leaning out, he touched the chimes, halting their song. It was a small set of tarnished bronze metal tubes, the longest perhaps a foot, and their music, though not deep, was melodic. He let go as a zephyr caressed his face with icy fingers. The chimes played once again. He heard others, further off, and leaning out, spied additional sets hanging by other windows. So many. When he'd canoed to the island, there were wind chimes too. They'd spooked him, and he felt a nostalgic shiver at the memory. The place had first been festooned with wind chimes by Ruthia Manchester, and according to his research, they'd been here ever since. The wind chimes, and all of the Manchester's other eccentricities, fascinated him. He turned, leaving the window open to enjoy the fresh water-scented air that made the ivory shears edging heavy wine-colored drapes billow like ghosts. They smelled vaguely of mothballs. With the drapes closed, the room would be filled with night, even at noon. The thought tap-danced up Nathan's spine, filling him with delicious anticipation as he explored the room, hoping there were ghost stories tied to it. The legs of the massive four-poster bed looked like clawed, bestial feet. The bed, like the rest of the furnishings, was dark walnut to match the paneled walls, and if not for the worn burgundy bedspread with traces of gold stitching meant to highlight the leafy patterns, it would have disappeared into the walls. His computer case rested on a writing desk near a window, and across the room was a fireplace, complete with a basket of wood and mashes. A tall wardrobe stood near it, looking more like a big coffin than a closet. Directly across from the bed squatted an imposing dresser with a framed mirror running its length. Nathan smiled. How many Bloody Marys could appear in that at once? Despite the scent of furniture polish and the hint of mothballs, his nose, ever twitchy, picked up the presence of dust. He thought Holly was right about the dwindling Manchester fortune, and the thought of Agnes Manchester rattling around in this dusty old mansion all these years put him in mind of Miss Havisham. Ideas were everywhere. Smiling to himself, he thought this room could inspire his next Liam Willoughby novel all by itself. He'd already warned his editor that Willoughby would be dealing with ghosts as well as criminals next time. Nathan admired the oriental rug beneath his feet. It was obviously old and well used by both humans and moths. It had character. He crossed the room to study the peculiar elderly wallpaper. It was sepia-toned and covered with pine cones that seemed to be staring at him. He looked more closely, and the illusion faded. Good thing, he thought. He'd never considered pine cones evil before. He moved to a pair of paintings hanging beside a closed door. One depicted a cherubic nude woman offering an apple to an equally naked man kneeling at her feet. His eyes were on fire, literally, and his long tongue was that of a snake. He flicked it over her cleft, which perhaps explained her ecstatic expression. Behind them was a forest. Nathan peered at the artist's signature. ESM. A Manchester, he thought, noting dust on the edge of the frame. Beside this painting was a similar one, but here the same model wore a nest of snakes as a crown. She was biting into a red apple as one of the serpents trailed its long body between her breasts and down her abdomen until its head disappeared into her nether regions. The same forest backed the image, and he wondered if the real setting was nearby. Probably. Something about the forest disturbed him, and he finally realized that he was looking at what appeared to be several pale faces, peering out from among the branches and leaves. Looking closer, he expected the illusion to fade, but it remained. He wondered if his mind was supplying the faces. Once the brain composed a face out of mere suggestion, it was difficult to ignore. Pareidolia were hardwired into mammals. Resolving to find out who the artist was, he opened the door beside the painting. The bathroom, of course. He stepped inside and jumped when the door shut itself firmly behind him. Then he smiled. Doors in his own home were often inclined to open and close by themselves. It was probably the builder's fault, but he liked to blame Seamus, his sea captain ghost, because that made for a far more interesting tale. He turned his attention back to the lavatory. The room was tiled in vintage blue and white. The old-fashioned toilet had a high wooden tank and pull chain. It was polished, but he'd lay odds that the top of the tank sported an inch of dust. He could smell it. The tub was deep and claw-footed, the porcelain thin and gray from years of scrubbing. It had a new curtain, rather cheap, and blessedly, a handheld showerhead was attached to the wall. It looked as new as the curtain. A white pedestal sink, as old as the tub, rested beneath a mirror that needed reglazing. The towel racks were empty, as was the toilet paper holder. When the bathroom door opened unexpectedly, Nathan whirled. An older woman carrying a small stack of towels looked him up and down with critical eyes the color of weak tea. She wore a gray skirt and jacket, and on her feet were a pair of brand-new white walking shoes with thick rubber soles and gray laces that matched her suit. They looked incredibly comfortable, and made Nathan regret that he forgot to bring his own walking shoes. He glanced at his Italian loafers, then back up to the woman's face. Graying strands of mouse-brown hair were trying to escape her bun. Nathan thought she looked harried. "Hello." He tried to smile. "I like your shoes." She grunted. "Sorry, I didn't realize you were in here. My maids were occupied, so I brought them myself." Thrusting the towels at him, she nodded at a cabinet near the sink. "You'll find toilet paper in there." "Thank you. I'm Nathan Dalrymple." "Valda Belvedere. I'm Miss Agnes's personal assistant." She had a low, oddly melodious voice. There was something about her that put him on alert, but he didn't know quite what. "It's a pleasure, Velda." She narrowed her disturbingly pale eyes, looking past him, taking in the room as if searching for evidence of a crime before refocusing on him. "I'll leave you to your business now. Good day." The floorboards creaked as she crossed the bedroom. How Nathan hadn't heard her approach baffled him. He stared after her until the bathroom door swung shut in his face. He felt as if he'd just been visited by a ghost, a very curious ghost. "Mrs. Danvers has nothing on you, Miss Belvedere." Holly Tremaine, having caught a glimpse of Nathan's oppressively dark room, was pleasantly surprised by her own. It reflected none of the horrors that had been attached to Manchester House by popular culture. It was lovely. The four-poster bed was large and heavy-limbed like Nathan's, but the oak was stained a refreshingly light golden red that matched the room's wainscoting. The bedspread was a somewhat faded tapestry of green leaves, occasionally relieved by pink and peach cabbage roses, that matched the pattern of the elderly but attractive wallpaper. The rest of the furniture was the same well-polished oak as the bed. The room smelled of lemon pledge, but behind it she caught the faintest whiff of mildew. Vases of delicate pink roses sat at either end of the dresser, and a charming porcelain figurine of a Victorian woman took center stage. She was alabaster white with pink cheeks and light brown hair, and her gown was hand-painted with tiny peach and pink roses that matched those embossed on the front of the white ceramic mantel over the fireplace. Holly studied her. "You're way too valuable to sit there, my dear. I'm afraid I'll knock you over." She shook her head, remembering the many antique pieces she'd accidentally broken in her grandmother's museum-like penthouse over the years. Carefully, she picked up the figurine and placed it in one of the bottom dresser drawers. "You'll be safe from me there." Holly crossed to her suitcase on the bench at the foot of the bed, but paused, drawn to the view. On either side of a pair of French doors were tall windows negligéed in ivory sheers and bordered by sun-faded green velvet drapes that smelled vaguely dusty. Holly opened the glass doors and stepped out onto a balcony perhaps 4 feet deep and 6 feet long. Crystal wind chimes hung at either end, the light outer crystals tinkling gently in the breeze, while the heavy central ones barely stirred. They looked like it would take a gale to rouse them. Several crystals were missing. They'd been hanging there a long time. Holly leaned against the wrought iron railing and looked east. Nothing but forest, then west. Between the trees, Snapdragon Lake sparkled in what was left of the late afternoon sun. As for the house, its smooth rose-tinted stone lines went on and on. Myriad wind chimes hanging from the eaves as far as she could see. Holly found them charming. The only disturbing thing was their sheer number. On her previous visit, Agnes had explained that they had been regularly replaced, tended, and restrung throughout the years. Agnes said that Ruthia hung them because their music calmed and soothed the spirits that wandered the island. Holly sensed that behind her reserve, Agnes was every bit the true believer that Ruthia had been. Holly herself had not seen a single ghost on that short visit, and she had yet to see one today. That surprised her, considering the house's reputation. She walked back inside, closed the doors against the chill breeze, and carried her toiletry bag into the bathroom. It was lovely, done in peach-colored tile, trimmed with hand-painted roses that matched those ornamenting the fireplace. Grout was missing here and there were more than a few cracked tiles. A thin streak of dried muddy dirt ran along one edge of the floor. The cleaning had been rushed. Holly set the toiletry bag on the edge of the broad porcelain sink and ran a comb through her short hair. Her bright blue eyes were speckled with gold and looked the same as they always had. But her face was no longer young, her hair silver instead of honeyed, as it had been when she was a girl growing up in Brimstone, Arizona. There certainly were plenty of ghosts there. She set the comb down and smiled at her reflection. Not so bad for an old lady. Something moved at the corner of her eye. Startled, she turned to see who might be visiting. Then she felt cool air kiss her face and heard the crystal sing. Smiling, she crossed to the open French doors and latched them, this time securely. After leaving Nathan and Holly at their rooms, Sam Harris had led Paige further down the hall to an alcove where her luggage waited. He picked up her suitcase and tote, while Paige grabbed her computer bag. She knew Holly and Nathan's luggage was already in their rooms and wondered why hers wasn't. She smiled up at Sam. "Does this mean I get to choose my own room?" He smiled back apologetically. "You were supposed to have the Marie Antoinette room, but we had a leak in the roof that was evidently overlooked by the repairmen. There was rain last night, and some of the ceiling ended up on the bed this afternoon. Miss Agnes asked me to put you in another room for the night. I'm sorry." Paige grinned. "Don't be sorry. I love an adventure. The Marie Antoinette room sounds awfully stuffy anyway." Sam's brown eyes sparkled as he laughed. "Well, bless it. I suppose it was stuffy. Not anymore, though." She laughed as well. "So where are we headed?" "Well, Miss Agnes suggested I take you to the north side of the house and give you one of the maids' rooms. They're very nice." "What will the maids do?" "They'll share a room." "I don't want to do that to them. I really don't. And I'd like to stay on this side of the house with the other riders." She looked up and down the long hall. "Would that be possible? There must be other rooms." He considered. "Well, there's one, but I doubt you'd want it. It doesn't have a fireplace or its own bathroom, and it's normally kept locked." "Why's that?" "It has a reputation." He studied her. "I'd have to get permission, and I'm not sure Miss Agnes would give it. It's really not suitable. Why not? I don't need a bathroom or a fireplace. What's its reputation? It's an odd room. It's the old nanny's quarters, and I just don't know. I've heard Agnes say it's haunted. That's probably why it's kept locked. It's big, and it's attached to a nursery that is truly off-limits. I've never even seen inside it. I can't say I want to. Why? My guess is that it's even more haunted than the nanny's room. Agnes is a great believer in ghosts, you know. He paused. There's only one entrance to the nursery, and it's through a peculiar door in the nanny's quarters. It's always locked. Always. Even if we consider this, you have to promise me you'll stay away from it. He lowered his voice to a whisper. I think Agnes is afraid of it. A tiny smile. And that's really saying something. I promise. She hesitated, then said conspiratorially, Maybe it was little Damien's nursery. Sam chuckled, but it sounded hollow. I wouldn't be surprised. Paige's grin grew. Now you have to show me the room. Like I said, I live for adventure. He considered. All right, I'll show you. It's 2 doors down near the end of the hall. Arriving at the door, Sam fished a set of keys from his pocket. One of these should work. He glanced left and right, making sure no one was looking. He chose an old-fashioned skeleton key. This would work on most of these rooms, but not this one. This knob is modern. He grinned. Why, I'd imagine it dates back to the 1950s. He went to work, and after trying several keys, said, Bingo. They stepped inside the shadowy room, and he pulled the door closed behind them without bothering to turn on the light. We really aren't supposed to be in here, are we? Paige whispered. She couldn't see much except dark hulks of nearby furniture and a slash of dim daylight way down toward the other end of the room. I think you're probably right. As he spoke, static crackled. He pulled a walkie-talkie from his pocket. Sam, I'm almost at the dock with a load of guests, and one of the ladies has more luggage than you'd believe. Can you give me a hand? Sure thing, Troy. We need to hurry it along. We have to put a tarp over a hole in the roof before it gets dark, before the rain. I'll explain later. He turned to Paige. I heard. Go ahead and do what you need to do. I'm fine here. She meant it even though she hadn't even seen the room yet. In fact, I'm good for the night if you get too busy. I don't know about that. Miss Agnes, she doesn't need to know. Paige made a lip-zip gesture and saw Sam smile despite the shadows. Okay, I'll leave you here for now, but I'll be back to check with you. And if you still want to stay, I'll bring space heaters and blankets, whatever you need. Deal? Deal. It'll be our secret. Miss Agnes will not fire you for this. He chuckled. I don't really work for her. I just help her out now and then, but that's also our secret. Thank you, Sam. She rubbed her arms. I look forward to those space heaters. He spoke softly as he slipped the key from the ring and handed it to her. Mum's the word, and we'll find you something more suitable tomorrow, okay? If we need to. Thanks, Sam. I'll see you soon. He chuckled in the twilight and flipped on a light switch near the door. I'll be back in a jiffy, maybe 2. As soon as Sam left, Paige turned and really took in the room. She'd minted about liking surprises, and she thought that a haunted room would be right up her alley. Wow, she murmured. Wow. The room was weirder than she'd expected, but it was fine. She set her suitcase down on the narrow bed, then placed her computer and tote bags on a dresser, thinking that Manchester nannies had been given a no-frills place to live. Turning, the first thing that caught her eye was the sheer length of the room. Except for the bed and dresser and wardrobe, all clumped together at this end, near the door, the room was completely empty and probably 40 feet long. At the other end were 2 doors. One was simple, but the other looked big and heavy. Damien's room might not be too far off. The room got chillier as she walked to the other end. The plain door wasn't latched. It didn't have a knob. She pulled it open to reveal a non-functioning bathroom that contained part of a toilet and a broken sink without faucets. She came out and looked at the heavy door. It was covered with ornate carvings, and she didn't go near it, mostly because she'd promised Sam, but also because this end of the room was absolutely freezing. Instead, she returned to her suitcase and pulled out fresh clothes, black trousers, and a matching cowl-necked sweater. She started to unbutton her blouse, then glanced at the door at the other end of the room again. She knew it was stupid, but she felt like she was being watched. Taking the clothes, she snatched up her toiletry bag and headed for the well-appointed bathroom down the hall. Finding it supplied with fluffy towels, she showered and changed, and when she returned to her very peculiar room, she felt a lot better about it. It was huge, bigger than her entire apartment back in Devilswood. The way the furnishings were grouped together at one end fooled you into thinking it was cozy, until you turned around and looked across the vast empty space toward the other end of the room. The whole thing was big, chilly, and bizarre. Except for the broken bathroom and weird heavy nursery room door set into the far end, there was only one window in the entire room, and it was covered with interior shutters that were dark and heavy. She sighed. The creamy white walls seemed freshly painted, but the ceiling's pale blue finish looked old and tired. She turned away, disturbed by the vast emptiness, again feeling like she was being watched, even though she knew that was ridiculous. The furnished end of the room wasn't bad. Near the bed was a 4-foot-wide bookcase built into the wall. It sorely needed a few books on its empty shelves. The small wardrobe and dresser, as well as a simple twin bed, were pale beechwood, and the bed quilt was a faded patchwork of yellow, white, and blue that matched a cheerful but dusty painting of daisies in a summery field. It almost looked like a window, and she was suddenly sure that had been the intention. Despite its size, the room smelled stale, and there was a subtle hint of urine in the air. She walked to the window, intending to open it, but found that the dark interior shutters were locked tight. Boy, this place is the pits. Briefly, she considered exploring the house, but Sam would be back before long, and she really wanted to talk to him, so she pulled a book titled Legends of Spite House from her tote and made herself comfortable in a worn easy chair by the bed. Chapter 9. Memento Mori. When Sam pulled the golf cart up to the glass doors just beyond the kitchen, he hopped down and pushed a hotel luggage trolley over before he saw that Miranda Beaumont was still in the passenger seat. She caught his eye, and he realized what she expected. He passed the trolley to Troy, then went to help the romance writer off the cart. She made no pleasantries, but simply walked to the French doors and waited again. She smelled of gin. Dutifully, he opened a door for her. Once inside, she looked around, made a face, and said, "Take me to my room." This way. Her room, like the others' rooms, was on the second floor. It had once belonged to Ruthia Manchester, and it was one that had needed little work beyond fresh paint, dusting, and an airing out to make it ready because Ruthia's room was something of a shrine to Agnes. Conveniently for Sam, it was right next door to the nanny's room, where Paige was waiting for him. Miranda sighed and sank down into an uncomfortable Victorian chair and kicked off her boots. The threadbare upholstery was an atrocious olive green brocade, and the wooden frame was covered with ornate carvings. The room smelled of furniture polish, but she saw traces of dust in some of the crevices on the chair arms. She sighed again, her fingertips tracing the smooth line of beaded upholstery tacks and corrugated peaks and valleys in the wood. The formation of the designs was unusual and very intricate. She looked up, feeling eyes on her, but no one was there. The dark cherry four-poster bed had a very regal look, with its embroidered gold and green satin comforter, even if the material was fraying in places. The white marble fireplace was simple yet elegant. Pale green vases of white roses stood at each end of the mantel, and serene landscapes featuring ponds and lilies and rivers and forests tastefully decorated 3 walls. The 4th wall had 4 windows, each sheathed with pale gold shears and edged with open gold drapes. She didn't bother to look out. There was a knock on the door, and when she opened it, she found her luggage piled in the hall. A tall blonde maid was pushing a cart away. "You?" Miranda called. The maid looked back, her expression insolent. "Me?" "Yes, you. Aren't you going to bring my luggage in?" "I'm sorry, but I can't. I have to get back to my other duties. You can go downstairs and ask someone else for help if your things are too heavy for you." With that, the snotty maid turned and started pushing again. Bitch. This didn't bode well for the coming stay. Miranda broke a nail lugging in her bags, then hung her shirts and jackets, pants and skirts in the armoire, and placed the rest of her clothing in the roomy dresser. After that, she carried her toiletry bag to the bathroom. Now this is more like it. Large and luxurious, the floor was crafted of marble tiles with just the proper amount of gold and black striations running through them, and the clawfoot tub was deep. She wished it was more modern and had jets, but at least a shower head had been installed. The curtain was plain, white, and cheap, but the white towels stacked on the marble pedestal beside the tub were thick and fluffy. The toilet had gold handles and a fluffy rug for her feet. A sleek ebony cabinet held 2 golden metal sinks, and the matching medicine cabinet had 3 aging mirrors across it. One was a magnifier. Miranda smiled. It would be easy to apply makeup. The cabinets were bookmarked with gold towel racks holding more white towels. Something clanged outside the opaque window. Irritated, she opened it and found a crystalline set of wind chimes. Reaching for it, she only managed to make it sway more. It tinkled a jeer at her. Damn it! She swiped at it again, and this time managed to grab hold of a handful of smooth glass tubes. She yanked, trying to bring it closer, but the contraption pulled off its hook. Startled, Miranda let go and watched as the whole mess fell, glass shattering on red bricks and the cobblestone walk below. She stared at it for the briefest of moments, then shut and locked the window. Good riddance. When she returned to the old chair by the fireplace, she noticed what the carvings in the wood frame's back actually depicted. Babies, or more accurately, fetuses, their necks and limbs tangled in a snarl of vine-like umbilical cords. Some sucked their tiny thumbs, others looked terrified and terrifying, their hollowed-out eyes wide, their mouths open in silent cries. "My God," Miranda whispered. "What kind of sick bastard carved this thing?" She crouched, running her finger along the labyrinthine pattern, tracing the umbilical cords to their source. The artist had gone to great lengths, even giving gender to the fetuses. All were girls. Miranda broke out in a cold sweat. The carvings were impressive in their detail, and appalling. Her fingertip followed the line of one of the cords, and she realized that all of them led to, or rather from, the same place, the frame beneath the cushion. The broad swooping seat rail had been meticulously patterned to form a gaping vagina. Peeking out from between the labia, a carven face grinned back at her. No wonder she felt like she was being watched. It was a horrible face, with a pointed, jutting chin and round black holes for eyes. But it was the clownish mouth that held Miranda's attention. It was from this that the corded fetuses snaked out across the railing and up the arms to cluster at the top of the chair. Miranda drew back, but couldn't tear her eyes from the revolting display. Even the chair legs weren't spared the terrible designs. I sat in this thing. It made her feel unclean. Rising, she looked around the rest of the room, expecting more disgusting surprises. She saw none, but then again, the chair had looked normal at first glance too. She realized she was trembling. What the hell is wrong with this house? She jumped as another set of wind chimes began clanging in angry discord outside. I'm going to have my editor's head for talking me into this. When Sam Harris returned, Paige was relieved. Despite the size of the room, she was feeling oddly claustrophobic. Am I glad you're back? Did you cover the roof already? Sam smiled. We did, thanks for asking. Sounds dangerous. I'm glad you're done. She paused. This room is so stale. Could you unlock the windows so I can get some fresh air in here? An odd look passed over his face. I'm sorry, I don't have a key. It's been locked so long that I doubt anyone does. He flicked a second switch beside the door. This ceiling fan ought to help a little, and I promise you we'll get you into another room soon. I was wondering, what exactly happened with the roof? Was anyone hurt? Sam shook his head. The man patching the roof put his leg through it. I'm told he's fine, just a little shaken, that's all. That's good. She nodded toward Legends of Spite House. I did a little reading on the history of this house. I'm not sure that book is very reliable, but it sounds like there's been a lot of death here, on this island. Sam nodded. There are lots of rumors dating back centuries. The early ones concern only the island, but when the Manchester started building, the stories grew to include the house. He paused. I'm being morbid, and Miss Agnes would have my hide if she heard me talking like that. But you said you don't really work for her. I don't, but upsetting her isn't my intention. I just help out now and again. I own a hardware store in Snapdragon. You're a very kind man. She seems difficult. He grinned. Well, yes. Some years ago, she gave me that runabout I brought you folks out here on in exchange for working on her house. I owe her a little something for that, or at least I did. He paused. Old habits. I can't leave her in the lurch now. I understand. You're very kind. Sam looked embarrassed. Do you think you'll be okay in this room for one night if I bring up those heaters and some blankets? Of course. I really should run it past Miss Agnes, but she can be unpredictable. I promise you that we'll fix you up tomorrow at the latest. I think I can survive as long as there's a space heater. I've slept in worse. Paige smiled. So tell me about that fancy nursery door and why it's locked. All I know is that this room we're in now was the nanny's, and the big open area held beds for older kids who might be sick, plus a classroom and play area. Beyond that door was where the babies stayed. That's a long way from the nanny, Paige said. Sam scratched his chin. It is. There are stories that some of the Manchester children weren't quite, well, normal. That's why the windows were removed. To keep them safe. At least that's how I understand it. To be honest, I never really paid much attention to the old stories. He whistled low. Some of the ones you hear in town are outrageous. I'm going to have to catch up on all the stories, Paige said. Yes, but wait until we get you into a nicer room, or they might give you nightmares. She glanced around. I think you're right about that. So, Sam, may I ask you a question? What? What do you think of this house? I don't know an awful lot about it. In fact, I've barely ever been upstairs except to fix the plumbing. She smiled. You're avoiding my question. What do you think of this house? Well, to be honest, I try not to think about it too much. I felt like I'm being watched ever since I walked in the front door, Paige told him. He regarded her solemnly. I always feel that way here. Don't let it worry you. This house is prey to optical illusions. It always feels to me like shadows are moving around on their own. It's nonsense, but I noticed. Is that what it is? I think so. Sam smiled. Best to ignore it. I'll be back with the heater shortly. With the tip of an invisible hat, Sam left. Alone, Paige crossed to the window. The heavy dark shutters were thick with dust and let in no light, no breeze, but she thought she could hear wind chimes outside. Approaching the heavy nursery door, she ran her fingers over the odd carvings and wondered what Sam had meant about the Manchester children being unusual. She tried the knob again and was suddenly glad it was locked, especially when she thought she heard a scratching noise on the other side. Rats, she thought. With a shiver, she returned to the cozy side of the room. Louisa swung her hemp tote to the floor and folded the bedspread back so that she didn't have to look at the unnatural colors. If there was one thing Louisa, not to mention Odalina, couldn't abide, it was dyes. Even if the bedspread pretended to be the exact shade of purple-red blackout lilies, it was still a man-made dye. A deadly, cancer-causing, man-made dye. She ran her hand over the pale green blanket and could tell it was too old to be crafted from synthetic fibers. Good. She hoped the sheets would be nice too, since she'd requested 100% cotton. Synthetic materials gave her hives, and if they touched her feminine area, what happened down there was unspeakable. Thank heaven for organic hemp undies. In a place as secluded as Manchester House, her allergies to man-made products could be deadly. Instinctively, she touched the outer pocket of her tote to feel the comforting outlines of her cache of EpiPens. The rest of the room was like an old amusement park. There were half a dozen full-size carousel animals riding floor-to-ceiling poles. Smiling, she approached a beautiful white horse with a bejeweled bridle and saddle waiting near one of the windows. With one touch, she knew what remained of his once magnificent tail was real horsehair. "He's lovely, isn't he, Odalina?" Louisa felt her spirit guide's approval. "And what, pray tell, is your name, mighty steed?" She stroked the ivory mane, then leaned toward the muzzle and listened. "I see. That's a lovely name, Sir Prancelot. Am I supposed to sit on you and gaze out the window whilst I dream of my one true love?" She smiled dreamily, thinking of Troy Bower, Captain Bower, he who had ferried her out to this magical island. She thought about his mighty vessel and sighed. When she'd called him captain, as he helped her off the boat, he explained that he was really a lowly handyman, but she didn't care. He was as handsome as any knight in shining armor. "I wonder if he's a vegetarian. He might be my one true love. What do you think, Odalina?" Odalina remained silent, but Louisa could sense her jealousy. It wasn't surprising for a woman who'd spent her life in the cloisters. She gave the white stallion another pat, then crossed to a slightly chipped black horse not far from a hive-shaped pink fireplace that looked like it belonged in the witch's house in Hansel and Gretel. The steed's head was thrown back, his mouth open in a mighty whinny. His eyes seemed human as he watched her. His ornate saddle was silver and his eyes flaking gold. "You must belong to the Black Knight. Your name is Fury. I just know it." She approached the rest in turn, a palomino, a hare, a tiger, and a rooster, naming them Mr. Ed, Briar, Tony, and Mr. Kellogg. She loved the room. Its dingy white background was painted with huge bunches of multicolored balloons, still fairly bright despite their obvious age. She felt like she could grab a bunch and fly away to Never Never Land if she wanted. With a happy sigh, she unzipped her suitcase and slipped her hand under the neatly folded undies and pulled out her framed photo of Mr. Leonardo DiCaprio. She kissed one of his dimples before carefully placing the photo on the nightstand and murmuring, "We'll have sweet dreams together, won't we, Sir Leo?" Next, she opened the bathroom door and gasped. The large room was set up to look like a carnival midway, complete with all kinds of circus posters. The walls and floors were white with small pink, green, and blue tiles in circular patterns. Balloons! And the trim on the sink, toilet, and tub was lemon yellow, like her grandma's house used to have. Mirrors studded the walls. Not just mirrors, she realized, but funhouse mirrors. One made her tall and slender, another made her small and squat, like Happy or Sneezy. But the mirror in the medicine cabinet was normal, at least at first glance. Looking into it, she smoothed her mane of curly ginger hair, then jumped when she spotted a mime pointing at her from behind. She whirled before realizing he wasn't real. He was painted on the wall, and not very obvious until you looked in the mirror. Louisa went to the white-faced figure and tapped his nose. "Boop! Do you think you're going to watch me bathe? Better think again." She stared at him. "What's your name?" She waited a beat, but no answer came. "Of course, you can't answer. You're a mime. I think I've heard of you. Yes, I have." She rubbed her chin, taking in his nearly expressionless face that stared at her from beneath a black beret and above a black and white striped shirt with a red heart embroidered over the left breast. She took in his large white-gloved hands. "I remember who you are. I heard about you on Phantom Blasters. You're Mr. Fingers, and you haunt this house. Hello, Mr. Fingers." She blew him a kiss. "I thought mimes were skinny, but you have nice, broad shoulders. And I bet there's a six-pack under there." She giggled and blushed as she touched the red heart. "Mr. Fingers, that's a funny name." She could have sworn his tiny black heart-shaped lips smiled just a little. She booped him again, then left her room in search of the kitchen to talk to the chef about her dietary needs. Jeff Hastings looked around his assigned room. It was blue. Blue from the satiny bedspread on the cherrywood sleigh bed to the almost matching tapestries on the lighter blue walls. Talk about a lousy eye. His inner artist cringed at the slight discrepancies in the blues. The spread held a faint hint of red, whereas the tapestries contained a whiff of green. The blue walls seemed yellowed, but that might have been age. The room smelled strongly of wood polish, inactivity, and dust. Against one wall stood a large dark wardrobe topped by a midnight blue vase that held a bouquet of drooping white roses. And at either side of the bed, nightstands held similar vases and flowers. On the south wall, flanked by very faded blue shears, was a window with a high arch that displayed an ornate blue stained glass cross worked into the top. A ray of sun hit the cross at an angle that made its dark shadow loom large on the opposite wall. Creepy. Jeff averted his eyes. Everything was blue. Too blue. And he felt as if he'd stepped into one of the rooms in Poe's Masque of the Red Death. Shadows hung like silent guards on either side of the cavernous fireplace. And Jeff hit the light switch, relieved as an overhead fixture blazed, chasing away the shifting shadows. He felt displaced. Despite the initial brightness the overheads brought, the room grew dark again as its unrelenting blueness leached away the light. In need of relief, Jeff entered the bathroom. Stepping into the stark, Cloroxed whiteness of the room, he had a brief sense of free fall. All of the fixtures, the faucets, the towel racks, the clawed feet of the tub, and even the toilet handle were brass. But otherwise the room was so white that if there hadn't been a lot of grout missing, he wouldn't have been able to see where the floors and walls met. Hell, he could barely discern the height of the ceiling or where the corners were. He may as well have been staring into a void. Jeff was grateful for all the worn spots on the tile floor, concentrating on them to further dispel the free-fall feeling. He positioned himself in front of the toilet, but for a long moment couldn't go. He felt like he was being watched, but that was ridiculous. He tried to dismiss the thought with a grin, but his smile felt unnatural. At last, Jeff relaxed enough. Blowing out a breath, he looked up, and that's when he saw it. It was the only adornment in the entire room, and it was horrifying. Right in front of him was an age-yellowed portrait of an eerie, wide-eyed baby in a white dress with ruffles at the collar and wrists. There was something unnatural about the child, and Jeff's bladder seized when he realized what it was. Its eyes weren't open at all, but painted upon the lids. Memento mori. Jeff forced his bladder to finish, his gaze desperately averted from the framed portrait. Then quickly, very quickly, he flushed and left the room. Chapter 10. Room Rage. "It's my back," Bernie Bridges called over his shoulder to the cute little maid muscling his bags up the stairs. "My doctor, Dr. Fortenbush, you must have heard of him, says I'm never to carry anything heavier than 10 pounds upstairs if I value my annulus and my nucleus pulposus. And make no mistake, young lady, I do." The sexy little brunette grunted like a good girl as she did her master's bidding. Beads of perspiration had formed on her brow, and Bernie wondered what they'd taste like. Nestled in his Speedos, Craig twitched to wakefulness at the thought. "I'm not terribly tall to begin with, and when those wear down, I could lose inches," he chuckled. "I wouldn't want to be short enough to catch little man syndrome. Too late." "What?" He stopped at the top of the stairs and glared down at the girl. "What did you say?" "I said turn right, sir." He blessed her with a beamer. "Indubitably. We wouldn't want to take the left-hand path now, would we?" Chuckling, he waited for her to catch up. She was awfully fragile-looking, not the sort he expected in this line of work. Not at all. Maids were usually beefy, strapping women with names like Consuela or Ivanka. "What's your name?" "Lila." "Lila what?" "Michello." "Michello? Where are your people from?" "Seattle." She adjusted the computer bag and eyed him as if she expected him to take one of the 3 bags. "Your room is just 2 doors down." "Excellent." He walked the distance, then waited for her to open the door. "It's not locked," she said. He nodded and continued waiting. "Have you seen any ghosts here?" With the softest of sighs, she set the big suitcase on the floor and turned the knob for him. He walked into the shadowed room and waited for her to bring in the luggage. "This place is filthy." His nose wrinkled as he tasted dust. "You'll need to clean it, young lady." She didn't acknowledge him. Rude little slut doesn't know her place. "Do not place my computer bag on the floor, young woman." "No, sir." She set it on the bed. "Where's the light switch? I can't see a cunting thing." He smiled when she gasped at his colorful language. "It's by the door," she said in a chill voice. "I'll flip it on my way out." Flip it? The girl was terribly vulgar for a servant. She crossed to the door, opened it, stepped out, then reached back in and hit the switch. After she shut the door, he turned around. Son of a motherfucking whore! The place looked like unicorns had decorated it. What the hell? The room was a teenage girl's honeymoon fantasy. The bed had a moth-eaten lavender canopy, and if that wasn't bad enough, the miserable thing held a couple ratty lace-trimmed pink pillows. No doubt lice-infested, Bernie muttered. The floor at the foot of the bed was covered with a worn bubblegum pink shag rug. It was an insult to his masculinity, No doubt old Agnes Manchester thought putting him in this girl-child's room was the funniest thing she'd ever done. The walls and furniture were painted pink too, old dirty pink, and a slender vase, also pink, held none too fresh pink roses. On the walls were portraits of grinning teddy bears in pastel t-shirts, unicorns rearing up in front of rainbows, and fluffy puppies in various stages of sleep and play. It was repulsive. This is unacceptable. On the pink rug at the foot of the bed was a, wait for it, pink toy box. Gingerly, he lifted the lid and peered inside. Nestled in broken toy dishes and tiny teacups were naked Barbie dolls, and more Raggedy Anns and Andys than you could kick in the cunt. He dropped the lid and peered around again. There was dust everywhere. Unacceptable! He almost tripped on a Winnie the Pooh sticking out from under the dresser as he went to open a window. He needed fresh air. Holy Jesus fuck! He cried as he pulled back dust-sodden pink curtains and saw bars on the single window. The fuck? The bars were on the outside, and he grabbed the crank and turned it. At least he could open the fucking window. Not that he had any intention of staying in this room. Furious, he turned on his heel and stalked out, slamming the door behind him. He would find satisfaction now. A door opened, and that damned Richie Rich cowboy, Clay Cassidy, stuck his head out. "What's up, Bernie? You look like you've got a bee in your bonnet." "You bet I do." Bernie pushed past Cassidy, barging into his room. He looked around, mouth gaping. "Jesus cunting Christ! Who'd you fuck to get this room?" Bernie took in the Western decor. "This should be mine. I'm Bernard W. Earp." The paneling and furniture in the room, twice as large as the pink disaster, were knotty pine, and the pictures on the wall were of the open range, of sunsets and horses silhouetted against prairie skies. The spread on the bed was a patchwork calico quilt, and there wasn't a goddamn canopy over it. And it smelled more like furniture polish in here than dust. As shitty as this room is, mine's worse. Why, I don't see a trace of shit about this room, Bernie. And my bathroom, it's a hoot. It has this big old deep tub that looks like aluminum, right down to the handles, but it's got a nice neck rest built right in. And the shower is about 6 by 6, with bars embedded in the glass to make it look like an Old West hooscow. "And I suppose the toilet looks like an outhouse?" Bernie sneered. "Sure does." Clay grinned, and his fake cowboy accent thickened with uncontained amusement. "Smells better, though. You want to take a gander?" Bernie fumed, his face hot with rage. This is a breach of contract, he thought. A betrayal. They'll be sorry when they find out what I'm really doing here. "Ugly as this room is," he said, "they made sure you'd like it. Cowboy Clay, right?" "I suppose so." Cassidy somehow managed to sound even more laconic. Bernie muttered, "Mine isn't fit for anyone but an asthmatic 7-year-old girl on her honeymoon, and that's debatable. It's an insult, that's what it is. They'll be sorry." Writing another tell-all, Cassidy nodded at someone in the hall. Turning, Bernie saw Agnes Manchester staring at them. She gave Bernie the stink eye. "The bedrooms were decorated by my forebearers," she said in her abrasive voice. "You should be honored, Mr. Bridges." "Professor," Bernie corrected. "And that's just fine and dandy, but my room is not acceptable." Old Lady Manchester's jaw flexed. "Unfortunately, Mr. Bridges, it's all we have, and frankly, I thought you, of all our guests, would appreciate it." "Me? Why would you think that?" The old bat's eyes never left his. "I thought you were fond of children, of little girls in particular." Cassidy chuckled. Bernie blustered. "What would give you an idea like that?" "Why, I suppose someone misinformed me." Her tone was cordial, but there was no smile on her lips or in her eyes. "I'm sure you know how easily misinformation is spread, Mr. Bridges. Professor, I believe you'll find inspiration in that room, in the bathroom in particular. Peggy Ann Manchester had the mental capacity of a young child, but her artistic ability was near genius. She was allowed to paint on her bathroom walls." "I don't care about her artistic abilities. The room won't do. It's filthy. It's the only room available, Mr. Bridges, and it's been cleaned. You'll have to make do." Clay chuckled. "Looks like you're stuck, Tenderfoot." Bernie whirled. "You stay out of this, Cassidy." Agnes remained serene. "The truth is, Mr. Bridges, I thought you'd enjoy staying in poor Peggy Ann's room since you so enjoy writing about my family and its tragedies. I hardly call a retarded girl a tragedy. Frankly, I'd call her inconsequential. And it's Professor Bridges." "Professor, trust me, you will enjoy Peggy Ann's room. There was more to her than meets the eye. Poor creature." She tisked. Bernie eyed her. "Your maids lied if they told you they cleaned the room. It's filthy. The linen's been washed, and the furniture dusted. I looked over the room myself, and it will more than do." She leveled her gaze on him. "However, if it remains unacceptable to you, Professor Bridges, I will have you taken back to Snapdragon Village this evening." Her voice dripped venom. "You may phone your publisher and inform them." At the mention of his publisher, Bernie tamped down his fury. He'd signed a contract. More importantly, there was money involved. He sighed. At least Agnes had called him Professor. It meant she was aware that she was talking to one of the most successful men in his field. He sniffed. "Well, I can't leave. Not only have I been paid to write for your project, but my other publisher is also paying me very well to write a daily piece on the goings-on here. And I'm a professional. I will not let my publishers down. But make no mistake, I shall report on the travesty of the room you've consigned me to." He paused, waiting for a response. He got none. "Also, I am expecting a very important phone call and several emails. I assume that Cassidy, here, was making a lame joke when he said you have no internet connection." Agnes gazed at him with lidded eyes. "Mr. Cassidy was quite serious. Didn't you read your contract?" Bernie gawped at her. "Well, that will go into my articles, too. I'll just have to use my phone as a hotspot." "You're welcome to try." Agnes barked a laugh. "But I'm afraid you'll find there's no cell service this far from town. I have no need of it." Bernie's vision swam, and his heart rate doubled. No doubt his blood pressure was out of control. "It will be your fault if I have a heart attack." The thought almost pleased him. She didn't twitch. "Indeed not. You signed a liability agreement." "Fuck." He composed himself. "So, you mean to tell me that I have to be taken into town every day to deliver my piece and get my email? And what about the phone call I'm expecting? You have a lot of nerve calling this a luxury retreat." "I don't believe we've ever called it that, Mr. Bridges." "Professor!" "Professor, if you'd read the introductory letter and your contract, you'd know that there is no cell service here, and that our intent during this retreat is to be entirely self-sufficient. My business manager, Mr. French, believes atmosphere is important for what you're here to achieve. So, Mr. Harris won't be going into town unless there's an emergency. But rest assured, you can call your work in on our landline." "Call it in? Seriously? What is this, 1960? She only stared at him with her buggy snake eyes. So Bernie stalked back to the ridiculous pink girly room, making a great show of slamming the door and not giving a flying fuck if it damaged the frame. He smiled. The resort would never get off the ground after he got done with his tell-all. Agnes Manchester watched Bridges slam his door. "There's no pleasing some people." Clay nodded. "He's madder than a bull with a boil on his behind. He'll get over it, or he'll be escorted off the island in the morning, if not sooner," Agnes declared. Clay grinned. "I'll bet you put him up in that frilly pink room just to get his goat. I know I would." She very nearly cracked a smile. "He said horrible things about my family in a recent article." "I saw that. He said horrible things about his fellow writers, too." Agnes huffed. "I dislike him intensely and sincerely wish the publisher hadn't invited him. But it was inevitable because of that dreadful book of his." She shook her head. "I can't believe anyone buys that trash." "Bernard W. Earp and the Mystery of Spide Island," Clay said grandly. "Shameless nonsense, I agree. Mr. Cassidy, I am very happy that you have accepted the invitation. I enjoy your books tremendously, and I hope you might sign my copies before your stay is over." "Clay, thank you kindly. I'd be glad to." She stared up at him, sizing him up. He seemed a good man. "Is this room to your liking?" "I love it. I especially like the bathroom. It's a hoot." "This room has a fascinating history," she told him. "Montrose Manchester had it done in this style for his son in 1921. Monty Jr. was a fan of early Western films. If you open the cabinet door on the east wall, you'll find a projector, screen, and movies." "Great," Clay paused. "So what's up with Bernie's room?" Agnes half smiled. "As I said, it belonged to Peggy Ann Manchester. She was born in 1953, and it's said she seemed to be a very sweet little girl. She loved pink and pastels, and dolls and ruffles, and all those things most girl children seem to favor. But it soon became apparent that something was wrong with her. Her mental capacity was that of a 7 or 8-year-old. It was very sad, really. She still loved her toys and dolls, but once she hit adolescence, she developed crushes on employees and hotel guests and became difficult to handle." "Why is it that I've never heard of her before?" "The family was embarrassed and kept everything quiet. They worried that she might attack the hotel guests, you see." Agnes paused. "As she matured, she became a bit of a wild child." Clay's eyebrows rose an inch. "That's too bad. What happened to her?" "A trust was set up, and she was sent to a facility equipped to see to her needs. A small tragedy." Agnes glanced at her watch. "I must confer with Mr. French. I will see you at dinner." She walked briskly down the hall, slowing only when she heard Cassidy's door close. As she passed the Marie Antoinette room, she paused and checked the door. Alfred had already installed a new lock. Good. Chapter 11. Bathroom Beauties. "Don't let Bernie Bridges rile you," Sam Harris counseled Lila Michello as they sat drinking coffee at one of the islands in the big, drafty kitchen. Down at the business end of the room, Chef Bobby Gordon was chopping vegetables and humming Wagner to himself. Bernie Bridges, Sam made a face. "Excuse me, Professor Bernie Bridges is so self-centered that he shits selfies. So for God's sake, Lila, call me if he tries to get you to do any more heavy lifting." He smiled warmly. He was godfather to Lila, who was the daughter of his oldest friend, gone but never forgotten. And when Jacob had died, Sam had taken over as protector, friend, or father, whatever Lila needed. Recently, she'd needed a job, so he'd seen to it that she had one. Lila had the air of a waif about her, a very pretty waif, and was sweeter than a box of Captain Crunch, even to Agnes Manchester and her assistant Velda, who wasn't too approachable either. Velda Bedvedere had taken a dislike to Lila on her very first day, no doubt because everyone else liked her. Old Sourpuss Velda was like a bulldog when it came to Agnes Manchester. Protective. Maybe a little bit in love, he thought. Velda had proceeded to pile so much work on poor Lila that Sam thought she'd quit. But to his delight, his goddaughter proved so tough under that sugar-frosted exterior that Velda's abuses just made her buckle down. Although Lila seemed shy, she never hesitated to look Velda right in the eye. Sam loved her even more for it. He glanced the chef's way, but Bobby wasn't paying a bit of attention. Good. Thanks for making up the bed for Paige Allen so quickly. I really appreciate it. You're welcome. I only had to add sheets and blankets. The spread was already there. That's a weird room, the way most of it is so empty. She wrinkled her nose. It kind of gives me the creeps. Me too. Feels funny. Smells funny. For sure. I felt like I was being watched. I'm surprised Miss Allen wants to stay there. Sam nodded. She says she likes an adventure. He glanced around. You know, I always feel like I'm being watched in this whole house. Yeah, no wonder they say it's haunted. Lila hesitated. Is any of the staff besides Velda really working for the old lady? No. French hired them all, and his company is footing the bill. Even Troy? She asked. I know he works for you in town. He does, but French is paying him. He has deep pockets. Can I ask you a personal question? Of course. You do a lot of work for Agnes. Why? She's so unpleasant. Lila gave him a waif smile. Oh, Sam said, I don't mind helping her out. She paid me pretty well back when she could afford to, but she's been hard up for a while now, and ferrying her or Velda to town just gives me an excuse to do a little fishing. He glanced around the old-fashioned kitchen. Of course, the repair work never ends in this house. He frowned at the stains on the ceiling that were already showing through the coat of paint that had been slapped on only 10 days prior by the questionable crew Alfred French had hired. I admit, I'm glad she's selling the place. Lately, it seems like I'm here more than at Harris Hardware. He shook his head. Good thing I've got great employees, though my best one, Troy, is stuck here too. At least French makes it worth his while. He paused. Covering that hole in the roof was no fun, I'll tell you that much. But he gave us each $500. Wow, sounds like payoff money, Lila said. Sam chuckled, but he thought she might be right. He hadn't seen the roofer who fell in, but French had told him he'd taken a tranquilizer and was sleeping. He was fine, French said, and not to give him another thought. French was taking him back to town himself tonight, since some last-minute business had come up that he needed to attend to. Well, I'm glad he's okay, and that you guys are too. Lila paused. When you're done with this island gig, if you need another employee, I'll be looking for work again. Sam smiled gently. You're tired of working with caterers? Sick of it. I'm not even sure I want my own catering business anymore. The food industry has lost its luster. Well, Beryl's retiring after Christmas, he told her. How do you feel about bookkeeping, payroll, that sort of thing? I took a few accounting courses in college. I feel pretty good about it. Excellent. The job is yours. Thank you, Sam. She gave him a beamer. About Troy, Sam smiled. She was a little sweet on the young man. What about him? Is he a plumber? He's actually got a degree in teaching, but started working for me because he needed more money. He's a quick study. He got the fountain in the koi pond working again without any real direction. He's good with electricity, too. He's a good kid. And he likes to fish. Sam grinned. Fishing? No wonder you like him so much. Another grin. That's how he started coming out here to help me with repairs in the first place. We always try to get in a little fishing." He paused. "I don't know if you've noticed, but old Agnes has taken a shine to him. I think she'd try to hire him away from me, if she could afford to." They both looked up as Greta Olson strutted in through the swinging aluminum doors and made a beeline for Chef Bobby. Again. Greta, a tall Nordic type with a set of dangerous curves and perfectly coiffed blonde curls that gave her a retro Betty Grable vibe, was the newest maid hired, coming on only a few days ago. "Body by Jessica Rabbit," Lila murmured. Sam nodded. They watched Greta accidentally buff Chef Bobby's arm with her high-strung breasts, not once or twice, but 3 times in less than 30 seconds. "She never does that to me," Sam said quietly. Lila poked him. "Maybe if you steal Bobby's hat." Sam chuckled. "How's your back feeling now?" "Better since the aspirin," Lila smiled. "So, are you sure Bernie Bridges is a writer, not an anvil salesman?" Sam laughed. "He's probably got bodies in those bags of his. I noticed the weight myself when I hoisted them on and off the boat. I don't know how you got them upstairs by yourself." Lila grinned. "Sheer willpower. You know, he's a real lecher." Sam's brows raised. "What did he do?" "His eyes crawled over every inch of my body. Believe me, I didn't let him within arm's length of me." "If he tries to touch you, you let me know." "What are you going to do, beat him up and send him home?" She grinned. "Why, I think maybe I'll have old Velda sit on his face until he suffocates." He smirked. "Shouldn't take long." Lila put her hand to her mouth to stop a cascade of giggles. "Sam!" He kept his face straight. "I call them as I see them." Her eyes twinkled as she nudged his arm. "You're awful. You know it." He looked at his hands, then back to Lila. "And do you know what I'd really like to see?" "What?" "I'd like to be a fly on the wall when Professor Bridges gets a look at his bathroom." Lila grinned. "You think he hasn't seen it yet?" "I don't rightly know, but, well, he hasn't come screaming to complain yet." Lila's eyes danced. "Maybe he'll like it." "Maybe he will at that. Oh, look, here comes Chef Bobby's favorite guest." He inclined his head toward the aluminum doors as a plump, frizzy-haired woman in granny glasses, jeans, and a flowy white peasant blouse entered, sighing loudly. "Who's she?" "That's Louisa Engels." "Why is she Bobby's favorite?" "She's a vegan." "A vegetarian?" "Oh, no, much pickier. No milk, no eggs, and from the looks of her luggage, shoes, and handbag, no leather." "What does she write?" "She does those cupcakes for the spirit books." "Oh, those." Lila watched the redhead toddle toward Chef Bobby and poke him several times in the back with a pudgy finger. He whirled, face red, then quickly composed himself. Crossing his arms, a grimace of a smile pasted on his lips as Greta managed to brush her boobs against his arm once more. Sam barely made out Louisa Engels' breathy voice. Bobby stood before her, saying nothing. Sam caught a few words: vegan sugar, organic margarine, tofu, then looked back to Lila. "Let's get out of here before Chef Bobby pops his cork." He glanced at his watch. "I have to make one more run into town to pick up a few more supplies tonight." Agnes Manchester's private suite took up the entire rear of the north side of the 2nd floor. Her windows gave her uninterrupted views of Ruthia's beautiful rose garden, the cemetery, meadows, and the woods. She gazed out, enjoying the music of the wind chimes as the breeze grew stronger. She refused to worry about what had happened in the Marie Antoinette room earlier. Alfred French had muscled the roofer's body into the hidden passage behind the wardrobe, had changed the door lock, and had paid Sam and Troy well to tarp the roof. Velda reported that all had gone according to Agnes's wishes. French might not have a strong back, but he had an incredibly strong sense of self-preservation. Where money was involved, Alfred was an immaculate performer. Agnes would think no more about it. She loved this house, this hungry house. When she first moved here as a young widow with a small child, Agnes had taken Ruthia's bedroom, the one she'd assigned to Miranda Beaumont, but it wasn't long before she'd had the workmen turn more than 2,000 square feet of the second floor into her own private suite, complete with bedrooms, baths, kitchen, dining room, parlor, and library. It had been the best way to keep her daughter safe and to maintain privacy. When she'd first arrived, the others still lived in the house. There was Wendell Manchester, who'd retired from his circus, and the problematic Peggy Ann. There were still a few servants, too, but they were quartered in the hotel, along with the resort's dwindling staff. When she'd arrived to take over the Manchester house, Peggy's older sister, Shirley Hill, had been missing for months. Before she disappeared, the young woman had begged her to come live here with them, but Agnes hadn't felt it a wise move. Maybe if she had heeded Shirley's pleas, things might have gone differently. But it's all water under the bridge. Agnes opened the window to inhale storm-scented air. She couldn't help feeling a little sorry about Shirley, who looked so much like Agnes that they could have been sisters. But the resemblance ended there. Shirley didn't understand Manchester House. She said it was haunted and even called it evil, but to Agnes, it was perfect. Shirley was right about it being haunted, of course. Agnes had only lived there a few days before she saw and spoke with the spirit of Ruthia. From that moment on, she knew she was home. Smiling as dark clouds gathered beyond the window, she looked forward to the coming storm. A few years had passed, and when Emily began to act strangely, claiming she was afraid of the house and its ghosts, Agnes sent her to boarding school and closed down the last rooms in the hotel. But she wasn't lonely out there on the island. She was never lonely. There was the spirit of Ruthia, as well as other ancestral ghosts to keep her company. At that time, she needed a new head housekeeper, and when she hired Velda Bedvedere, she gained an efficient and loyal employee, as well as a flesh-and-blood friend. Perhaps her first real friend. Agnes turned away from the window to survey the bookcases lining the walls. She and Velda had remained together throughout the years, and the lean times only drew them closer. When the time came to let the rest of the help go, Velda refused a paycheck and stayed on. She did what she could to keep the house up, and kept Agnes's rooms spotless all by herself. She cooked for her, and sometimes Agnes even did the cooking. They had become, she reflected, best friends who looked after one another. Velda, she had no doubt, would die for her. In fact, she didn't know what she'd do without her. Agnes picked one of Holly Tremaine's books off the shelf. Mystery House. She would ask her to sign it, just as she'd asked Clay Cassidy to sign his. She would ask them all. They would become valuable assets. Bernie Bridges stepped into his bathroom and stared at the walls. If Peggy Ann Manchester really had painted them herself, she wasn't bad. No genius like old Lady Manchester tried to claim, but definitely more talented than a normal child. Idly, he wondered why he'd never come across much of anything about the little retard and her artistic talents when he researched the history of the place for Bernard W. Earp and the Mystery of Spite Island. Every inch of the ceiling was covered with art. She thought she was fucking Michelangelo, he muttered, staring upward. She'd obviously copied the Sistine Chapel's Creation of Adam painting from an art book, and he had to admit it was pretty well done, especially for a retard, and a child at that. Most retarded kids couldn't even wipe their own asses. The mural covered the center of the ceiling. Above the toilet was a recreation of Goya's Saturn devouring his son. Bernie chuckled. The ceiling above the clawfoot bathtub featured one of Dante's circles of hell. "You were one twisted little chickie," he muttered with admiration. But it was the wall murals that were truly peculiar. She'd covered them with images of mimes. Correction, many images of one mime, probably. Who can tell those damned things apart? Mimes waving, holding balls, flowers, a puppy, a birthday cake, several with magic wands. Bernie approached an image that looked a little odd. The mime was holding a red ball that seemed slightly too bright. This has been added recently. He wondered what was originally in the mime's hand. He went from image to image, looking at other items the mime held, and soon realized that at least half had been doctored with new bright red balls. Very interesting. The mime's costume was typical. He wore a horizontally striped black and white shirt that had an apple-sized heart on one breast. The pants, leotards, were tight and black. Big feet in black ballet slippers, large hands in white gloves, a black beret on top of his head. The red heart on the shirt was the only color on him. His face was dead white, with a tiny black, pursed-looking mouth, and the typical little black diamonds painted above and below his eyes. He had thin, high eyebrows that conveyed surprise. The only really odd thing about the mime was his build. He looked like a cover boy, with the muscled legs of a dancer and the torso and arms of a football player. He wasn't your typical pansy waif. Bernie studied the images Peggy Ann Crazyhead had painted, and wondered if the fabled mime of Manchester House had ever been real, and if this muscle man was anything like him. Probably just Peggy Ann Crazyhead's fantasy man. As Bernie moved from painting to painting, the eyes seemed to follow him. It was fucking creepy. He hadn't paid much attention to the mime story attached to the place, because it was just too stupid. You were one twisted little cunt, Peggy Ann. Bernie suppressed a shiver. Chapter 12. Dinner is served. Leland Chen glanced at his boss. Chef Bobby, I think we're all set. From the shadows of the serving room, Bobby Gordon watched the guests settle at the round dining table and pay their respects to Agnes Manchester. There was no denying that she dominated the room with her regal bearing and arrogant air. Bobby then looked at the sideboards, groaning with pitchers of water, coffee, tea, and bottles of wine. Leland, do your duties as wine steward. Serve the Merlot. Leland nodded, put a towel over his arm, and strode forth, carrying the designated bottle. Bobby approved as he watched him pour. Leland could be counted on to do whatever was required. As Chen finished, Chef Bobby gave a sharp clap, and his servers, not proper at all, just Greta and Lila, looked up like a couple of dumb cows. Gordon nodded at them. Greta nodded back, evidently thinking he was just saying hello. The wild onion soup, he hissed. Serve my wild onion soup now. Bobby watched as the maids served and was amused to see the vegan with the frizzy, spoiled saffron hair put a hand over her soup bowl and question Lila about the ingredients. Lila told her the same thing he already had, that the soup was completely vegetarian, the onions organic, picked in Chef Bobby's own garden. Louisa removed her hand and allowed Lila to ladle. Bobby smiled. You couldn't get decent flavor in an onion soup without an excellent beef broth. Louisa would never know the difference. Nathan Dalrymple, refreshed after a hot shower and a nap, watched Louisa Engels eat her onion soup with a heartiness rarely seen in vegans. It was excellent soup, and while Nathan was no chef, he'd often been told he had an unusually discerning palate, and there was no denying it. He discerned beef. Smiling to himself, he sipped from his water goblet and looked at his fellow diners. Everyone except Bernie Bridges appeared to be enjoying the first course. Chop, chop, Bernie called to Leland Chen, waving his glass. The officious little prick was clearly more interested in wine than soup, and Nathan stifled a laugh when he realized it was ice cubes the man wanted. Amused, he watched as Leland used miniature tongs to drop miniature cubes into Bernie's expensive wine, then waited while the erstwhile professor tasted it, smacking his rubbery lips together like a duck sifting water. "That's more like it," Bernie announced with a misplaced sense of self-importance. Bernie wagged his finger at Leland, a young man who possessed an admirable ability to keep a straight face. "I don't care what the so-called wine connoisseurs tell you." Bridges cleared his throat. "They're a bunch of effete snobs. Wine should always be chilled and liberally laced with ice cubes." It was then that Bernie realized everyone was watching him. He raised his glass. "Surely you all agree?" Silence reigned supreme as guests refused to validate his pronouncement. But there was always one. "You're full of shit, Bernie," proclaimed Miranda Beaumont as she drained her wineglass. "More please, Leland. No ice." Bridges' beady little pig eyes landed on her, his nose wrinkling as if he smelled truffles. "I'd expect someone with your breeding to argue with me." Miranda laughed as Leland refilled her glass. "You look like a frog, Bernie. A great big, fat, bespeckled frog. I'd expect that of someone with your breeding," she smirked. "No wonder you had to manhandle all those college students. No one would ever touch a toad like you unless you paid them." Bernie turned purple. "Those are groundless rumors. Say it again, and my lawyer will be calling you." Nathan cleared his throat before smoke could shoot from Bernie's ears. "How do you all like this wonderful house?" The other guests eagerly began comparing notes, commenting on their bedrooms and the rest of the mansion. Agnes Manchester watched on with a look of satisfaction on her face. Holly silently blessed Nathan for putting a stop to the sniping, and Agnes for seating Miranda and Bernie far enough apart that it was impossible for them to take up their petty arguing again, as long as normal conversation held sway. Agnes was as hard to figure out now as she had been the first time Holly met her. She wasn't chilly exactly, but she was formal, and she held herself apart from her guests even as she sat among them, saying little, but watching them the same way a scientist might watch specimens under a microscope. She knew that Agnes was a great reader and collector of books, so she probably enjoyed being among their authors, but she was also a confirmed recluse, so this evening had to be stressful for her. Holly thought that the regal bearing might hide insecurities and even shyness, but she wasn't sure. The woman gave off mixed signals, and as Holly's soup bowl was replaced with a fresh green salad, her curiosity about Agnes Manchester was piqued. A few lines of Coke before dinner, not to mention the wine, had put Miranda Beaumont in good spirits. Despite the fact that she had to share oxygen with that disgusting toad, Bernie Bridges, she thought her stay at Spite House might not be all bad after all. Picking at her salad, which was surprisingly good for being a fucking salad, she stole glances at the other guests. Between Nathan Dalrymple and Chef Bobby, there was no contest in the looks department. Nathan needed to lose 20 pounds and dye that gray out of his temples. Bobby Gordon, on the other hand, was the tall, dark, and mysterious type. A Lothario, a kind of man who inspired romance novels. His helper, Leland, wasn't bad either. She studied the graphic artist, Jeff Hastings, for a moment. He was the type of blonde-haired, blue-eyed, angel-faced boy that a teenage heroine would eagerly join under the bleachers at a homecoming game. But he was too young to be a lead character. Her readers liked a man with experience. Then there was Clay Cassidy. Cowboys weren't really her thing, but Cassidy was undeniably attractive and wore his boots and Stetson well. If she ever used a cowboy love interest in a novel, he could provide inspiration. She realized Paige Allen was watching her, her fork suspended inches from her lips. When Miranda glanced at her, the girl quickly looked away. She envies me. She wants to be me when she grows up. She was too young, too new to be taken seriously. Writers like her were flashes in the proverbial pan, and Miranda figured Allen would be forgotten by next year. She'd burn out. They all did. She bit into a tomato. Miranda's eyes strayed back to Clay Cassidy. He really was a good-looking fellow. The way old Agnes was currently smirking at Cassidy, it was apparent she agreed. Miranda quelled a smile. If even Agnes Manchester is charmed by cowboys, maybe I really should write an Old West romance. I'll take mine still on the hoof, Clay Cassidy said, when offered a portion of perfectly roasted prime rib. Lila provided him with a huge slab, then drizzled it with a Madeira sauce, and set a little pot of creamy horseradish beside it. Next to him, Louisa Angles made a sound that was simultaneously disgusted and judgmental. She stared pointedly at him, no doubt gearing up to deliver a lecture on his wicked, carnivorous ways, when he made eye contact. Studiously ignoring her, he took a bite, closed his eyes, and reveled in perfection. When he opened them, his view of her was blessedly obscured by Leland Chen, who was setting a main-course salad as big as Clay's head in front of Louisa. With Chef Bobby's regards, the young man told her, a completely vegan salad right down to the basil walnut dressing. Louisa eyed it dubiously. Egg? I see egg. I don't do egg. That's tofu, ma'am, not egg. There is nothing here that is not on the dietary list you sent ahead, I assure you. Are you certain? If it's not vegan, I'll sue. You, the chef, the Manchesters. Leland's voice remained as smooth as glass. I'm certain. All right, then. She raised her voice like an itinerant preacher. And it was prepared well away from the carcasses of dead animals the others are consuming? Of course, madam. All right. She pointed at her untouched glass of wine. Get rid of this, and don't bring me any more. I also stated on my dietary orders that I do not drink. She eyed him. That's why I'm worried about this food. The chef obviously didn't read my directions very carefully. We both read them, I assure you. I apologize for serving you wine. It was an oversight on my part, and it won't happen again. See that it doesn't. She put a piece of broccoli the size of a tennis ball in her mouth and commenced to chew. Clay kept his head down, enjoying his bloody carcass, and tried to block out the sounds of Louisa's crunching as she masticated vegetables that were undoubtedly screaming in agony. Paige wished she could shake the feeling that she was nothing but a pretender. Nathan Dalrymple, Holly Tremaine, Clay Cassidy, and Miranda Beaumont were some of the biggest writers around. They all had dozens of books to their names, dozens of bestsellers, and here I am sitting with them like I am one of them. She knew better. She was a fluke. Holly must have picked up on her thoughts from across the table because she caught her eye and gave her a warm, soothing smile. More wine? Leland's question startled her. Paige hadn't even realized she'd polished off the first glass. She nearly said yes, but she'd been watching Miranda Beaumont and Bernie Bridges. Both were half drunk, and it wasn't very pretty. No thanks, but I'd love more water. Jeff Hastings wasn't enjoying himself. He thought he would now that he was with other people, but from the time he'd entered this house, he'd felt uneasy. The Memento Mori painting on his bathroom wall had further soured him on the place. He knew it should provide inspiration, a Memento Mori comic book, for example, but after he'd turned the painting to the wall, He'd tried to take a nap, but his fitful sleep had been studded with nightmares in which the painted-on eyes of the dead child flew open to stare at him as one dead arm came up and a chubby finger pointed. Before leaving the room tonight, he had stuck the thing in the wardrobe, still facing the wall. He realized now that he was going to have to get the painting out of his room. Just having it in there was bothering him far too much. Until the time he'd left to come to dinner, he'd felt those eyes upon him. In fact, he could still feel them. Nathan Dalrymple watched with amusement as the guests thrust and parried with one another, mostly friendly, some with tongues unsheathed. The latter group, Bernie, Miranda, and Louisa, interested him less than his good-natured companions. In particular, he wondered why the young graphic artist, Jeff Hastings, looked so uneasy. Because there's something not quite right about this place. The thought came in the friendly but pointed voice of Liam Willoughby. And Nathan's fictional detective was right. There was something off about this place. About the whole arrangement, as a matter of fact. He promptly clipped the thought off. Hush, Willoughby, before it could take root and stalk him as a new plot. He wanted to enjoy his time on the island with an open mind. A stay in a place so intriguing, so storied, was not an everyday occurrence, and he'd vowed to make the most of it, to soak up the scenery, the atmosphere, the actions of the other guests, before committing to a plot. It was a place guaranteed to provide him with fodder, not only for his ghostly murder mystery, but for other books to come, at least as long as he kept his eyes and ears and mind open. Truth be told, Nathan loved a haunted house tale as much as he loved the mysteries he was famous for. It had been frustrating being denied entrance to Spite House for all those years. He thought of the place in the same way as he did other famous houses, like Winchester and the Octagon House. No one here but Holly knew of his innate enthusiasm for ghosts. He only wished he shared her talent for spotting them. Nathan drank in every detail, from the demeanor of the guests and their hostess, to the tall ceilings, forested landscapes, and ornate flatware. He always thoroughly researched the locations that inspired his novels, and Manchester House would receive the same treatment. "Are you enjoying the meal, Mr. Dalrymple?" Agnes Manchester, to his right, bestowed a smile meant to be gracious. "It's Nathan, and indeed I am. The roast is superb, and the glazed balsamic courgette goes perfectly with the shallots and herb sauce." Agnes nodded. "I'll tell Chef Gordon. He grows his own shallots and herbs, you know. He has a huge garden in town. My compliments to the chef." Nathan speared a buttery baby potato and savored it. "I'm going to gain 10 pounds before I go home," he smiled. "I oughtn't, but I shall." "I trust everything is to your satisfaction, not just the food." Agnes's eyebrow twitched. It would have raised if not for the Botox. "Indeed, I look forward to seeing more of the mansion." He paused. "Might I ask a question about my quarters?" "You may, but if you don't mind waiting until after dinner, I'm planning on telling you all a little about your bedrooms tonight. I'm intrigued, and I shall happily comply." Chapter 13. Late Arrivals. Alfred French's stomach growled behind the whine of his sleek speedboat's engine. He resented how hard he'd had to work to get the roofer's body into the hidden passage, and how little Agnes seemed to appreciate what he'd done for her. "Covered up a suicide is what I did." Not only was he risking legal consequences if his actions on Agnes's behalf ever came to light, it had cost him $1,000. Still, it was money well spent because it would keep Sam Harris and Troy Bauer from asking too many questions about the crime they unwittingly helped cover up. When money talked, everyone listened, and no one would ever know. He figured there were plenty of bodies already hidden in the walls of Spite House, and he had no intention of letting anyone find a single one. He'd make sure Agnes showed him every last secret passage in the place, and he'd have them closed off for good. Forever. Damn it, he needed to eat. He was starving. As soon as everyone else entered the dining room, he'd gone out to the dock and placed a tall box on the passenger seat, then dressed it in his coat and hat to make it appear as if he had a passenger if anyone happened to see him. Then he pulled out onto the silent, dark lake. Now, Snapdragon Village in view, he killed the engine and used a pair of binoculars to examine the dimly lit dock. On this cold October night, the area was deserted. Even most of the boats had been moved to safer ground ahead of the coming storm. "We're here, Teddo," he spoke softly as he dismantled his passenger. He placed the hat on his own head as the first raindrops fell, then gradually donned the heavy coat. Finally, he flattened the box and dropped it on the deck to dispose of later. Pulling a pint of whiskey out of his pocket, he took one swallow, toasted poor Tom Teddo, then screwed the lid on, wishing he'd brought hot coffee too. With a sigh and a stab of hunger, he started the engine and turned the boat back toward the island. Alfred hoped the leftovers would be plentiful and hot. Chapter 14. Cody Manchester. "Thanks again for seeing me so late." Cody Manchester shook Dr. Carter's hand. "And on such short notice." She smiled. "I'm glad it worked out. Do you feel better about going to your grandmother's house now?" "Up the river and into the woods." Cody tried to smile. "I don't feel great about it, but I think I need to do it. The fact that you chose to take a job here after escaping to college seems significant," Melanie Carter said. Cody grimaced. "You're right, and that's why I'm going to do it. I could have signed on with any one of half a dozen national park services, but I chose the one in my childhood backyard." He shrugged. "There's got to be a reason, right?" She nodded. "Yes. This will be the first time you've been out there since you were a boy?" A little thrill of fear ran through him. "Yeah, I still don't know if it's a good idea or not." "You have your own motorboat and can leave any time you want. Remember that." Carter smiled. "I think you're wise to go out there. I'm proud of you. This blocked memory, whatever it is, eats at you, and now you're going to do something about it. That's good work." "Thanks, Doc. I'm going to try." Chapter 15. Exchanging Unpleasantries. "Hey, Jeeves," Bernie Bridges called to Leland Chen. "I could sure use another slice of that roast before you put it away for the night. Something off the end, well done. And some more wine and ice." Across the room, Chen nodded and retreated to the kitchen. An instant later, the cute blonde maid with the nice titties showed up, bearing a tray that held a tall wineglass full of ice and an open bottle of the Napa Merlot the rest of the table, except for that cunty vegan, was raving about. The maid poured. He hated the taste of wine and rarely drank the shit, but it was worth choking down because the effects were primo. Across the table, Miranda Beaumont was guzzling the stuff straight, like the tacky twat she was. But oh, that rack. "Excuse me?" Bernie felt suddenly inspired. Rising, he tapped his knife against his glass. "I'd like to propose a toast." Everyone looked at him, even as Jeeves delivered a fresh plate. They raised their glasses hesitantly and waited. "Tonight, gathered here among alleged friends, I would like to toast, Miranda Beaumont's magnificent décolletage. Long may the contents of your frock remain ever so buoyant, Miranda, my dear." He slugged down his wine, but the others, humorless gas bags all, set their glasses down untouched. Miranda shot to her feet, stalking toward him like a stiff-legged cat squaring off with a little dog. As he brought the glass to his lips again, she smacked it out of his hand. It shattered on the floor, glass and ice clattering. Someone gasped. Miranda's slitted gaze, smoldering with rage, pierced him. She spat in his face. Sputtering, Bernie wiped it away. "You, Bernie Bridges, are a pig!" She stomped back to her seat, finished her wine, and motioned for more, then casually sliced into her prime rib. All eyes were on him as he burned with humiliation. When he saw that none of the other guests had his back, he shoved his chair under the table and said, "That's Professor Bernard Bridges to the likes of you, Miranda Bowhack." He looked around the table. "To all of you." With that, he stomped from the room. "Well now," Agnes said, cool and collected. "Are we ready for coffee?" Murmured assent filled the silence as Leland and the maids cleared. Clay Cassidy was having a hard time hiding his amusement. In fact, most of them were, even sweet little Paige. Louisa Engels looked ready to burst with indignation, and as coffee and tea were poured, she got up, went to Miranda, and put her arms around her in an awkward hug. "You did the right thing, sister," she said, in her vibrato-crusted voice. "We are women. Hear us roar. Take your hands off me, you twit." Louisa gasped and returned to her seat, glowering. She looked from Agnes to Holly to Paige. "We women need to stick together. We are women, aren't we?" Holly smiled wryly. "Last time I checked." Louisa, displeased, looked at her teacup and examined the herbal tea bag beside it, as if she suspected it was really beef broth. Chapter 16. Private Reserves. Bernie Bridges saw red. How dare they humiliate me? How dare they treat me like a common fool? All this would go into his first article, and he decided he'd use the damned landline to call it in. Selma owes me a favor. Miss Neller, his worthless secretary, would damn well type this up tonight or she'd be out of a job. And she'd get the story to his editor at Erudite Fair well before tomorrow morning's deadline. He would destroy Miranda Bowhack's reputation and that limp excuse for a career before their stay at Manchester House was half over. And the rest of those no-talent hacks don't deserve any better. He smiled to himself, thinking about the looks on their faces when they finally read his articles about their stay at Spite House. Bernie turned a corner and found himself in a drawing room that he remembered passing through on the way to their rooms. Perhaps he'd find a phone there. If so, he'd let Selma know he'd be dictating a story to her tonight. She'd damn well better be ready. Alas, he saw no phone, but he did see alcohol. He made a beeline past the fireplace toward the glittering bottles on a shelf behind a small leather bar. Beneath it, he found a glass, then grabbed a bottle of brandy. Old Willie's Private Reserve. 30 years old and expensive as hell. The good shit. He slopped it into a glass before hunting unsuccessfully for ice. "Thoughtless bitch," he muttered. Oh well, room temperature brandy was easier to swallow than wine. What to do? What to do? He needed more for his first article than just a description of the ludicrous dinner attended by ludicrous hacks. He needed something atmospheric, other than his girly hormone fest of a bedroom, though he fully intended to do a tell-all about the mildly talented, retarded Peggy Ann Manchester. But not yet. That would come later. A final nail in the coffin of Agnes Manchester's reputation. He slurped off the top of the brandy to keep it from slopping, grabbed the bottle, just in case, then set off to explore. The cavernous music room was appropriately Victorian, with arched ceilings and forested tapestries that covered almost every square inch of the walls. Halfway down the room was a vast fireplace, at least 12 feet wide, and tall enough that Nathan could have walked into it without stooping. Bronze chain-link screens glimmered with firelight from logs stacked on a massive pair of andirons, shaped like people staggering under the weight of the logs. Enjoying the heat of the fire on his face, Nathan bent to examine them. Holly joined him. "They look like they belong on the cover of an Ayn Rand novel, don't you think?" Nathan chuckled. "Indeed they do." The faces betrayed misery and anguish. "Rather large heads," Holly observed. "I expect that's to help hold the logs in place. Nightmarish things, nevertheless." "I certainly wouldn't want them in my house," Holly said. "If there isn't a ghost story attached to them, there ought to be." "I believe there is," Nathan said. "I found a number of tales about the haunted antiques in this house. An entire book about them, actually." Holly nodded, then wandered toward a clutch of armless pale green chairs surrounding a broad, low marble-topped oval table that held brandy, snifters, a tall silver coffee pot, delicate porcelain cups and saucers, and a silver tray of petit fours. Most of the guests had already seated themselves. Meanwhile, Nathan headed for the massive grand piano, pausing only to stare at a stuffed bear half hidden in a small alcove. It was the size of a black bear, but the fur was creamy white. A pity to kill such a magnificent creature. Shaking his head, he continued toward the black Steinway that held a place of honor at the far end of the room. Near it rested a graceful harp. But it was one of the tapestries behind the instruments that held Nathan's attention. His eye caught pale figures entwined in the needles of the fir trees. More hid among the oaks, reminding him of the painting in his room. As he wondered if these figures were woven in or were manufactured by his own brain, Agnes Manchester joined him. "Beautiful, aren't they?" "They are. I've never seen anything quite like them before. They're different somehow from the ones I've seen in museums." He looked at Agnes. "For one thing, they don't look British." "That's because they're not." Agnes smiled. "None of them are. Most of these were woven here in the mansion by Ruthia Manchester, her daughters, or their daughters, by many Manchester women over the years, as a matter of fact. A talent for needlework runs in the family. Ruthia started it all." Agnes's preternaturally smooth face took on an odd, rapt glow. "Ruthia is the mother of us all. She is the soul of this family." Agnes gazed around the room. "She is the very soul of this house." Just as Nathan began to wonder if Agnes was having a senior moment, she pointed to the tapestry again. "Some of these tapestries were commissioned, but they all have the same features. The woods you see are our Manchester Island woods. This particular tapestry is Ruthia's work. She was an extraordinary artist." Agnes pointed toward the left edge of the work. "See the bear?" He squinted and realized that a pale bear stood on its hind legs among the trees. "A spirit bear?" "Yes, it's the same bear that stands in the alcove across the room." "I'm impressed," Nathan said, far less interested in the bear than the human figures he'd spied. "Mrs. Manchester?" "Agnes?" "Agnes. I'm accustomed to seeing green man faces scattered in such tapestries as this, but instead I'm seeing lots of pale, nearly invisible ones. Ghostly faces. Am I imagining them?" "Not at all. These woods are full of spirits, Nathan." She smiled. "Please take a seat, won't you?" As soon as everyone was gathered around the marble table, Agnes sat down beside a hulking but distinguished-looking man with a salt-and-pepper goatee who hadn't been at dinner. Velda Bedvedere hovered behind an empty chair. "Miss Agnes, shall I remove this?" Agnes's steely eyes moved over her guests. Do any of you have any idea if Professor Bridges intends to join us? I sincerely hope not. Miranda Beaumont filled her brandy snifter. Remove the chair, Velda. I fear Mr. Bridges had too much to drink to be an asset to our chat. Agnes opened a woven basket beside her chair and drew out an embroidery hoop and a needle threaded with bright green floss. Barely looking at the cloth drawn taut in the hoop, she began to stitch. Clearing her throat, Agnes beamed at her guests. I'd officially like to welcome you all to Manchester House. I trust dinner was to your satisfaction. Everyone, even Louisa Angles, proclaimed the food to be some of the best they'd ever had. Very good. I hope you'll enjoy all the meals here. She glanced at the goateed man beside her. You may thank Mr. French for procuring our fine chef. French smiled. Some of you may have experienced Chef Bobby Gordon's award-winning cuisine at the Daffodil Grill in Snapdragon, where he's head chef. Here at Manchester House, he will be setting out a spectacular breakfast buffet in the dining room tomorrow morning, and every morning, as well as providing lunch and a formal dinner each evening. He smiled again, looking like a hybrid of a shark and a very buff, well-groomed Santa Claus. He was obviously a businessman, but Nathan couldn't help wondering what kind of business he was up to. Agnes gazed at her guests, happier to see some than others. She enjoyed most of Holly Tremaine's novels, and Nathan Dalrymple's too. Clay Cassidy was a remarkable writer as well. Paige Allen might be young, but her brilliance and audacity belied her years. Agnes looked forward to talking with Miranda, and even Louisa might prove interesting in her own foolish way. Bridges, however, would not get the time of day from her. She cleared her throat. I know you're all anxious to hear about Manchester House, but first, I wish to formally introduce Mr. Alfred French. For those of you who don't already know, he's the head of Parasol Resorts, and the reason you're all here. Alfred touched his goatee. I'm honored to be in such excellent company. He smiled like Santa Claus with an agenda. You wonderful people are here because you're going to help Agnes and me tell the true story of the Manchesters, the family, the house, and the island. Agnes and I are partnering in the Manchester Legacy Project with Bumbershoot, our parent corporation that also owns your publishers, the Scannon Studios, among many other enterprises. French beamed, catching each guest's eye in turn. A consummate salesman. Agnes both admired and abhorred his ability. Our hope, he said, is that with the help of all you talented people, we can make Manchester Island such a fascinating place that eventually will be spoken of in the same breath as such vacation destinations as Disney World or the Bahamas. Nathan tried not to roll his eyes. Scannon Studios, Louisa cried. Are we making a movie? No, Miss Ingalls, Agnes cut in. We are not. There was talk of sending film people along, but I refused. Cameras are too intrusive. Don't you agree? She squared her shoulders. I've refused all those trashy paranormal shows like Phantom Blasters multiple times. Alfred beamed. But a good movie would be a wonderful asset, wouldn't it? Perhaps, someday. Most assuredly. Alfred chuckled like a rich uncle. For now, Agnes and I have decided that a cozy, quiet retreat for all of you creative people is just the thing to inspire your brilliance when you tell the world about the wonders of Manchester Island. It sounds as if we're here to write travel brochures, Clay Cassidy drawled. No, of course not, Clay, said Alfred. You're here to participate in the project as stated in the contracts and non-disclosure agreements you all signed. We want to use your talents to tell the story of the Manchester family, about all the fine and fascinating things they've done here. He eyed each writer in turn. We want you to use your talents to tell stories of the Manchesters, but we also want you to write about your own experiences, ghostly and otherwise, while you're here. Isn't that right, Agnes? She nodded. French's beam turned even brighter. With your brilliant minds, we can't go wrong. We're glad you're all on board to make the Manchester Legacy Project a true work of art. Agnes, I think we'd ought to toast our guests, don't you? He lifted his glass, as did Agnes. Here's to a most interesting and profitable retreat. Everyone drank. Agnes crafted a smile. You may all write whatever you wish, but I would love it if some of you write short stories rather than nonfiction. After all, some of you excel at fiction. Alfred cleared his throat. And we would also love it if you keep the big screen in mind. He bestowed another sunny smile and leaned forward conspiratorially. A good Oscar-worthy film is truly our ultimate goal. Think of how many families visit Disney resorts because of their fine films. Louisa Engels squeaked with excitement. I wonder if you could get Mr. Leonardo DiCaprio to star. Wouldn't that be dreamy? She blushed furiously. Leo and I were an item in a past life, you know, in the roaring 20s. The room went dead as a tomb. Then Alfred bestowed a benign smile on the peculiar woman. One never knows. He gazed at the others. Do think about the silver screen while you're writing about the island, this house, and all the stories it contains. Remember, Scannon Films is waiting in the wings. He nodded at Clay Cassidy. They're behind Bones Among Friends, which is up for a well-deserved Oscar. Clay blushed. Agnes found that charming. Speaking for myself, Holly Tremaine said, I'm happy to be here, whatever the reason. The others murmured agreement. Agnes took a deep breath. Then let's get on with it. This island has always held its secrets close, as has this house, and the Manchesters who've lived and died here. With your help, the truth will be revealed, and the ugly rumors will stop. That shall be my legacy. And you're turning the island back into a resort, Nathan said. That's quite a legacy, too. Agnes scowled. Yes, you're quite correct, Mr. Dalrymple, Alfred said. Manchester hospitality will be famous once more. Well, I'm always up for a good story, Clay Cassidy said. I look forward to helping with this project. Thank you, Agnes said. Thanks to all of you, Alfred added. Agnes slipped her embroidery hoop back into its basket. This is all very well and good, but I must warn you people before you get too comfortable. We have a bear problem. The spirit bears? Nathan asked. Miranda laughed. Ghost bears? Really? I assure you, Agnes said, the bears I speak of are quite alive. Spirit bears are simply black bears with a mutated gene that sometimes results in white fur. They're native to an area of rainforest in Vancouver, and Gideon Manchester had a mated pair brought here for the zoo in the 1870s. Unfortunately, they escaped. Their offspring thrived, and they continue to breed this day. The point is, we've seen a spirit bear near the house recently. Do keep this in mind, and should you decide to go for a walk, don't go alone. She paused. I also want to say a word about our wind chimes. Surely you are all aware of the stories about this island being haunted. It's truly alive with spirits, and those outside can sometimes be intrusive. Ruthia found that wind chimes repelled them. And that's why, to this day, we have traditionally ringed Manchester House in chimes. A wonderful story, Agnes, French said warmly. Ignoring him, Agnes looked pointedly at Miranda. The wind chime tradition is important to those in this house, so if you do not wish to hear them, close your windows. The glass is quite thick, and the draperies further insulate you from sound. Do not yank them off and throw them to the ground. Miranda had the good grace to look embarrassed. Got caught, did you, Miranda? Clay Cassidy grinned. Miranda flushed. It was an accident. Agnes rose. It's been a long day, and I'm rather tired, so Mr. French will tell you the stories you've gathered to hear tonight. I hope you find them inspirational. I bid you good night. Alfred was already on his feet, Dalrymple and Cassidy halfway out of their chairs. Sit down, gentlemen, Agnes said. Enjoy the evening and your stay at Manchester House. Alfred will answer your questions in my stead. She stepped over the threshold, then looked back. You may wander the house as long as you respect locked doors. And remember, stay inside at night. When you do go outside, remember that the island can be dangerous any time of day. Good night. So, Mr. French, Nathan said after Agnes's departure, is there any chance there are some locked doors that you might let us peek behind? I'd dearly love to have a look at the hotel wing. Alfred French gave him his buff Santa smile. Possibly, though most of the wing isn't in good enough condition for a real tour at this point. Insurance requirements. You understand. Otherwise, if a door is locked, feel free to ask. But there are plenty of unlocked doors here, and this house is yours to explore with one caveat. Miss Agnes's suite is in the east end of the hall across the house from your rooms. I would ask you not to venture there uninvited. She dislikes being disturbed. Of course, Holly said. It must be difficult for her, having us all in her home. I'm sure it is, French said. But remember, having you here was her idea. However, she rarely socializes, so this is exhausting for her. He offered a sunny smile. That's why she asked me to be her co-host. Rest assured, I know everything about Manchester House that she does. I've been her eager student for many years. Now, please help yourself to more beverages and these amazing petit fours. French snagged a pink frosted cake for himself. Let's get started, shall we? Nathan poured more tea for Holly and himself, and took 2 cakes, passed her 1. Miranda stuck with brandy, while Jeff retrieved cakes for himself and Paige. Clay Cassidy was a coffee guy, and Louisa had evidently forgotten all her dietary caveats, since she snatched up 2 petit fours and a glass of brandy. French's teacup looked like a toy in his big hand. First, I'd like to give you a little background in case some of you are unfamiliar with the history of this place. He cleared his throat. Solomon and Ruthia Manchester, along with Solomon's brother Gideon, designed the house, and it was completed in 1868. The brothers and their families took up residence that same year. Ruthia Vance Manchester, Solomon's wife, is of special interest. You've no doubt seen the portrait of her in the entry hall. There are several more throughout the house, and it's amazing how much Miss Agnes and several other Manchester women resemble her. He refilled his cup. Ruthia was an heiress who added much to the Manchester fortune. She was mother to 8 healthy children, and admired by all for her ability to nurture the young. Ruthia was also an expert weaver and taught her children the art. Many of the tapestries and some of the carpets you'll see throughout the house were woven, or at least designed, by Ruthia. Most depict the woods surrounding us. If you look closely, you will see in those tapestries many, many ghosts. Nathan leaned forward, fascinated. Ruthia, French continued, called herself a Thai-talk spiritualist. Tick-tock? Louisa asked. No, Thai-talk, French enunciated. It was a variation on the official spiritualist movement that Madame Blavatsky made famous. I've never heard of Thai-talk, Louisa cried. Nor has Odelina. French gave her an odd look, then spread his hands. Virtually no one has. Honestly, I doubt Ruthia's brand of spiritualism was very different from the usual kind. Ruthia, bless her heart, liked to be unique, and I do believe that if someone were to call her a follower of Blavatsky, she wouldn't have liked it. Therefore, she implied a difference. What does Thai-talk mean? Holly asked. French shrugged. It sounds like a native word, doesn't it? Perhaps that's where Ruthia picked it up. Were there any indigenous people here when the Manchesters arrived? She asked. Not that I know of, French said. There was only the leper colony. All the pioneers and native tribes that came before them failed to thrive. But they all had one thing in common. They believed the island was haunted. Didn't the last pioneer settlement, the one in the early 1800s, simply vanish? Holly asked. Like the Roanoke colony, Paige Allen added. Tables were set, food was out, but the people were gone. French chuckled. That's one of the taller tales. There's no way to prove or disprove it, I'm afraid. Fascinating, though, isn't it? Nathan caught French's eye. Which native tribe preceded the settlers? There were several here over the centuries. That's all the historians can tell us. Ruthia was known to ask the spirits historical questions, and she recorded the answers in her journals. But unfortunately, Agnes tells me they've been lost. He dispensed another broad smile. But there's one constant. All the stories and legends passed down to us hold that the island is the land of the dead, like Valhalla. He looked thoughtful. In any case, the natives on the mainland referred to this place as Trickster Island, and claimed that dark spirits of all stripes inhabited it. They said these spirits delighted in tormenting the living. Ruthia believes these were the original ghosts behind the legends. Undoubtedly, they are the reason for her wind chimes. Excuse me, Holly said. Do you expect that stories about ghosts and disappearances will make people want to come to your resort? Good question, French boomed his reply. Very good question, and yes, I do. One of Disney's biggest draws is the Haunted Mansion. Halloween is second only to Christmas. Imagine a resort devoted to luxury, fine dining, and ghosts. Holly raised an eyebrow. Ghosts? Just like in the Haunted Mansion, only grander, Miss Tremaine. Imagine if Ruthia suddenly appeared at the piano and played us a little tune. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Holly opened her mouth, but French continued. We'll have a petting zoo by day and a holographic ghostly zoo at night. What could be better? Our guests will be able to book haunted rooms if they want, at a premium price, of course. He paused and put a finger to his lips, then spoke softly. But I've said too much. You must promise me you won't say a word about these plans in front of Agnes. It will be a fabulous surprise for her. Indeed, Holly said dryly. Nathan gave her a private wink. Will you be featuring the old leper colony in addition to the ghosts? French didn't get the joke. I'm glad you asked. Yes, we are. We're going to honor it with a historical display at Camp Molokai. Camp Molokai? Clay Cassidy asked. We're planning to build cabins that look like grass huts on the outside, but are luxurious and heated on the inside, at the site of the old colony. We'll have luau's and dancers and all the things you need to experience a little bit of Hawaii right here on our island. A little bit of leprosy, Miranda slurred. Oh, Miss Beaumont, French said, you have a marvelous sense of humor. Camp Molokai will have a fine restaurant, a tiki bar, and a heated pool right there at the camp." Nathan and Holly exchanged eye rolls. Nathan suspected French would have no qualms about selling the Brooklyn Bridge to native New Yorkers. Holly cleared her throat. "Mr. French, I'm curious." "Ask me anything," French said. "What about the modern-day disappearances?" she asked. "For instance, the logging camps on the mainland nearby that vanished in the 20th century." "They didn't vanish," French said. "They simply finished their work and moved on. The citizens of Snapdragon were always ambivalent toward the Manchesters, and claiming their island was somehow to blame was a way to insult them." "From what I've read," Nathan said, "it wasn't ambivalence, it was hatred." "In part, perhaps, but mostly it was fear. Fear of the island, and fear of the family who dared live in such a place." French surveyed the room. "The thing is, Ruthia believed in the spirit world and these dark woods, with the patches of fog, the sounds of wildlife, the tiny movements of twigs in the nearly constant breeze, all contributed to her conviction that the natives were correct about this island being a sort of purgatory. She didn't hesitate to make these thoughts known, so of course the locals feared her and this island." French smiled and shrugged. "It takes all kinds." Miranda snorted, but Jeff Hastings and Paige Allen looked riveted. Louisa Engels appeared dazedly bovine, while Clay appeared amused. "Mr. French," Holly said, "is Agnes a Titok spiritualist like her ancestor?" "I'd suspect so, but you'd have to ask her. Agnes is fond of Ruthia and is very much like her in many ways, not just appearance. She feels that Ruthia's spirit remains here and is her friend. If I lived here, virtually alone, I think I might feel the same way." "You believe she imagines Ruthia, don't you?" Louisa blurted. "She does not. I am psychic, and I feel her presence strongly, hers and other spirits. That's why I always wear at least one article of organic white cotton clothing. It draws the spirits closer." She tapped her unfortunate peasant blouse. "They're here now, watching us. Can't you feel them?" "Of course I can. Agnes holds seances to speak with Ruthia every day." French smiled broadly, incongruously. Ruthia held nightly seances attended by her grown daughters, Augustina and Frederica, as well as others. One was her personal maid, Millie. Another was Guerin, her manservant, who was regarded as a great healer by Ruthia and others in the household. She also believed he was an adept when it came to communicating with the spirit world. French leaned forward and spoke in a stage whisper. "Some say Guerin was her lover, but Agnes says Ruthia was faithful to Solomon, even though he was known to be rather cold, whereas she was full of life." He gazed at Holly. "That would make an excellent story for one of you to write, wouldn't it?" Holly looked him in the eye. "How would Agnes feel about it?" "Just fine," French said. "Ruthia was a strong, lonely woman. In your hands, it could be a beautiful story." "Mr. French," Louisa tremoloed, "what was Ruina's spirit guide's name? My spirit guide is Odelina." French stared at her. "I don't know." "I'll ask Odelina. Maybe she'll know." Unable to contain her excitement, Louisa prattled on. "Wouldn't it be amazing if her spirit guide knew my spirit guide? It could happen." She looked eagerly at the others, all of whom pointedly ignored her. "Oh, come on," Miranda said finally. "Are you out of your mind?" Louisa leaned forward, eyes bulging. "I speak to my spirit guide constantly." "There's a surprise," muttered Miranda. "Who else would listen to you?" Chapter 17. quaint obscenities. What the fuck is wrong with these people? Bernie had left his empty glass in the last closet he'd peeked in, and was drinking brandy like a pirate now. He had wandered into yet another ridiculous room with another leather sofa and unlit fireplace. It's the fucking house of 7,000 parlors. He wondered if a murder had been committed in every one of them. Probably. This place is depressing as fuck. Deciding a song would help, he cleared his throat and warbled his favorite because it was as if Gilbert and Sullivan had been writing about him. I am the very model of a modern major general. I've information, vegetable, animal, and mineral. I know the kings of England, and I quote the fights historical. From Marathon to Waterloo in order categorical. I'm very well acquainted, too, with matters mathematic. Singing parched his throat, so he hoisted the old willies to his lips, then saluted a portrait of some dead Manchester or other. Cheers, he drank. You're an ugly bugger, aren't you? He moved closer. The man, dressed in a Victorian suit, glared down at him. And you're as judgmental as... a judge. Bernie cackled at his own wit. Who are you, anyway? Bridges peered at the tiny bronze nameplate on the frame. Gideon. Gideon Manchester. How you doing, Gideon? Gideon any tail lately? Gideon looked down his long ski-slope nose, smiled with his knife-thin lips, and ignored him with his buggy, heavy-lidded eyes. Hey, fuck you too, you cunting twat. Bernie gave him the finger with his free hand. I bet you suck cocks in hell, he cackled, feeling the booze. And I bet you like it, too. Bernie peered at the portrait. There was something odd about old Giddy-Up Gideon's hands. They were folded around a book. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What the fuck? He tried again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Fucking 6? After one more count, he belted back another dose of brandy. You have 6 fucking fingers! Or did the painter just do that to get back at you for ass-fucking him? Another cackle. You look like the kind of guy who likes to ass-fuck. Yeah, I bet the wind whistled through your asshole like the Holland Tunnel. The portrait glowered. It was not amused, nor was it good company. For just an instant, he thought he saw the thin lips tighten and the brows draw down the slightest bit. With a sudden shiver, Bernie pushed off in search of better adventures. Maybe he'd get lucky and run into that big-tittied blonde maid, or the notorious woman in white. He wouldn't even have to feed her dinner first. All around him, shadows seemed to shift and slither. This place gave him so many creeps, it was hard to even concentrate on titties. Sam and Troy sat drinking coffee in the glass-walled conservatory. It had been fixed up, the furniture inexpertly spray-painted white, and the glass polished, though the cracked window panes had yet to be replaced. A few sad-looking plants had been added to the room, but it remained chilly and filled with echoes. Sam absently ran his finger over a run in the paint. The work was shoddy, but he had no doubt the old iron furniture would be sold for scrap as soon as the renovations began in earnest. Outside, the walkway was being spattered by occasional flurries of raindrops. French looked pretty damp when he came back from taking the roofer back to town, Sam said. Guess the storm isn't far off now. He sure got back in a hurry. Troy warmed his hands on his coffee mug. I wonder why. Sam chuckled. Hungry, I'd wager. He paused. Did you notice earlier that he had a rifle in his luggage? No, what for? I'm sure it was Agnes's idea. She's afraid bears will eat the guests. Sam sipped his coffee. She asked me to bring one too, but I told her I didn't own one. She's concerned because she's seen a bear hanging around. I've been sleeping in the hotel for a week now, and I haven't seen anything. Have you? Nope, but Agnes has a real bug up her rear about it. I think she's worried about lawsuits. Sam chuckled. She's probably right. Troy looked skeptical. Do you really think there are any bears left here? I leave my drapes open, and you'd think I'd catch sight of one if any are hanging around. He shook his head. You know Agnes Manchester pretty well, don't you? I don't know if anyone but Velda knows Agnes well, but I've been around her for a lot of years now. You think maybe she's a little senile? Sam thought about it. No, she's no crazier than she ever was. She was already deep into all that spiritualist stuff when I started doing a few jobs for her decades ago. It's only recently that she's brought up the bears, and I've no reason to doubt her. But you haven't seen any? I haven't even seen any prints around the trash bin, Sam said. But I'm not outside much, not like you. He paused. She says it comes around mainly at night. That sounded odd to me, but I looked it up, and bears sometimes do that. Troy's head swiveled, tracking something beyond the windows. Did you see that? See what? Sam squinted, but it was too dark to see much except the shadowy pines and oaks surrounding the meadow between the walkway and the rose garden. The clouds were blocking the moon. Ground fog had begun to sift in from the lake, barely visible among the trees. I thought I saw something. Troy kept looking, out toward the rose garden. Sam peered into the night. I don't see a blessed thing. And then he did. He caught a flash of something pale moving quickly between the trees. That? He asked. Yeah. What the hell is it? You got me. Sam sipped his coffee. Fog, maybe? I suppose it could be a bear, but I doubt it. Sure did move quick, though. Troy nodded. Do bears move fast? You got me. Sam shook his head. I'll ask French next time I run into him. He might know. Meanwhile, Agnes gave me the key to unlock the doors between the hotel wing and the rear of the house, so that you don't have to go outside to get back to your room. I'm not worried. I know you're not, son, but if Agnes says there's a bear, there just might be one. No sense taking chances. Sam patted the keys in his pocket and squinted into the night. There it was again. A brief movement, a flash of something pale slipping in and out among the trees. What the hell is it? Troy asked. Something on two legs, Sam grinned. Maybe it's the woman in white. I think I'd rather run into her than a bear, Troy said. Personally, I think I'd prefer a lady ghost to a bear too, Sam said. But it could be a bear, and French asked me to let him know if I saw any. Maybe I'd better do that real quick. I'll grab us some more coffee on the way back. Excuse me a moment, French said when Sam Harris appeared at the threshold of the music room. Their quiet conversation lasted no more than 60 seconds, but Nathan heard the word bear twice. He raised his brows at Holly. Bears? The plot thickens, said Holly. Sorry for the interruption, French said, sitting back down. Bear sighting? Clay asked. Possibly, French said. I hope Bernie got eaten by one. That was Miranda. Sam and Troy saw something pale roaming around outdoors just now. They thought it might be a bear. He gave the writers a patronly smile. It's nothing to be concerned about, folks. I've asked our employees to inform me if they see anything suspicious. It was probably nothing, but again, I strongly advise against going outdoors tonight. Holly dimpled up and asked in her sweetest voice, Won't bears be a problem for a future resort? Irritation flashed in French's eyes, but he doused it instantly. Many resorts are in bear country. Think of Yosemite. Agnes brought up bears earlier tonight simply as a precaution. There is one bear in particular that she has spotted near the house several times, and that may be what Sam and Troy saw tonight. You must be careful, but don't worry. I've brought my rifle. What? Shrieked Louisa Engels, face redder than her hair. You're going to kill one of Mother Nature's creations, and a spirit bear no less." She rose, pawing at the floor like a bull. "Do any of you even know what a spirit bear is? It's sacred. That's what it is. It's sacred to the people of our First Nation." "It shoots tranquilizer darts," rumbled French. "If the creature shows up, we will cage it and return it to the home of its ancestors." "See that you do." Louisa stuffed a pettifour in her mouth as she sat, looking like she could explode again at any moment. Nathan, disinterested in drama, kept his expression bland. "I have a question about the Manchester Legacy Project, Mr. French." "Ask away." "Might we include ghost stories in the collection?" French's grin showcased his teeth. "Ghost stories are most welcome." "I love ghost stories," Holly said. "I'm especially curious about Ruthia's spirit. I know that Agnes speaks with her. Has anyone encountered her?" "Many have," French said. "Ruthia has often been seen tending her rose garden or strolling the upstairs hall checking on her guests' comfort. She was a perfect hostess. She's been seen all over the house, even in here sitting at the piano." He chuckled and looked in that direction. "Ruthia, won't you grace us with a song tonight?" Holly cleared her throat before the silence could get uncomfortable. "Mr. French, you're not worried about frightening your future clientele with stories about a ghost who looks in on sleeping guests?" Nathan chuckled to himself. French's eyes sparked with good humor. "It is a little creepy, now that you mention it. But only hand-picked guests will be allowed to stay in the rooms you are currently sleeping in." "Yeah, the ones who can afford it," Miranda smirked. "Right?" Nathan hid his amusement. He'd thought the same thing. "Virtually all our guests will stay in the hotel wing," continued French, "or in our new bungalows. We're planning on building 24 before we open, plus the luxury huts at Camp Molokai." French beamed at his guests. "And that's just the beginning. Shall we move on? Where were we?" "You told us all about my cowboy room," Clay Cassidy said, "and how Montrose Manchester designed it for his invalid son. It's a very interesting story, but you didn't say if little Monty Jr. haunts it or not." "Well, he just might. He did love cowboy movies after all." French tugged his goatee. "Little Monty died there, in the room he loved so much. But why do you ask, Mr. Cassidy? Did you see something?" "No, not at all. But I felt like I was being watched before I came down to dinner. It was a peculiar sensation." "Me too," said Miranda, eyeing French. "I hope no cameras are installed in my room." "Of course not," French assured her. Nathan and Holly traded looks, and he said, "I feel like we're being watched right now. Anyone else?" The others murmured agreement, and Nathan said, "Seriously, Mr. French, are there cameras in this room? Or any of the rooms? Please, be honest." "No, I assure you there are not. But I can tell you that I felt that same sensation so often that I've asked Agnes about it." "What did she say?" That was Holly. French gave her a look. "Are you sure you want to know?" "I sure as hell do," Miranda announced. "I believe we all do," said Holly. French's voice took on a somber note. "Agnes says that this house is full of spirits, and they're always among us. Always watching." "I sense them everywhere," Louisa announced, getting to her feet and extending her arms as she spun in a slow circle. "Hello, sweet spirits. Hello." Nathan raised his brows at Holly, and she shook her head, reinforcing his belief that Louisa was delusional. "Well then," he told the others, "I do hope they're sweet enough to give me some privacy in the bath." "I think they'll do that," French said. "Do sit down, Miss Ingalls. Time marches on, and Agnes wants me to tell you a little about the room that Miss Allen was supposed to occupy. It was the Marie Antoinette room, which is notoriously haunted. He sipped coffee. Unfortunately, while attempting to patch a leak today, a roofer made things worse, so Miss Allen is temporarily staying in the maid's room instead. I trust that room is comfortable, Miss Allen. Something flashed across Paige's face that gave Nathan pause. It's fine. I had a nice nap. French smiled. Excellent. Paige hesitated. Will I be able to sleep in the Antoinette room tomorrow? I'd love to see a ghost. Unlikely, French said, in an overly apologetic tone. I'm afraid that the storm may keep us from completing the patch, and the roofer has gone home. But we'll find you a room with a ghost, I promise. After all, most of the rooms here have ghosts. French gave his guests a salesman's oily grin. I'm afraid Agnes has had that room locked, for now. She fears more of the roof may fall in, French continued, but she's requested that I still tell you about the room's magnificent history anyway. Nathan and Holly shared a look. French was uneasy, and Nathan wondered why. Do tell us the story. Holly's blue eyes sparkled with golden motes. French nodded. The Marie Antoinette room was notoriously occupied by Harold and Gerald Manchester and their conjoined twin wives, Eve and Lily. They shared a single arm and declined amputation, preferring to remain together forever. They were beautiful young ladies. Miranda chuckled. Now that belongs in a romance novel. Louisa's hands fluttered like doves in front of her heart. Those poor women! At least they found true love. Miranda snorted. By all reports, the four of them were quite happy, French said. In fact, their love story might be just the thing for you to write about, Miss Beaumont. It was good that the brothers could afford to give their wives so many creature comforts, French beamed. The bathroom contains twin, conjoined, if you will, toilets, and the bathtub is built for four. It's a very large bathroom, French continued, and I wish you could see it. There's an antique phonograph player in the far corner. When the brothers moved their brides in, they remodeled the room so it could double as a dance floor. All four of them loved to dance and undoubtedly would have won many waltzing contests, conjoined or not, had they chosen to compete. Is the bed big enough for four as well? Miranda asked as she swallowed more brandy. Her slur was showing. French beamed. Of course. Holly cleared her throat. If I may ask, how did Harold and Gerald meet their wives? The brothers founded a company that specialized in building billiard tables for men's clubs, exclusive hotels, and the wealthy in general, French explained. Harold was the salesman and Gerald the designer. They met Eve and Lily in Wales while they were overseeing an installation. Do you happen to have one of their tables here in the house? Clay asked. We do, and you're welcome to use it. Gerald's game room is here on the first floor. I'll show you tomorrow. Let's move on, shall we? I'd like to tell you a little about Peggy Ann Manchester now. Wait, said Paige. Who haunts the Marie Antoinette room? You didn't tell us. Eve and Lily? Agnes tells me that occasionally Eve and Lily, as well as Harold and Gerald, have been seen dancing waltzes in the bathroom or playing billiards downstairs. But they aren't very active ghosts. They haven't been seen in many years. According to Agnes, it's the Manchester mime, Mr. Fingers, who shows up in that room among other places. What? Jeff asked, grinning. You mean like Marcel Marceau? And his name is Mr. Fingers? French looked mildly put out. There are other mimes besides Marceau, Mr. Hastings. The mime attached to the Manchester house has been seen occasionally over the years, and I assure you he is, or was, quite real. Agnes tells me she used to encounter Mr. Fingers. It's said he would appear whenever someone was about to die. A banshee mime, declared Jeff. I love it. Bravo! Nathan grinned at the young graphic artist, suspecting his chimera man would soon have a new foe to fight. "Oh," cried Louisa, "Mr. Fingers is in my bathroom. I love him. He's so handsome." "We'll talk about your room and the mime more later, Miss Angles." French sat forward. "Right now, I'll tell you about Peggy Ann Manchester. You're in for quite a treat, because, until now, Peggy Ann's very existence has been covered up. She was an embarrassment to the family, you see." Alfred French spoke as if he were divulging a state secret. "At first, she was simply considered mentally handicapped, but she showed an early talent for art. Like the Manchesters before her, Peggy possessed natural talent. But because one can't trust a mentally handicapped child with tapestry needles, she was given paint and canvases. Her talent grew. At age 9, she painted the balloons and teddy bears that are still on the walls of her bedroom. In her pre-teens, she turned her bathroom into a museum of art. Her parents supplied her with museum-quality books full of classical paintings, and she copied them, practicing night and day. Mr. Bridges has the room, but we will make sure you get to see her artwork. It's quite something." "What became of her?" Nathan asked. "Her talent wasn't the only thing that grew as she matured." French stroked his goatee. "Her beauty was remarkable, and she developed the normal needs of any young woman, but her mind was not capable of self-discipline. This resulted in problems due to her growing interest in young men. She became very interested in male employees and guests on the island." "Mr. French," Holly said, "are you saying that Peggy Ann became a seductress?" French chuckled. "You could put it that way. She also became violent toward the men she desired, and that resulted in her parents having to keep her locked up in her room. But it wasn't enough to stop her, and after her parents passed on, she was sent to a facility so that she and the young men would be safe." "What sort of violence?" Nathan asked. "Sexual." French slipped on a serious expression. "Peggy Ann was homicidal. She once lured a young gardener up to her room, seduced him, then used his head shears to remove his genitalia, and then his head. In that order." For a long moment, silence filled the room. Then Holly asked, "Is Peggy Ann still alive?" "I don't know." "Is this something we might write about?" Nathan asked. "I would talk with Agnes about it first, but I think so. After all, she is the one who decided to open up about it." Outside, the wind howled. French blinked like an owl. "Mr. Bridges has been gone for quite some time." He raised his voice and called, "Velda?" Agnes's right-hand woman stepped into the room almost immediately. "Yes, Mr. French. Would you mind having a look around for Mr. Bridges? He's not needed here. I just want to be sure he's not gotten into any trouble. Let me know, will you?" "Of course." She disappeared immediately. Chapter 18. 10 o'clock. "I know our mythic history, King Arthur's and Sir Caradocs. I answer hard acrostics, I have a pretty taste for paradox. I quote in elegiacs all the crimes of Heliogabalus. In conics I can floor peculiarities parabolus." "What the living fuck?" cried Bernie Bridges. The bottle of Old Willie's was half gone when he entered the blood-red room so full of ticking, clicking, and clacking that it would have destroyed the concentration of W.S. Gilbert himself. Bernie gawped. The room was a cunting museum of clocks. They hung on walls, sat on tables and mantels. Several were suspended from the ceiling, and every corner sported a grandfather clock. Felix the cat's tail and eyes flicked back and forth, and a cunting doofus Charlie McCarthy clock face stared him down. Cuckoo clocks hung next to Art Deco clocks, hung next to all manners of pendulum clocks, hung next to Swiss railway clocks and candle clocks. Across the fireplace mantel and the built-in shelves surrounding it were scattered anniversary clocks, carriage clocks, hourglasses, and clocks fashioned into ballerinas, ships, and animals. On special pedestals throughout the room were sundials, Renaissance turret clocks, and several dolls' head clocks. Timepieces cluttered the flocked crimson wallpaper, and they all ticked. Every last one of them. Ticking, 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 as they stared at him like a rapt audience. It was eerie. It was creepy. It was uncalled for. And there wasn't a phone in sight. "Shut up, you fucking clocksuckers," Bernie laughed. Clocksuckers. He'd have to use that in a story. He tipped back more Old Willies. "Dirty clocksuckers." Suddenly uneasy, he glanced around the room, noticing that all the clocks told the exact same time, right down to the second. Who the fuck has time to dick with such stupid shit as maintaining all these clocks? Despite the warmth of the booze, the incessant ticking and talking was getting under his skin. It maddened him, the way it echoed through the red room, reverberating off the walls, overlapping into eternity. Ticking, 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 until rage overcame him. "Shut up, all of you!" And then, as one, the clock struck the hour, each of them chiming and colliding in a cacophony of horror. It was young women screaming, or old women cackling. It was both and more. The bass bongs of the grandfather thundered. The tinkle of the tiny ballerinas shrilled. Charlie McCarthy yucked it up. It was an explosion of noise, an unholy riot, and Bernie clapped his hands to his ears, slopping a little Old Willie onto the scarlet carpet and squeezing his eyes shut against the assault. "Stop!" But they did not stop. The bonging of the monstrous grandfather clock behind him rattled his bones. They chimed and banged and bonged and boomed, clanging and yucking out from all directions in glass-shattering screeches of laughter. Then cold fingers caressed his cheek. Bernie bolted from the room, tripping over his own feet. A tall walnut grandfather clock Nathan hadn't noticed before began chiming the hour. 10 o'clock. In the quiet behind it, he thought he heard other chimes, lots of them, deep grandfathers, tinkling bells, even a cuckoo. He looked at Alfred French. So did the others. "Yes, you're hearing many, many chimes," the man said. "We're not terribly far from the clock museum. I'll show it to you later. It's quite fascinating. Are you familiar with the child's song, My Grandfather's Clock?" "It was too large for the shelf," said Paige. "It ran for 90 years, Jeff added. "Until it stopped short, never to go again, the day the old man died," finished Clay. "And good riddance," added Miranda. "Precisely," French said. Randolph Manchester took the song quite literally. He had a lifelong obsession with death that grew worse and worse as he aged. He began collecting clocks as a boy, and eventually his collection grew into the hundreds. He kept all the timepieces wound and precise to the minute. In fact, he had a clock servant, that's what he called him, to make sure each clock worked perfectly. "Obsessive-compulsive disorder?" Clay asked. "Likely," French said. The trouble was that with each clock acquired, his obsession grew. He believed that if even one clock stopped, he might die. One day, one of his children knocked a mantel clock down and broke it. Randolph was away on business in San Francisco at the time and had no idea. The clock was rushed to the clockmaker in Snapdragon for repairs. Meanwhile, word came that Randolph had suffered an accident in the city. His leg was broken so badly that he couldn't come home for nearly 6 months. When he did return, the clock was long repaired. The family was disinclined to tell him about the incident, but his loyal clock servant felt duty-bound to inform him. An investigation proved that the clock had fallen not only on the same day, but in the same hour that Randolph had been injured. After that, his family took Randolph's concerns seriously, and every clock in the house was moved into what is now the Clock Museum. Nathan nodded toward the grandfather clock. "Did you move this here after his death?" "No, indeed. All the clocks you see outside of the museum were acquired after Randolph's death." "Who's kept them wound all these years?" Paige asked. After Randolph died, the clock servant continued to do his duties. Once he retired, other servants took over. French stared at each guest in turn. "Today, Velda and Agnes keep the clocks. They are never allowed to run down." "Why is that?" Paige asked. "Tradition," French said, "and it's also Ruthia's wish." "But didn't Randolph live after Ruthia's time?" Holly asked. "He was her youngest child," French explained. Agnes said that Ruthia told her during a seance that the clocks must be maintained. "What would happen if they ran down?" Clay asked. "Did Ruthia say?" "All I know is that Agnes says that Ruthia is the soul of Spite House, and that Randolph's clocks are its heart." His eyes twinkled. "That might make a wonderful story, don't you think?" "Tell me," Holly said, "how did Randolph die?" "He died in the clock room, of course," French replied. "He had a heart attack. He always visited the room at noon and midnight. He'd sip a drop of brandy and relax to what he called the great heartbeat of the house. One midnight, he didn't come to bed. His wife found him dead on the floor in front of the grandfather clock near the fireplace. My guess is that he didn't make it to 90. Nathan sipped his brandy. 58, French said. When his wife found him, she said she felt his ghostly fingers caress her neck. Many others have felt them since. Chapter 19. Dark Travels. Velda Bedvedere had better things to do than look for wandering house guests, but Agnes had told her to do as French asked, even though the snippy little Lila or slutty Greta were more suited to such mundane tasks. But Agnes's reason for having Velda handle it herself was a good one. Velda despised Bernie Bridges even more than she hated that snake oil salesman, Alfred French, and as she made her way up to the obnoxious little professor's room, she hoped Bernie was lost outside in the woods. She hoped he was food for the wildlife. "No skin off my nose," she muttered, as she gave Bridges' door a brusque knock. "Mr. Bridges?" No answer. After knocking again, she glanced left and right before trying the door. He'd locked it. What's he hiding? Is he stealing from Agnes? Velda produced her skeleton key and let herself in. This was a perfect opportunity to learn more about the stocky, frog-faced little man. Agnes appreciated her investigative skills. Closing the door quietly behind her, Velda looked around. It was a horrid room, all pink and fluffy. Bedrooms like this gave women a bad name, as if the important things in life revolved around frills and boys. Velda dismissed those thoughts. She was here to check on Bernie Bridges, and she needed to be quick about it. It was always a foolish thing to assume you had time to spare. Velda investigated in the same manner in which she executed all of her tasks, with brisk, efficient precision, moving in and out of rooms, drawers, and cabinets as quickly and as invisibly as a virus riding a sneeze. On the top of the dresser, she saw 6 stacks of books. Each stack contained 6 copies of the same book. All the titles began with Bernard W. Earp and ended with At the OK Corral, Founds San Francisco, Saves Chinatown, Saves the Wild West, and the one Velda had seen before, The Mystery of Spite Island. They all had colorful covers showing Bernie Bridges with a big mustache like Kurt Russell wore in Tombstone, cowboy boots, and a tin star as he labored in the middle of some historical activity or other. With a sneer of distaste, Velda picked up a copy of Mystery of Spite Island, lifted her skirt, pulled down her underwear, and rubbed the spine between her cheeks. With a grim but satisfied smile, she put the book back on top of the pile. Ignoring the rest of the stacks, she opened dresser drawers and with deft hands lifted the contents, searching for useful information. Finding none, she spat on a pair of the professor's green Speedos, then turned her attention to the desk. He hadn't even unpacked his laptop yet, and there was nothing in the drawers. She'd check again later. She entered the bathroom, saw several bottles of cheap aftershave, and shook her head. "That's not going to help you one bit, Bernie." She opened a bottle of Axe aftershave and spat in it, then returned it to the counter. Finally, she wiped the rim of the toilet with a hand towel, then neatly refolded it on the rack. Velda had learned at an early age that subtlety was a dear, dear friend. When she was finished, she returned to the bedroom, planted fists on her sturdy hips, and proudly surveyed her work. Bridges would never know she'd been there. "My work here is done." Thinking about where to look for him next, she let herself out of the room and disappeared, ghost-like, down the corridor. Lost and panicked, Bernie ran, crisscrossing hallways, moving blindly with no sense of direction. His cheeks still felt icy cold where something had touched him. He passed portrait after portrait in those myriad halls, before pausing in front of one to slug down brandy. The portrait was another of Gideon Manchester, he of the sleek, slidey nose and buggy eyes. Bernie counted the fingers. 6. "It's true. You're a fucking freak." The eyes shifted, bored into him. Bernie shrieked in terror and jolted away, hit a wall, then slammed in another direction, a frantic pinball in a terrible maze. "Fuck me!" Silence. The house waited, holding its breath. Bernie couldn't think. Then he spied an ornately carved door. Approaching, he tried the brass handle. The door creaked open, revealing a circular staircase, half submerged in impenetrable shadows. "What are you?" he cried. "A fucking lighthouse?" After Cody Manchester left his therapist's office, he drove over to the Victorian in the historic district. He hadn't lived there since he left for college. When he returned to Snapdragon, he'd leased a cozy cottage on the other side of town that didn't make him feel like he was rambling around in a giant box. He'd grown up in the Victorian, and it held many memories, happy and otherwise. But the bittersweet ones of his mother held sway. Being there always reminded him that he hadn't gone with her to the island the day she'd capsized and drowned while coming home alone in a storm. And he felt guilty, even though he knew he couldn't have prevented the tragedy if he'd gone with her. Still, he wished he had, even though his dad and everyone else from Father Dave at Holy Sacramental to his therapist told him he would have drowned in that chill water too. He knew it was true, but it didn't help. He still wished he'd gone with her despite his terror of the island. Later, when his dad gave him the runabout on his 16th birthday, he'd told him it was time to get back on the horse, and Cody saw the wisdom in that. His father, who loved to fish, had used the boat a lot, and before Cody left for college, he dutifully went along, and the old man had taught him how to handle the boat. He shook his head as he parked behind the dark hull of the boat trailer. He didn't look up at the house. Since she'd died, he'd had a fear of seeing the light on in his mom's sewing room. The night the bad news came, the light had been left on, so he hadn't believed it and he'd run upstairs to see her, sure she was fine. It was just a bad joke, a misunderstanding. But she was gone. The room had been empty even of ghosts. Ever since her death, he'd lingered in her favorite rooms, the sewing room, the kitchen, and a cozy parlor where they worked jigsaw puzzles, hoping to feel her presence, hoping she would come back home. He'd wanted her there, at least in spirit, but the house was always empty. There wasn't as much as a hint of her. As a boy, and even now if he were to be entirely honest, he felt forgotten, and though he knew that was ridiculous, it soured him on the place. He'd nearly sold the Victorian after his father died during his final year in college, but a trust fund paid the taxes, so he kept it, and ever since mainly used it to store things like the runabout. He never rented it out, and he rarely ever went inside. After Dad died, the house seemed even colder and emptier to him. Now, as he stood in the dark driveway hitching the boat trailer to his pickup, he felt the old Victorian staring down at him. He ignored it as he double-checked the hitch and the boat, then climbed into his Tacoma and pulled out of the long driveway. He didn't look back because he still couldn't give up that childish fear that if he looked, the light in his mother's sewing room would be on, like it was the night she died. As he began driving out of town, light rain intermittently splattered his windshield and rising wind buffeted the vehicle, so he took the 7 forested miles slowly. Dr. Carter was right. He'd gone away to earn his degree, and he'd done that. He was a naturalist now, and a geologist, fulfilling lifelong ambitions. He could have worked just about anywhere, but he'd chosen to return to Snapdragon and join the local Forest Service. "You're an idiot," he muttered. But maybe not. If he could just remember what happened on Spite Island the last time he'd been out there as a boy, if he could remember why he was so afraid of the place that he wouldn't even go out there with his mother anymore, if he could exercise those fears once and for all, he figured he'd feel a lot better about himself, and maybe even his grandmother. By the time he pulled into Snapdragon Village, several thousand feet above the town proper, it was raining so hard that he couldn't see well enough to shove off. Thoughts of his mother's drowning haunted him. He headed into the Windmill Cafe to wait out the downpour with a pot of hot coffee and a slice of apple pie. Chapter 20. The Blue Room. "Jeff," said Alfred French, "what do you think of your room?" He hesitated. "It's very blue." French laughed. "That's very diplomatic of you. Would you like to hear its history?" Jeff forced a smile. "I'm not sure that I want to. I mean, the portrait in the bathroom was almost too much for me." Miranda rolled her eyes. "Oh, please. You're frightened of a portrait?" "The portrait in my bathroom is a memento mori," he said, eyes steady on Miranda. "A what?" "How would you like to brush your teeth while a deceased baby stares at you?" Jeff asked. Miranda gasped. "Don't be ridiculous." "He's not being ridiculous," said French, with a ghoulish smile. "He's referring to the death portrait of Iriola Manchester Cropsey, the only child of Malachi Cropsey and Rosemary Manchester Cropsey. Memento mori were quite common in their time," he added, giving Jeff a wink. "Well, that's disgusting." Miranda poured herself another brandy and only spilled a little. "Why was it hung in the bathroom?" Jeff asked. "I told the workers to move it there. Originally, it hung over the mantel across from your bed. The Cropseys like to tell their little daughter good night before falling asleep." "Oh, well, I appreciate your moving it," Jeff said. "That was, thoughtful of you." "I'm glad you approve," said French. "I had intended to remove it entirely, but Agnes insisted it had to stay in the room. But if it bothers you, it's okay. I stowed it in the wardrobe. Jeff paused. I guess they must have really missed their child. Personally, he couldn't conceive of anyone wanting to look at such a nightmarish thing. Rosemary and Malachi certainly mourned her. Rosemary wanted to have lots of children, but it was not to be, French explained. She was only 17 when she fell in love with Malachi, and though they tried for more, Iriola remained their only child. Were they very religious? Jeff wanted to forget about the dead baby. I noticed the cross in the stained glass. French nodded. Yes, indeed. Malachi was a minister. He'd traveled all over the world as a missionary in his younger years, and by the time he met Rosemary, he'd established a church in Snapdragon. Troy Bauer's eyes opened on darkness, and for a moment he didn't know where he was. The hotel. He'd chosen one of the few renovated rooms over staying in Spite House itself, and he'd gone to bed early, turning down Sam's invitation to play chess. He was exhausted from the day's physical labor and needed to get an early start again in the morning if he wanted to get everything done before the real storm rolled in. The central air wasn't working yet, and a space heater clicked nearby as it tried hard to heat up the chilly room. He heard only that and the steady rain outside. It was surprisingly loud. No wonder it's so cold. I forgot to close the window. Then he heard another noise, a soft scratching. What the hell is that? Rising in darkness, he padded across the room and put his hands under the short drapes. He'd drawn them after talking with Sam. Reaching under them, he slid the long window closed. As he returned to bed, the quiet scratching sound came again. Scritch, scritch, scritch. Goosebumps rising on the back of his neck. Troy turned to the window and pulled the drapes open. It wasn't a bear. At the far end, there was a hand against the screen, the tips of the fingers moving rhythmically over the mesh. Scritch, scritch, scritch. A dead white hand. It was all he could see. Scritch, scritch, scritch. Hey, he yelled. You! He heard a strange whispery sound as the hand disappeared. Leaning forward, he tried to see through the screen, but only caught a brief glimpse of something pale fleeing into the night. To be honest, I don't know a great deal about Malachi Cropsey, French said. I've read quite a bit about him, Nathan volunteered. French beamed at him. Then do enlighten us. He's a fascinating character, Nathan said. A peculiar one, too. He brought a huge sapphire he acquired in Madagascar as a young missionary into this house when he married Rosemary Manchester. Isn't that right? The Lord's Sapphire, I think it was called. Yes, that's correct. He presented it to Rosemary as a wedding present, and it became known as the Manchester Sapphire after that. French turned his smile on Jeff. During their marriage, it was set into the middle of the blue stained glass cross in your room, Mr. Hastings. It was worth millions even then. Right. What happened to it? Jeff asked. It's long gone. I'll tell you the story of the sapphire after we hear more about Cropsey himself. French refilled his coffee cup. Do continue, Mr. Dalrymple. First of all, Nathan said, he was a preacher of the fire and brimstone variety, more feared than loved. And while his church was nominally Christian, it was nothing like the Presbyterians, Catholics, or any other common sect. Nathan looked at Jeff. He had a fixation on the color blue, and his Church of the Sapphire Cross reflected that. My room is nothing but blue, Jeff said. Nathan nodded. The church itself was painted bright blue inside and out. Malachi's robes were blue, His suits and Rosemary's clothing were also the same shade of blue. He called it sacred sapphire blue. "Do you know the significance of the color?" asked Jeff. French replied, "Malachi believed that shade of blue was holy, and that wearing it imbued one with purity." "Indeed," said Nathan, "and he also preached that if you didn't wear blue, God would be displeased and would sentence you to eternal damnation." "What a loon," said Louisa. "At last we agree on something," Miranda shot back. Louisa's eyes bulged behind her granny glasses. "Every color is sacred as long as it's natural." French smiled. "You mean there are unnatural colors, Louisa?" "Of course. Anything man-made is unnatural. They must be the true natural colors of the universe to be sacred. Anything else is profane in the eyes of the universe." "By universe, do you mean God?" asked Clay, the beginnings of a grin tugging at his lips. "God is a very narrow interpretation. The universe is all. We are all the universe," Louisa sniffed. "Some people call it the Tao, but that's too narrow too." "I'm fond of the concept of the Tao," Paige said, "but I always picture it like the Borg in Star Trek." Jeff burst into laughter. "I thought I was the only one." Nathan, Clay, Holly, and Alfred French chuckled. Even Miranda smiled. Louisa, however, was turning a slow shade of eggplant that clashed with her hair. "Only the ignorant make fun of the universe," she huffed. "I feel sorry for all of you." "Please continue your story, Mr. Dalrymple," Alfred rumbled. "It's fascinating." Nathan nodded. "I should point out that Malachi had a taste for Vin Mariani, wine infused with coca, and that may have influenced his thinking. At any rate, people in town either revered or reviled Cropsey. Many considered him a crackpot, but his was a commanding presence, and few dared make fun of him. Plus, he helped with a lot of charities and other good works, and the town appreciated it. So, overall, he was accepted and admired." Nathan paused for a sip of brandy. "So it was no surprise that when Rosemary Manchester met the good Reverend, she was smitten. To the horror of her family, she joined his church. Within weeks, he began wooing her. No one ever knew for sure if he was courting her or her money. The family tended to assume the latter, though that may not have been true, since the sapphire was worth so much even then." "What do you think, Mr. French?" Clay Cassidy asked. "The man knew his way around $1 and was good at making money. Surely marrying a Manchester was the greatest way to make money in Snapdragon, but at least in the beginning, I think he loved her." French looked to Nathan. "Please, go on." Nathan cleared his throat. "Malachi had a problem. He'd sown a lot of wild oats in his time, on the road, and sometime after. After their child died and no more came along, it was rumored that he had syphilis. That would explain the infertility, as well as his increasingly disturbed personality." "Disturbed?" prompted French. "I'm only relating what I've read, and I can't vouch for the veracity." Nathan paused. He was already a thundering Old Testament sort of preacher, and he eventually became known for red-faced tirades that passed for sermons. More than once, he nearly drowned those he baptized. He had to be pulled off them. He claimed God made him do it because they were unrepentant sinners, who did not deserve the baptismal waters. By 1910, he began taking various punishments into his own hands, and his followers let him. At the Church of the Sapphire Cross, he held confessions and dispensed punishments unlike anything since the Spanish Inquisition. "Nobody expects the Spanish Inquisition," Holly murmured. Nathan chuckled. He didn't use the rack or thumbscrews, but he did set up a pillory in the church where sinners had to stand through services, and he took up flogging those who had committed what he considered to be mortal sins. "And they let him do this?" Jeff sounded surprised. "It's astonishing what people will allow when they decide to follow a corrupt leader," Holly said. Clay nodded. "It is. So what happened to Malachi and Rosemary?" French cleared his throat. "This part I'm familiar with. Malachi Cropsey left his wife, his church, and Snapdragon. According to the note he left Rosemary, he took his sapphire and headed to Europe." "So what happened to Rosemary?" Paige asked, looking at Nathan. He raised an eyebrow. "All I know is that the internet rumors about her wearing blue robes and wandering the island flagellating herself with a cat o' nine tails strikes me as ridiculous." "Indeed," said French. "The self-flagellation was added just a few years ago by Phantom Blasters, one of the least savory ghost hunting shows on television. Agnes told me that after Cropsey took his sapphire and left, Rosemary lived out her life quietly and became an accomplished painter and weaver. She specialized in quilting." He set down his coffee cup. "As for your stories, Mr. Dalrymple, they make perfect sense." "Was he afflicted with a venereal disease, then?" asked Clay. "It would certainly explain a lot," French said. "I bet it's true." "And is it true that after the Reverend left, he was never heard from again?" asked Holly. "Gospel," French affirmed. Chapter 21. Mad as Hell. Anger replaced panic. Bernie fortified himself with a slug of brandy, then started up the spiral stairs. He flipped on a light switch and got all of 10 watts. "Fuck you, you cheap, dried-up old twat." The light wasn't enough to illuminate the paintings on the rounded walls, but he would check those out later. Probably just more six-fingered freaks. The light coming through the small window was minimal, though momentarily he saw a bright spot in the clouds when the moon tried to expose itself. Cunting moon. He took another swig from the bottle, then pointed it at the stairs, cried, "Excelsior!" and continued climbing. He passed closed doors at the second and third floor landings. "To the tower, fair Rapunzel," he warbled, holding the brandy bottle like a sword. Arriving at the tower door, he whistled. Arched and crossed with big dark hinges, it looked fortified for a castle. Pfft, how fucking pretentious can one be? He took hold of the handle and depressed the latch. Silently, the door yawned open into darkness. "Rapunzel, I'm home!" Bernie staggered in and felt for the light switch, found it, flipped it. The light bulb flashed and burned out. Fuck! He swilled brandy and examined the 8 small arched windows, half clear, half stained glass, that circled the tower. But the cunting clouds and fog had swaddled everything in gray felt. To the north, he could make out the roofline and a few chimneys, but that was it. The pines beyond were lost in the foggy mist, and even the sounds of Snapdragon Lake were muted. And the room was as cold as a corpse's left tit. Well, this sucks. Unable to make out much within the tower room beyond the fact that there wasn't even a fucking chair to sit on, he returned to the dark doorway, intending to leave. Only he couldn't. The door had swung shut. He slammed his nose right into it. Fuck! With great care, he touched his throbbing proboscis. It better not be broken, he slurred, or you'll have a lawsuit on your hands the size of your muscle-bound gardener's dick, you high-handed old twat. He tried the latch. He belched. He tried it again. It still wouldn't work. After giving the door a couple of violent kicks, he cursed, yanked, and pulled until his arms ached with effort. You son of a bitch! Sudden panic clawed him like a bird of prey. Trapped, he muttered. I'm fucking trapped. He tried the door again, then stooped to examine the latch. Even if there was a keyhole, it was too dark to see one. He had nothing to stick into it to free the lock. And Bernie didn't know how to pick locks anyway. He was an upstanding member of society and had no experience in such criminal acts. Cunting hell! He kicked the door hard, but all it earned him was a terrible biting pain as his toes crunched within his shoes. I hope you've got a good lawyer, Agnes Manchester. He sat down, feeling as if he might cry. But no, he wouldn't do that. He wouldn't give them the satisfaction. They did this to me on purpose, he thought bitterly, as he fondled the bottle of brandy. I guess it's just you and me, babe. His quavering voice sounded lonesome in the small, dark tower room. Anxiously, he stared up at the windows, wondering if they offered a way out. Should it come to that? Rapunzel, indeed. He shook his head. No, it wouldn't come to that. It couldn't. He wouldn't let it. Professor Bernard Eugene Bridges was nothing if not resourceful. He was a survivor, and he'd been through worse than this. He just needed to calm the fuck down and clear his head. He took another swig. He sat there, trying to keep panic at bay as he quaffed the brandy. But as the minutes ticked by, the darkness grew heavier and colder, and the walls surrounding him seemed to loom closer. They seemed to breathe. Mr. Dalrymple, French said, what do you think of your room? I like it, though the wallpaper is a little disturbing. It feels as if the pine cones are watching me. French chuckled. It's no illusion. If you look closer, I think you'll find that those pine cones really are watching you. They have eyes. The wallpaper was recreated in the 1950s from sketches of the original paper designed by Solomon and Ruthia's eldest son, Elijah. Elijah's room, Nathan said. I should have known. Elijah, French continued, was also responsible for the paintings in the room. I noticed those. They're quite unusual. French nodded. Elijah was a brilliant artist, but as is sometimes the case with genius, he was somewhat eccentric. There's plenty about Elijah's adult years at the Snapdragon Historical Society, but almost nothing about his life here, Nathan said. As I understand it, Solomon and Elijah did not get along. Solomon thought his son lacked the drive to succeed, and conversely, Elijah was extremely critical of his father's business practices. Holly spoke up. I find it hard to believe that Elijah lacked drive, since he founded the town newspaper and was very active in the community. What is the truth, Mr. French? Agnes says that Solomon felt that art was the province of the Manchester women, not the men. So Elijah's artistic temperament displeased him. He sighed a little too dramatically. Solomon was not a modern thinker. He and Gideon were hard men. Elijah was not. According to what little I've read, Nathan said, Solomon and Gideon were downright cruel to Elijah. Perhaps they wanted to harden him, Holly said mildly, to drive out that artistic temperament. Agnes says that Ruthia experienced much heartache over her son, French said. He did possess a sensitive nature, and his room disturbed him at times. Nathan sat forward. Is it haunted? Have you had an experience? French asked. Nothing beyond a door opening and closing seemingly by itself. Odd acoustics. I'm afraid, Mr. Dalrymple, that this is an old house, and many rooms have doors that open and close by themselves, as well as other peculiar proclivities. For whatever reasons, Elijah was unhappy here, and in the end, his parents decided that the best thing would be to provide him with an allowance and a modest home in town, and give him a chance to make something of himself away from the island. French beamed. As you know, Mr. Dalrymple, Elijah thrived in Snapdragon. Living among the salt-of-the-earth folk was good for him. He went on to found the first town newspaper, the Snapdragon Bee, and raise a family of his own. Elijah had a way with words as well as art. He's Agnes's direct ancestor. He also built the most beautiful Victorian in Snapdragon, French added. Agnes's grandson Cody owns it now. What a wonderful story, Holly said. Did Elijah live a happy life? I believe so, French said. There were a few problems at first, because Solomon and Gideon weren't popular in town, but Elijah was talented and friendly, and nothing like them. So he easily won the townspeople over. He also shared their negative opinions of his father, and wrote scathing editorials about his family's business practices. French lowered his voice conspiratorially. Although the family was doing very well with their new resort, they remained the subject of horrible gossip because they didn't share the wealth with the town. So Elijah enjoyed fanning the flames, Nathan said, but who can blame him? Mr. French, what do you mean they didn't share their wealth? Clay asked. French rubbed his hands together. Guests of the Manchester Hotel didn't visit Snapdragon. They didn't spend money there. The locals began telling all sorts of stories about the Manchesters and their resort, and Elijah printed them. The townsfolk felt betrayed because the family hired their workers in San Francisco, not Snapdragon, and Elijah became an enthusiastic rabble-rouser. I can see why that would annoy the locals, said Clay, but I'm curious. Why didn't they hire workers from Snapdragon? Agnes says it was because the town people never trusted them. They were already afraid of the island, you see. These were country folk, and quite superstitious. The grandfather clock chimed 11, and in the distance, Nathan heard the faint cacophony of the clock room. It's getting late, French said. I'd like to finish telling you about your rooms before we go to bed. Do you have any other questions about your room, Mr. Dalrymple? Just the one question you haven't answered. Nathan gave Holly a wink. Are there any ghosts haunting my room? French grinned. Yes, of course. Every room in this house harbors at least one ghost. He chuckled. The haunted mansion has nothing on Manchester House, I promise you that. Perhaps one of the spooks will visit you tonight, Mr. Dalrymple. If I'm lucky, Nathan said. Warmed by brandy, Bernie Bridges had settled himself on the floor of the tower room to wait for the door to open. He'd almost fallen asleep, but awakened with a shriek from a nightmare about the six-fingered freak trying to strangle him. Now, he worked at keeping his mind too busy to allow it to betray him again. He thought about old ugly Agnes. Bernie was certain that the old bat thought kindly of him because he once eviscerated a book about the Snapdragon region and the Gold Rush era. The author of the book, a nonfiction nobody who called herself Yoshi St. John, what kind of a ridiculous name is that, had not only gotten major dates wrong, and had placed the Donner Party near Spite Island, but she'd claimed that the Manchesters had hired lepers to work in the resort. As much as the thought tickled him, he'd found absolutely no evidence of that ridiculous rumor. So he'd gone after St. John with gleeful abandon. He had taken issue with everything the little usurper of literacy had written, explaining the real location of the Donners' barbecue, correcting the dates, and stating that no one in their right mind would hire a leper, assuming they hadn't all been wiped out by the Manchesters before the hotel was even built. It was all badly researched nonsense on St. John's part, and Bernie had exposed it. Agnes had to love him for that. He'd been her fucking knight in fucking armor. Now he thought it might be fun to claim the Manchesters really had wiped out the leper colony. It couldn't be disproved, and it made a lot more sense than Yoshi's nonsense about hiring them. He hoped he'd still recall the idea in the morning. Now, sitting in darkness on the dank floor, legs stretched out, old Willie in hand, Bernie snickered. He loved catching writers not doing their jobs, and he'd sent a copy of his article correcting St. John's errors to Agnes Manchester, who hadn't even thanked him for it. "You really should have most sincerely thanked me," he mumbled. "Most sincerely." He poured the last swallow of old Willie down his gullet. Here he was with 6 alleged professionals who intended to focus their abilities on Manchester Island for Agnes's amusement. He looked forward to vivisecting each one in turn, live and in person, even if he did have to dictate his reports over the phone to that incompetent nincompoop Selma Neller. Every night. It would be worth it. It would further cement his reputation as a force to be reckoned with in the literary world. Yoshi St. John would no longer threaten his position as #1 historian of the Old West. In the dark, something small scuttled over his foot. Once, twice. His mind played tricks, and his heart began pounding. Reminded of the cold fingers caressing his cheek in the clock room, Bernie tottered to his feet, screamed for help, then tried to stomp the mouse or rat, or whatever the fuck it was, but he lost his balance. He grabbed for the door handle, but it was still locked, so he pulled himself up and staggered to a window and began elbowing the glass. "Help!" He pounded and pounded, but nothing happened until he swung old Willie. The bottle and the window both shattered. Glass flew. Bernie screamed out into the night. "Help! Someone help!" Rain splashed his face, but only the chimes answered, clattering in the wind, taunting him. "God damn it! Help me!" "Miss Tremaine," Alfred French said, as the soft rain outside metamorphosized into a downpour. "Your room was completely redone after it was occupied by Montrose Manchester and his wife, Parleen Cadbury Manchester." He glanced at Clay Cassidy. Montrose and Parleen were the parents of Monty Jr., our little cowboy. His parents were married in 1915 and promptly moved into the balcony room. "Your room has a balcony?" Miranda sulked. Holly didn't care to spar with a drunken romance writer, so she kept her gaze on Mr. French. "It's a lovely room now." "It is, and you won't find anything disturbing within its walls. Agnes thought you'd appreciate peace and quiet." "I do, indeed. But tell me why it's no longer as Montrose and Parleen kept it." French bestowed a crooked smile, then nodded to Nathan. "If you know this story, Mr. Dalrymple, perhaps you'd like to tell it. Your dramatic abilities far outshine mine." "I'd be happy to." He winked at Holly, then launched into the story. "Beneath the current rugs and wallpaper and paneling, the bedroom is black. In fact, The entire room was black. The floor was tiled black, and the ceilings and walls were painted black. And the bathroom, which is quite large, was unrelieved white, very sterile. "The bathroom hasn't changed," Holly said. "But why was the bedroom black?" Nathan shrugged. "I have no idea, but I can tell you why the bathroom was white." "Then do," said Holly. Nathan smiled. Montrose had gone to medical school and fancied himself to be something of a surgeon. Clay gave a low whistle. "He had an operating table and lights installed," Nathan continued. "But there was one problem. Montrose never finished his degree." "Dear universe," squealed Louisa. "Was he operating on people?" Nathan nodded. "Mostly dead people, not all. According to what I've read, he was fond of buying bodies from the mortician in Snapdragon. He enjoyed anatomical exploration. Humans were his preference, although he evidently made do with whatever he could find, including deer and other animals on the island." "Animals? That's unacceptable," Louisa squealed. "He'll be repaying his karmic debt for lifetimes to come." Lightning flared outside, and thunder shook the house. "See?" exclaimed Louisa. "The universe is angry." "What did Parlene think of sharing her bathroom with bodies?" Clay asked. "I doubt she liked it. But there was a partition installed around the surgical area." "You said mostly dead people," Clay continued. "What does mostly mean?" "I'll second that question," said Holly. "Well, at least 2 of his patients weren't dead. It took quite a bit of research to dig up that much." Nathan paused. "This particular eccentricity was hidden away in a family where eccentricities were embraced." "Indeed," French said enthusiastically. "That's about all I could find, to be honest," Nathan said. "It sounds like Montrose was the family's own Dr. Frankenstein." "Wouldn't that make a fine story?" French said to Holly. She gave him a look. "Whatever became of Montrose, Parlene, and little Monty, Mr. French?" "Unfortunately, Monty Jr. was a fragile child and died quite young. Poor Parlene was so bereft that she took her own life, and Montrose died of a heart attack a year later." Velda Bedvedere chose that moment to enter the room, and French turned to her. "Any sign of our missing guest?" "Not one, but I'll continue looking." She turned to leave. "There's no indication that he's gone outdoors, I trust." "Everything's locked up tight," Velda called as she left the room. "I'd say Bernie is probably sleeping it off somewhere," Clay said. "I hope he got eaten by a bear." Miranda smiled sweetly. Chapter 22. The Plot Sickens. Sam Harris hated Spite Island. He hated the mansion, too. He sat in the downstairs library reading and wishing he were in his own home in Snapdragon. It was everything Spite House was not. Warm, friendly, cozy. He missed it. But Spite House. Sitting in a mission-style chair, as a blue Tiffany reading lamp cast a pale glow over the book he wasn't really reading, he gazed around the library. It was a beautiful room. One of the ones Agnes and Velda had kept fairly dust-free, even after all the help had been let go. The oak shelves teemed with books. The room looked warm, but even with the fireplace lit, it felt cold and uninviting. Again, he wished he were in his own easy chair in his own cozy living room instead of here, waiting for Cody Manchester to arrive. Distant thunder crashed, hearing the discordant clanging of the chimes as the wind whipped rain against the windows. He wondered if Cody would even show up tonight. The rain was really coming down. Oh, how he wished he were home now. He didn't much care for the idea of Cody being on the water in this storm either, especially since his mother hadn't weathered a similar storm so long ago. Sam shook his head. Cody was a good kid, and a good man now. He was a little surprised the boy was coming. He'd never liked his grandmother, and as far as Sam knew, hadn't seen her since Emily's memorial. Sam didn't care for Agnes either. Few did. She knew that Sam didn't like it out here on the island, and to her credit, rarely insisted he visit more than once a week. But there were always repairs to be made, and sometimes he stopped in more often purely to check on the two women out here, all alone. After all, Agnes couldn't afford anyone but him these days, and the gift of her runabout some years ago was never forgotten. He felt that he owed her for it, though in truth, he'd earned it, probably twice over by now. If he couldn't make a repair she required, he paid for someone else to do it, because he knew that she barely had 2 pennies to rub together, and he felt bad for her. She was grumpy and harsh, but she wasn't all bad. He didn't understand how she could live out here in this big old house on a lonely island with no one but Velda for company. Different strokes, I guess. He could barely abide it here, even for a few hours. Indoors, the shadows always shifted, making him feel as if eyes were always on him. And outside, it was almost worse. Maybe it was the near-constant wind that set him on edge. Maybe it was the damned wind chimes. God knew neither of them ever stopped. They were a constant background noise, and he hoped he'd be able to sleep through them tonight. Right now, he wished there was a sound system in the library. He could really use some good old-fashioned rock and roll to cover up the clamor of the rain, the thunder, the wind, and the chimes. Then he heard something else. The front door knocker. 3 hard raps. Someone wanted in. He stood, stretched, and smiled, because it had to be Cody. Thank you, Lord, for small favors. As he approached the threshold, the knocker struck 3 more times. He unlocked the door, 3 locks. Agnes insisted on lots of locks, and opened up. He flipped on the porch light. Cody, glad you made it. There was no one there, not a blessed soul. Hairs pricked up on the back of his neck. Sam forced himself to step out onto the porch. Around him, chimes shivered and trembled with discordant night song. He walked to one end of the long veranda, then the other, saw only trees whipping in the rain and wind. Finally, he stood at the top of the stone steps and watched the storm until he got a bad case of the creeping willies, feeling like someone was standing behind him. He whirled, but he was all alone. Bless it, he muttered, went inside, fastened all the locks, and returned to the chilly library. Behind him, thunder crashed. Lightning so close and bright that it lit up the heavy drapes was instantly followed by a crackle and crash of thunder so powerful that Holly heard the harp strings vibrate from across the room. When she was a girl, there had been storms this strong in Brimstone, storms that set her grandmother Steinway to thrumming. Despite the fact that Graham had been terrified by such storms, Holly had loved them. She still did. She looked at her companions, gauging their reactions as another blast rolled through the house. Nathan and Clay looked ready for more, while Alfred French appeared mildly annoyed. Jeff Hastings looked sleepy, and Paige Allen appeared to be enjoying nature's concert. Holly had been watching the others all evening, the women in particular, and found them quite interesting. She'd taken an immediate liking to Paige Allen. The young woman wasn't afraid to look her in the eye, and she obviously wasn't high maintenance. In fact, Holly suspected Paige had more patience in her little finger than Miranda Beaumont had in her whole body. Miranda looked like the Sphinx. Currently, she sat straight in her chair, hands in her lap, her face stony. Was she simply trying not to nod off after drinking too much? Was she frightened? Bored? It was hard to tell what was going on with her. Holly noticed Louisa Engle's smug expression as thunder rattled the mansion once more. The feel-good author was no guru. She was a pretender who'd eaten a few too many of her own spiritual cupcakes in her several years as a pop psych maven. She was clearly buying into her own hype. Holly felt a little guilty for thinking so, but her own editor had told her that Engels had simply been in the right place at the right time, and that she was a cousin of her publisher's wife. None of that mattered to Holly. Publishing deals were struck over far less. But Louisa Engels was the sort Holly did not care to befriend. She'd met enough of these hearts and flowers crystal packers over her long career to last her several lifetimes. Louisa could surprise her, she supposed, but it was doubtful. The young woman was too strident, too tightly wound, and too much of a bleeding heart to be believed. It was an act. It almost always was when people came off as she did. In fact, with the possible exception of Bernie Bridges, Holly was sure that Louisa was the least stable guest in the house. She already had an invisible friend, and Holly, who had a few special talents of her own, knew beyond all doubt that her spirit guide was imaginary. If any minds were to break during this sojourn in a haunted house, she thought it could well be Louisa's. Bernie Bridges woke up in a puddle of his own vomit. He must have upchucked a while ago, because it was cold now. Cold and sticky. Ah! He raised his head. It felt 6 sizes too big. Then staggered to his feet, pausing as a wave of nausea passed over him. As he pressed his face against the blessedly cool wall, lightning flashed outside the broken window, so close it nearly blinded him. It was immediately followed by a head-splitting crack of thunder. Carefully, Bernie let himself slide back down to the floor. A moment passed. 2. He sat still, willing his stomach to stop roiling. Then he heard a slow, ominous creaking. Careful not to make himself sicker, Bernie turned his aching head and watched as the tower door swung slowly open. Lightning flashed, outlining a figure in the doorway. Bernie could discern nothing about it except that it was human. The lightning blinked out, and the hallway beyond went black as pitch. "Hello?" he rasped. "Who's there?" Only silence answered. Only darkness. He realized he couldn't even hear the wind and rain anymore. "Who's there?" Bernie whispered, shivering. "Who are you?" Nothing. Nothing for a long while. Bernie began to think he'd imagined everything. It was so cold now that his teeth chattered uncontrollably. Lightning flashed. He screamed. Inches from his own, a weirdly haloed face leered at him with black, bulgy eyes. It had a ski-slope nose and a crooked grin. It raised a hand and splayed it in front of Bernie's eyes, almost touching him, but not quite. It had 6 fingers. Bernie froze. Another flash of lightning, and Gideon Manchester was gone. But the door still yawned open. Thunder boomed and shook the world as Bernie crawled out of the room. He was free. Chapter 23. Family Circus. Tell me about my room. It's so beautiful. Louisa Engel sat forward as Mother Nature took her divine fury out on the world beyond the windows. Louisa counted her blessings, beginning with the fact that she was safely indoors where she could enjoy the roar of the storm, the shrieking banshee named Wind, and the excited tinkling of the oh-so-punished wind chimes as the glass, bells, and tubes were raped by the weather. Raped. An electric tingle ran through Louisa as she thought of the raw force and power thundering down all around her. She considered the way Thor's heavenly hammer thrust tumescently Norse vibrations through her body, from her crown chakra to her solar plexus and sacral chakra, to her very core, her root chakra. It was easy to ignite one's pubic chakra, but so few things made her root tingle. Tonight, it tingled uncontrollably. She had to hold on to her teacup to hide her ecstasy. Yes, Mother Nature had excited her very essence, and Louisa was glad she was wearing hemp panties. Their absorbency wouldn't let her down. "Well, Miss Ingalls," French said, after wading through the Nordic pounding, "your room is exactly as it was when Wendell Manchester occupied it. Not a thing has been changed." "It's a boy's room?" Louisa was shocked. "The energy in that room is so feminine." "Wendell Manchester was an adult male," French told her. "He must have been gay then. Not that there's anything wrong with that. It hasn't been so long since I myself came out as asexual." "Asexual what?" asked Miranda. "Deviant." The word blew through the room on a stage whisper. What? Louisa squawked. "Who said that?" Mr. Dalrymple was on his feet. "It came from over there." He headed toward the poor stuffed spirit bear. Miss Tremaine joined him, and the two started examining the walls beside the alcove. "It wasn't very nice. Whoever said that?" Louisa sniffed as she smoothed her clothing. "I'm proud to be asexual." She glared athamaze at Miranda. "Why don't you go eat some of those precious cupcakes you're so fond of?" Miranda said. "You'll feel better." "You did it, didn't you?" cried Louisa. "How dare you disrespect a fellow woman?" Miranda's eyes rolled ceilingward. "We found something," Mr. Dalrymple called. Louisa swiveled her head to stare at the dog torturer. She'd like to walk him on a leash and see how he liked it. He and Miss Tremaine had removed a small portrait from the wall behind the poor bear to reveal what looked like an old-fashioned radio with a white grill and a couple of small knobs. "It appears someone has been eavesdropping," Mr. Dalrymple announced. Louisa loathed the self-satisfied smirk on his cruel lips. French joined them. "As I recall, this intercom system was installed in the early 1960s. I had no idea it was still operational." He raised his eyebrows and said to the group, "Obviously, someone is having a little fun at our expense." Velda Bedvedere bustled around the dining room table looking for crumbs or fingerprints the maids had missed. She'd sent Greta Olsen to take up the search for Bernie Bridges, but Lila Michello dutifully stood near the buffet, waiting for Velda's pronouncement. Finally, almost regretfully, Velda spoke. "Very good, Miss Michello. You may go to bed, but be back here at 6 sharp." "6?" Lila dared ask. "You heard me. But Chef Bobby isn't laying out the breakfast buffet until 7:30. Velda wheeled on the little snip. "You'll be here at 5, Lila. You'll be cleaning all the downstairs lavatories on your own for talking back. See that you don't do it again. Now, off with you. Get plenty of sleep, and make sure your shoes are polished and your uniform is pressed before you go to bed." "Yes, ma'am." The little maid hurried from the room. Velda checked everything again, then stalked up the hall to the kitchen. And a good thing, too. The back door was wide open. Agnes would give that cocksure cook a dressing down for that. Shutting the door, she locked it tight. Idiot. After making sure that the temperamental nincompoop of a chef French had hired had left the room reasonably clean, Velda switched off the lights and turned to leave. Glancing back a final time, she realized the pantry door was ajar. She could have sworn it had been shut. With a sigh, she headed for it, and stopped cold. Within the doorway, someone stood in the shadows. She could feel eyes watching her. Ruthia, is that you?" The damned back door was open. It's not a ghost, and if it was, you'd be able to see her. It would be colder, too. The figure shifted and tilted its head ever so slightly. "You," Velda whispered. No reply came. "You need to leave," she said, and she unlocked the back door again and opened it wide, then turned on her heel, switched off the light, and fled the room. In the hall, she counted to 10, then 20 before returning to the kitchen. Quickly, she took a few dinner rolls from the bread box, tossed them into the night, then shut and locked the back door. "My room?" Louisa prompted, impatience bristling around her like a rabid porcupine. "Tell me about my room." Paige Allen couldn't decide if Louisa Engels amused or annoyed her more. Either way, it shocked her how quickly the woman forgot about the intercom incident. What Paige really wanted to do was go exploring, to find the culprit behind the stage whisper, but evidently that was not to be. Even Alfred French was acting like nothing had happened. "As I was saying before that unfortunate interruption, your room is as Wendell Manchester left it, Louisa." "Did his wife decorate it?" Louisa asked. "No, Wendell never married." Louisa lit up. "So, he was gay." Lightning crashed outside, further away now. "I'm sorry to disappoint you, but on the contrary, Wendell was a rather red-blooded fellow," French said. "I don't understand." Louisa cocked her head like a dog hearing its name. "Wendell was a showman," Alfred French said, "and he was known to have lady friends all over the country." "A showman?" Louisa asked. "A movie star? Like Mr. DiCaprio?" French looked as amused as a doting uncle. "No, my dear. He was one of the owners of the Monk Brothers and Manchester Traveling Circus and Amusements Show. It was a little before your time. It was established by Terence Monk and Waterford Manchester in 1904, and in its day it rivaled the big outfits like Barnum and Bailey. By the late 60s it was fading, but still well respected." French sighed. "Times were changing. The outfit went under, and most of its employees retired to Gibsonton, Florida. Wendell, his cousin, Shepherd Manchester, and the other owners were very generous with their employees." He smiled wistfully. "Agnes tells me that Wendell was especially beloved. It was a sad time." "Why?" Louisa sounded like Sally Struthers saving orphans. "Why did it go out of business?" "Because the circus relied heavily on its 10-in-1, and, as I said, times were changing. When Wendell arrived here, he brought lots of souvenirs, including all those lovely carousel animals that ornament your room, Louisa. According to Agnes, his motto was, 'You can take Wendell out of the circus, but you can't take the circus out of Wendell.'" "That's lovely," Louisa said, wiping an imaginary tear from her eye. "What about Shepherd Manchester. What room was he in? Shepherd was a veterinarian. He lived in Snapdragon and opened an animal clinic there. It changed hands, but still exists today. Did the mime in my bathroom come here with Wendell? Louisa asked. French looked at her. Yes. He was known as Mr. Fingers. Oh, I know. He told me his name. I see, French said dryly. I'm an empath. I intuited it from his soul. Oh, please. Even I knew about Mr. Fingers, Miranda said. The Manchester Mime is mentioned prominently on the internet. Well, I don't read the internet. Miranda retreated back into her brandy, obviously unimpressed. Yes, it's fairly well known, Alfred French said. That I'm an empath? Louisa asked, pleased as punch. No, Miss Angles. That the Manchester Mime had a name. He paused. There's nothing mysterious about it. The image on your bathroom wall is there in honor of one of the most beloved performers in the history of the Monk and Manchester Circus. His name was Mr. Fingers. French allowed himself a small smile. As odd as it sounds to modern ears, the name Mr. Fingers aroused love and joy back in the day. It's a pity it's nearly forgotten now. Perhaps one of you can bring it back to life. He looked directly at Paige as he spoke. She refused to make eye contact. Well, Louisa cried, he whispered it to me. French gave Louisa a knowing smile. Perhaps. And I'm sure you saw it on one of the circus posters that decorate your room as well. The animals have names, too. Louisa was adept at changing the subject. Sir Prancelot, Fury, Mr. Ed, Briar, Tony, Mr. Kellogg, and— I see, French said. I apologize, Louisa, but we need to move along. He turned his gaze on Nathan. I'm lacking stories about Wendell's room. Mr. Dalrymple, do you have any tales to share? I only recall one offhand, and it must concern the Manchester Mime, even though it isn't about that room. It's quite outrageous, so take it with many grains of salt. He rubbed his chin. The mime is said to haunt this house. There have been reports of sightings both upstairs and down. He's mostly seen in the hallways. Nathan glanced at his audience, hoping his eyes weren't twinkling too much. My favorite story concerns him peering into the screened-in bathroom on the second or third floor. Evidently, he liked watching the maids in their bath. Interesting, said French. Agnes insists that such a bathroom never existed. He paused, a small smile pulling at his lips. In fact, she's quite vehement about it. Holly cleared her throat. Perhaps it's because the idea of the sainted Ruthia spying on her employees' most private moments disturbs her. That makes sense. French looked back to Nathan. As for Mr. Fingers, all I really know is that he's commonly known as the Manchester Mime these days, because that's how he's been referred to on some of these ghost hunter shows. His lip curled. Phantom Blasters in particular. Before we move on, can you further enlighten us, Mr. Dalrymple? Back in the day, the rumor was that if you caught sight of him, someone was going to die. The clocks began chiming again. Another hour had passed. When they silenced, French said, I'm afraid we need to move on, but I did want to mention that Miss Ingall's bathroom is fashioned after an amusement midway. Louisa waved her hand. I have a question about the ring toss game. French pointedly looked at the grandfather clock. There will be plenty of time for questions tomorrow. I promised Agnes I'd tell all of you about your rooms tonight, however briefly. Jesus fucking Christ, Bernie Bridges whispered when he realized what he was looking at. He stood in front of a wood-paneled billiards room, staring at a portrait beside the door. The painting portrayed two couples, dressed in styles popular not long after the turn of the 20th century. The women were identical. They wore off-the-shoulder summer dresses and stood side by side, leaning awkwardly toward each other. They were flanked by men who were obviously brothers. What had Bernie gaping in disgust, however, was that the women were attached. Siamese twins. Bernie squinted, despite his aching head, focusing his booze-bleary eyes to be certain. Yes, he realized, they shared an extended shoulder and a single thick arm between them. But how can they be holding hands with only one arm? He threw up a little in his mouth when he realized their arms were fused together until they branched just above the wrist to form two hands. He stared harder and felt some odd sense of relief when he counted 10 fingers between them. Bet you chicks played a mean ragtime duet. Whistling the entertainer between his teeth, he thought it was one thing to be born with gross birth defects, such as extra fingers, or being a conjoined fucking sibling. But these chicks had their deformities commemorated, immortalized on canvas, as if they were proud of their hideousness. The music died on his lips as he thought of Gideon's spare fingers. Freaks! You're all a bunch of goddamned freaks! Just then, as if the spirits of the dead Manchesters were doling out punishment for his ridicule, his stomach grumbled sickly and his bowels turned to water. Oh, God! Bernie touched his abdomen, willing the sudden urgency to pass. He clenched his cheeks and scanned desperately around for a bathroom. There was nothing. Please don't! Please don't! He soothed, in hopes of assuaging the coming backdoor mudslide. Not now! Please, not now! He glanced up at the portrait. According to a small gold placard at the bottom, these were Harold and Gerald Manchester and their wives, Eve and Lily. I'm sorry I called you freaks, he whispered, in clenched, drunken desperation. Please, he implored all of them. Forgive me. Please forgive me, Gideon, he added for good measure. And as if by magic, old Willie rescinded his revenge, and the coming storm in Browntown passed. Bernie was amazed. It had to be a coincidence, right? One thing was sure, he wasn't about to question it now and risk the return of the Manchester runs. I need to get the hell out of here. The trouble was, he was exhausted, bone-deep fatigued, and still a little sick, despite the blessed corkage of his hot liquid cramps. The hangover was beginning in earnest now, and if he spent one more moment staring at the Manchester brothers and their twisted sister brides, he was going to splash the walls and carpet with bile and booze, or worse. He entered the game room, stumbled to a leather couch. It was red, venous blood red, sickening, but Bernie didn't care. He tossed himself onto it and relished the chilled leather against his hot, sweaty skin as he lost consciousness. Awareness returned all too quickly when he dreamed of those conjoined hands caressing his privates, and Gideon stroking his forehead with his 6-fingered hands. In a daze, Bernie rolled off the couch and crawled toward the stairs. He needed his own bed. Nathan Dalrymple was enjoying this evening's entertainment tremendously. His inner Detective Willoughby hadn't even been able to intrude with questions about the mystery of the voice on the intercom because he'd been so focused on the other conversations. Miss Beaumont, said French, you're staying in Ruthia Vance Manchester's room. That's quite an honor." "An honor?" Miranda asked, sounding as drunk as ever. "Indeed, it's an honor. Many Manchesters have used it as their own since Ruthia's time, but after Agnes inherited the house, she had it restored to reflect Ruthia's tastes and times. The furniture is hers, as are the colors and decor. You may have noticed the vases of white roses. They were Ruthia's favorites, and are picked from her own beautiful rose garden daily. The bathroom has been plumbed, of course, but otherwise, it's very much as it was in Ruthia's time. There are— "What about the damned ugly chair by the fireplace?" Miranda interrupted. "Let's talk about that. It's vile." Nathan steepled his fingers and settled back, thinking that Miranda Beaumont might end up being more entertaining than Louisa Ingalls. "Ruthia designed it," French said. "It was her birthing chair. Actually, many Manchester women used it for that purpose over the years." "Her what?" Miranda made a face. "Birthing chair. If you were to lift off the upholstered seat, you'd see the U-shaped wooden birthing seat beneath it. After the birth, the padded seat was locked back into place so that Ruthia could use it when she nursed her babies." "How beautiful!" Louisa squirmed. "Beautiful?" Miranda spat. "What a disgusting thing to have in my room." "I'm sorry you feel that way," French said, smooth as glass. "It's quite valuable." "I want it removed," Miranda slurred. Oblivious, French continued. "I assume that the carvings of the babies are what you find offensive, but you might try to see them for what they are. Exquisite and valuable works of art." "Works of art?" Miranda was aghast. "Those aren't babies. Those are fetuses attached to umbilical cords. And they're all coming out of a gaping womb. It's crude, and I don't want it in my room." Stifling chuckles, Nathan and Holly traded glances. "It was quite beautiful to Ruthia," French was saying. "A celebration of life." "I don't care. It's perverse. The very idea of a woman put on display like that is repellent." "I saw all 3 of my children born," said Clay Cassidy. Miranda glared at him. "You're a man. Of course you'd say that." Clay cleared his throat. "Wouldn't have missed it for the world. It was beautiful." Miranda spluttered. "My wife, God rest her soul, had me film the births," he continued. Nathan felt a bit sorry for Miranda. "Different people have different reactions to such things," he said. "I think it depends on one's upbringing." Miranda's gaze fell on him. He thought he saw something like relief, but it was gone in the instant she turned to French. "Just get the damned chair out of my room," she ordered. Louisa was squirming again. "Oh, please, put it in my room," she cried. "I would love to experience it." She clasped her hands like a cherub in prayer. "As an empath, I would love to feel the vibrations and energies of all those generations of brave women who sat there in love and pain, giving sweet, sweet life to their children." Her upper body wove back and forth under her white peasant dress, making her look like a charmed snake. "It would be such an honor to partake of their experiences, to dip my soul into the depths of feminine consciousness, power, and triumph." Spittle flew as her enthusiasm built into a fervor. Nathan wondered how long she'd been rehearsing that particular soliloquy. "I've never given birth," Louisa continued, trying to make eye contact with everyone at once. "But I hope to someday, and I would love to feel the emotions pouring through that chair in preparation for my grand moment. The love, the desire, the good life-affirming pain of birth. She whipped her head toward French, a fresh sheen of sweat glistening on her upper lip. Oh, please, Mr. French, may it be moved to my room? Judging by French's expression, Nathan guessed that he feared for the chair if it were left with Louisa. I'm sorry, Miss Angles. It's a very valuable antique, and I've been instructed not to move it. A piggish whimper escaped Louisa, and she dabbed at the edges of her granny glasses as if they were shedding tears. Tomorrow, I'll see about having it temporarily moved to the nanny's room, but I can't promise anything, French told Miranda. The nanny's room? Paige asked. Yes, it's used only for storage now. It's locked. In earlier times it belonged to the nanny, and was big enough to serve as a special needs nursery as well. Several infants could sleep there at once, and there were also a few beds for larger children to use when they were ill or infirm or otherwise needed extra attention. Infirm? Paige asked. French paused. Handicapped. Special needs, came Louisa's strident correction. Put me in that room tonight, Miranda slurred. I don't want to even look at that chair again. French spread his hands. I'm sorry, but it's not habitable. It has no heat, and the only window in the room is sealed. Why is that? Paige asked sweetly. It was built with only one window, and that was quickly shuttered for safety's sake, French explained. Ruthia was terrified that a child might climb out and fall to its death while the nanny was otherwise occupied. Holly cleared her throat. As I understand it, one of Ruthia's children did, in fact, fall from the window. That must have been when it was shuttered. Which child? Louisa asked in a tremulous tone. I'd like to send a prayer to the universe for the safe passage of her little soul. Miss Angles, French said, that trip was taken a very long time ago. Nathan hid his amusement. French's reply only ratcheted Louisa higher up the crazy ladder. Oh, no, Mr. French, not so. Louisa used her save-the-children voice again. I feel souls all around me here. Can't you feel them? Can't all of you feel them? Little souls begging for help. Nathan expected her to break out in song, in the arms of an angel. French ignored Louisa's outburst. We don't know which child died. There were several born to Ruthia, as well as Gideon's wife, Suzanne, who were afflicted by birth defects and weren't listed on the official family tree. This child was one of those. You don't even know the poor thing's name? Louisa persisted. No. Weren't there more deaths after that? Nathan asked. I read that after Ruthia died, one of her daughters, Poppy, and her husband, Harvey Houseman, moved into the nanny's room. They moved into Ruthia's room, not the nanny's room, French said. But they did have lots of children, so they, as well as other daughters of Ruthia and Suzanne, did undoubtedly use the nursery. I feel the presence of spirit children here tonight, Louisa said, flapping her arms. No one so much as glanced at her. Thunder rolled, distant now. It's quite late, French said, rising. I don't know about all of you, but I need my beauty sleep. Velda Bedvedere appeared in the doorway, and Nathan thought she'd probably been hovering there, waiting for this moment. French smiled warmly. Velda will assist you if you need spare blankets or towels. A breakfast buffet will be available between 7:30 and 10 tomorrow morning. We'll get together again after that to discuss our plans. Will that suit you all?" Everyone murmured assent and followed French and Velda out of the music room. Chapter 24. Bedtime Stories. Everyone had gone upstairs except Louisa Engels, who lingered in the library. Books renewed her soul, and she looked through the volumes hoping to find some Henry David Thoreau. Mr. Sam Harris was asleep by the fire, so she did her best not to wake him. Once in his room, Nathan loosened his tie and lit the logs in the fireplace. That's when he noticed the Scottish boot for the first time. It was half hidden behind the extra basket of firewood on the hearth. It must have been there all along. Fascinated and repelled, he picked up the metal torture device. It looked to be made of brass and showed plenty of evidence of having been in fires before. The boot was narrow and would be a tight fit even on his moderately sized foot. His insides cringed as he stared at it. In the bad old days, those unlucky enough to be sentenced to the Scottish boot had their feet crammed into them. Then the boots were heated until their feet were roasted. His stones crawled north as he recalled a particularly horrific story of a man being forced to dine on his own roasted foot as his last meal before being drawn and quartered. And that must have been a blessing. Nathan carried the boot across the room and stashed it in the back of the armoire. It was the stuff of nightmares. Wondering how he'd missed it earlier, he quickly undressed for bed. "You missed it because it wasn't there, old chap," piped up his inner detective. "Hush, Willoughby." Miranda Beaumont had had too much to drink, so Jeff and Paige helped her upstairs, laid her on the big four-poster bed, and put a blanket over her that Jeff found in the chest at the foot of the bed. Before they left, they paused briefly to check out the birthing chair Miranda had objected to. Artistically, it was gorgeous, but Jeff and Paige agreed that it was also disturbing. After saying goodnight to Jeff, Paige used Miranda's bathroom, then looked around to make sure no one would see her heading next door to the nanny's room. She'd been a little nervous tonight when Alfred French talked about moving the birthing chair to the room, but she quickly realized that she was safe for the night. She would tell Sam first thing in the morning, though, because she didn't want him to get in trouble, and she thought he might if French found out where she was sleeping. It was just a feeling, but she always trusted her instincts. The room was chilly, despite 2 space heaters humming near her bed, and the lamps barely cut the gloom at the far end of the room. Uneasy, she gave the nursery door a bare glance, then took Anne Rivers Siddon's historical Fox's Earth from her suitcase and curled up in the easy chair beside the bed. Feeling as if she were being watched, she couldn't bring herself to undress yet. It was nonsense, of course, but between the brandy and stories she'd heard tonight, she told herself that it wasn't surprising. Clay Cassidy took a hot shower and climbed into bed. Gazing at the prairie landscape on the walls, he thought fondly of his late wife, turned off the wagon wheel lamp, fell asleep, and dreamed about a little boy whispering bad things in his ear. The rap on Holly's door came precisely 15 minutes after the guests retired. She opened it an inch, peered out, then bade Nathan Dalrymple enter. "You're late, Nathan." He rolled his eyes. "I was waylaid." "Sit down and tell me all about it." Holly gestured at a smallish round table and chairs near the balcony doors. In the center of the table, apricot roses filled a cobalt vase that reminded her of her girlhood. Would you like something to drink? Agnes supplied an electric kettle and a basket of assorted teas. How about in the morning? I'll be up all night if I drink tea this late. He half smiled as he sat down. It's hell getting old. She joined him. It is. My joints have begun predicting the weather. She patted his hand warmly. It's good to finally have a moment alone, isn't it? It's been a long day. Truly. So, who waylaid you? Nathan made a face. Louisa Engels. When I stepped out of my room, I ran right into her. Oh, dear. What was she up to? She was carrying a copy of Walden and said that Thoreau had inspired her to tell the spirits good night. She claims the hall outside our bedrooms is teeming with them. A twisted grin. They're very curious about us, you see. Holly shook her head. It takes all kinds. It does. Then she launched into some story about why Mother Nature gave us such a spectacular storm. It had something to do with celebrating Uranus in retrograde and Holly. I swear she had that speech memorized. I don't doubt it. Watch the way her eyes move when she delivers one of her speeches. She's reciting. Nathan sat forward. But why? To impress us is my guess. After all, most of us have quite a body of work under our collective belts, while she has cupcakes. Nathan grinned. Holly chuckled. Indeed. At last, that's less embarrassing than Bernie's ERP series. So, what do you think happened to our erstwhile professor? Oh, I'd imagine he's sleeping it off somewhere, Holly said. Nathan gave her that look. I believe you know exactly what my next question is going to be. I do, and my answer is, I've yet to see a single ghost. But I do sense something, though. Louisa's child spirits in the music room? Another crooked smile. Heavens, no. There was something there, but it didn't feel like kids, or human spirits, to be honest. An odd energy of some sort. I continually felt as if we were being watched, Nathan confessed. Holly nodded. Me too. I don't know if it's simply to do with the way the shadows seem to move on their own, or something more. This house is, I don't know what to call it, interesting or disturbing. Indeed, I agree. Honestly, I'm surprised I haven't seen anything yet. It's almost as if any spirits here are, well, shy, frightened. Frightened? Does that mean you think there may be actual spirits here, not just residual hauntings? I don't know yet. I do think there's something odd going on here, but I'm not sure what it might be. Holly paused. I can't imagine this house doesn't harbor residuals, though, and I think those are giving off the sensations of shyness and fear. It's unusual for me not to see residuals when I feel past emotions, but I think that's the shyness. She glanced at the balcony doors as wind rattled them. I think there's been a lot of unpleasantness in this house. But you also think there may be something intelligent here? Nathan